Millennial pause. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show. Happy July 5th. That's right, everybody. It was America's birthday yesterday. The big 250. Not Americans. Suck it.
Oh yeah,
And
that's
today,
great.
we're of course joined by everyone's favorite American, Adam Friended.
What's
That's
up,
true. You're
everybody? How
the
you doing?
favorite American in the entire world. Did you
I'm
know
gonna
that?
change my name to Adam American.
And we're also joined by friend of the show, lawyer Ryan Mullally.
And
Mullally?
Mullally and proud
Mullally.
American. Irish last name, proud American. Good to be here.
Oh, dirty. Man, you know what? We should never let the Irish in. They shouldn't be citizens. Get out of here. What are you doing? You
Yeah,
came to this country and you brought your mafias and your potato famines and all the drinking. Okay.
and you guys ate it up. You ate it up. Soon you started drinking our whiskey, and now we're American as the day is long. It used to just be American as apple pie. Now it's American as apple pie and good old Irish whiskey. So, we're stuck with us now.
That's fair. That's fair. So today we're going to talk about the birthright citizenship case. Now I know I didn't realize this actually until I joined today. Adam put in the thumbnail here. This is a debate between me and Ryan, which I'm going to be honest, I don't actually know what Ryan's position is.
That gives me all. Now I have all the cards, as our president likes to say. I have all the cards.
So why don't you let us know what's your position on all this birthright citizenship ruling?
So I mean, I did a bunch of debates on this topic with people like Wick and Pisco, and so my position's pretty public. If I was on the Supreme Court, I would have voted with Justice Gorsuch and Justice Thomas. I think this was not the right decision, but I'm not a doomer about it. Like there's some people out there on there saying this is the end of the country. It's not. Having the same rule that we've had for 100 years is not the end of the country.
This is the end of America.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I saw on social media. We're all good. This is the end. We're all going to get bred out by the illegals now.
Yeah, and I also am not a big fan of the people who are dunking on Justice Barrett. Now, I disagree with her. I would have done something different. I think she was wrong in this case. But Justice Barrett, for those of us on the right, she signed opinions for the Trump immunity, ending Roe v. Wade, ending the independence of the illegal fourth branch of government, the unconstitutional fourth branch of government, the administrative state. She has co-signed many of the most significant wins that the right has had over the last couple of years. So there's a bit of ungratitude there, which is not my. I don't think it's a good look for people, but I do think the majority did get it wrong, despite the fact that they got it wrong. It is the law. And that means that the right needs to start thinking about ways to go forward and continue carrying on this issue and this struggle. And that there are ways that they can do this. And some of the Supreme Court justices actually laid out a roadmap for what kind of future challenges would be more or less acceptable in their eyes. So that's kind of where I am, which is why I didn't think it was going to be a debate, because I'm not here to bash any of the justices. I'm looking for a path forward.
You're not even going to bash Jackson? Come on.
Okay, I'll bash one justice, but but I mean, I thought that went without saying.
Okay, interesting. So, but you said you would have voted with Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that for those of you who are following this issue less closely, let me try to give, maybe it's helpful to give a quick summary.
Sure.
The Trump executive order looked to prevent birthright citizenship from attaching to children in two circumstances. The first is if the mother is here illegally and the father does not have citizenship or permanent status. And the second is if the mother is here temporarily and the father isn't a citizen or doesn't have permanent status. Right? So those are the two categories. And the originalist argument against the temporary category is quite strong. The originalist argument against the illegal category is it requires a lot more legal maneuvering and dot connecting. So I always thought, I argued birthright citizenship. I argued the con side of that issue and was siding with Trump and Gorsuch in that sense. But those two positions are not symmetrical. The temporary one is the argument for denying birthright citizenship in the context of mothers who are here temporarily is very different than illegally for reasons we can get into. So I always thought that the Trump administration would be stronger if they just went after that one category instead of going after both. But they took a home run swing. And because they took a home run swing, they ended up losing. And I think they lost primarily on the second issue. The first issue they also lost on, but I think the case was a lot closer. So yeah, but on the whole, if I was on the court, I would have done what Gorsuch did, which is co-sign Justice Thomas's opinion and say, like these are the issues that I think are viable constitutional questions, and we respectfully disagree with the majority.
Well, it's interesting because I think that, like, judging by people's reaction to the case, I mean, it shouldn't be surprising. Most people, they're not going to read the opinions. And even if they do, they're, it's complicated, it's long, it's boring, right? People don't want to dive into it because I saw so many people who were very against birthright citizenship and they were all throwing ticker tape parades for Thomas. And they're like, this is the most goated man alive. He wants to save America. And then the evil justices, doomed America. And I was reading Thomas's dissent very slowly because I was like really going through checking a lot of the sources and stuff. And we could talk about some of that stuff later. So I think I only got like through like 40% of it, but I did kind of like, skim through the whole thing just kind of to get a good sense of it before I kind of went through everything. And in his dissent, he doesn't actually address the question that like 99% of the people on the right think he did or want to be addressed, which is if someone comes into the country illegally with the purpose of living here, if they have a kid, does that kid get birthright citizenship? Thomas doesn't even address that question. And he says he's not addressing that question in his dissent. So it's kind of crazy to me that like everyone thinks that he was like attacking that concept because they didn't read or understand what his opinion was even about.
Yeah, people do pure team sports when it comes to the Supreme Court. Like, I'm just going to be honest. Like, they 99% of people you talk to online, not only have they not read the opinion, they are unqualified to read the opinion. Not like they don't have a JD, meaning that they are not habitually the type of thinker who works through complicated arguments and tries to hold the ideas in their head and come to some kind of neutral or as unbiased as they can be understanding of them before forming an opinion. Like they're chasing clickbait and headlines and they're reacting to the influencers they like. Truthfully, most of the reaction you see online is in those categories. It's people who have no idea what they're talking about, which is why I get so frustrated with the discourse around the Supreme Court, because very often it's hyperbolic and it gives the impression that the court is political and partisan, which I think that there are arguments you could make about that, but not for the reasons that these people are suggesting, which is that court does what I like good, court does not do what I like bad. And that's how you view a politician who you vote for. That's not supposed to be how you view a judge. A judge is supposed to be graded on the quality of their reasoning and whether or not they're actually getting to the heart of the law. And I thought Thomas did an excellent job of articulating there's a lot of originalist historic evidence that supports a more limited reading of the 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship clause than the one the majority signed up on. And I think he did an excellent job articulating that, but that's what he was doing. He was laying breadcrumbs for the future. And he said as much at the end of his opinion. He said, like, I don't know if this decision is going to stand the test of time. And I've given you this treasure trove of historic evidence that people might use to convince a future court to come to a different conclusion. But that's where we are today.
Yeah.
The majority ruled the way it ruled.
Well, I was explaining the chat too, because like the main thing that I saw people talking about, they always bring up this point of like, does jurisdiction, like the phrasing of that, does that apply to illegal aliens? Since they're here illegally, are they subject to the jurisdiction of the government? What exactly does that mean? And, all this other stuff. And just explain to people, Thomas's opinion wasn't even really about that. His opinion was only on this concept of he was saying that the 14th Amendment really, even though it doesn't explicitly say it, was supposed to only apply to people who were domiciled in America, which means people that had the intention to live in America or were living in America with the intention to live in America permanently to some capacity. Now, that doesn't exclude like you can still move 10 years, 20 years, or sometime in the future. But if you're living in America and you at the time have this intention to be a permanent, resident of America,
Yeah.
then you're considered domiciled.
Well,
And so,
can I break that down a little bit? Because
well, let me
there's
just
a,
lay out
oh,
sort
go
of
ahead.
the summary, and then we can come back to it because I know it's more complicated than
Mhm.
that. But so the issue here is that his ruling, even if the court went with his ruling, what they would basically say to the Trump administration would be, okay, your executive order only is in effect for like what we would consider birthright tourism, people who come to America, they have the baby, then they leave, right? They have no intention of actually living here whatsoever. Or like I know there's some crazy stories about like Chinese nationals literally doing surrogacies, I think, with like American mothers, where they just have the child like, be a surrogate, be born in America, then they take it back to China just so it has American citizenship. There's all sorts of crazy shit. This is all like, I think this should all be illegal. It should not account. They should not have citizenship. So I agree that that's insane. But that was his argument. He says in his opinion, it's in the footnotes though, so maybe that's another reason why
Mhm.
people didn't necessarily focus on it. He says that there are arguments both against and in favor of the concept of whether someone comes to the country illegally if they have the intention to live here permanently, even if they come illegally, or are they considered domiciled in the country? And he says there are both arguments in favor and against that, but he's not going to address that at this time in that opinion. So
Which
that would
footnote?
still mean,
Which
so,
footnote are you referring to, by the way?
huh?
Which footnote are you referring to?
I'd have to go. I can go look in a
Okay.
second.
Okay, go
But
ahead. Sorry.
but so that would mean that even if they said, "Oh, well, we're not going to, we're going to stop birthright tourism," or Trump could stop birthright tourism, or as you were saying, like the temporary status people, the Supreme Court, even if they followed Thomas's dissent, wouldn't stop the majority of the people being granted birthright citizenship to illegal aliens that the majority of the people on the right want to stop. And so I think that's kind of what's interesting to me from all the people kind of reacting to this. They don't realize that even if Thomas's dissent was the majority opinion, it still wouldn't stop the thing they want actually to be stopped. Now, and I'd be curious as your take on this. I think that the reason Thomas puts that, and I'll go find the footnote to get his exact wording. I think the reason Thomas kind of puts that in the footnote where he's like, I'm not going to really answer this question is because based on like the sources of his that I read through in his opinion, I think it's a very difficult legal argument for him to make that being domiciled in America would not include illegal aliens because the primary sources that he was talking about, nothing, they never talk about whether someone's living in the country illegally or legally. It's simply is a person intending to live in the area or the country permanently. And so I think the reason he kind of doesn't answer the question is because he thinks that it wouldn't, and he doesn't necessarily want to say that in the opinion.
Well, I have a slightly different take on that, but I would like to see that footnote just to make sure we're talking about the same thing. But to back up a little bit, just if only for the audience, the argument here in the context of the 14th Amendment is it says if you're born in America and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that you're a citizen. And the question is, what does the subject of the jurisdiction thereof mean? And the Trump administration had this argument that your parents had to be domiciled here in order for you to be subject to the complete jurisdiction of America, meaning that you had to be here with the intent to remain. And that's why Thomas was talking about domicile. Excuse me.
Right.
At the time of the ratification of the 14th Amendment and immediately thereafter, there is, in my opinion, overwhelming historic evidence for the proposition that the people who wrote that did not understand it to mean, and the people who interpreted it at the time did not understand that language to apply to people who were here temporarily. They were called temporary sojourners. And on pages 32, 33, 34, 35 of Thomas's dissent, he lays out a lot of evidence about this. Like, for example, there were multiple times when somebody was born here by parents who were here temporarily. They took the kids back to Europe, and then they asked the administration, this is like 1878, can our child get a passport since he was born in America? And they said, no, he's not a citizen because you were only here temporarily. And there's a woman, Mary Devereaux. She was she was trying to see if she was going to be admitted into the country, and she was pregnant, and they weren't monsters, so they let her into a hospital in New York to give birth. And then the question was, well, is her kid a citizen? And they said no, because we are going to deny her entry to the country, and she and her kid can go back to Ireland. So at the time, there's a ton of evidence that Thomas lays out that it did not apply to people here temporarily. The domicile question is more complicated, and the reason that Thomas is talking about domicile is that that's how the Trump administration was trying to connect the dots to illegal. Because at the time in 1868, when the 14th Amendment was ratified, there was no such thing as illegal immigration. The concept hadn't been invented yet, right? So the argument that that the text meant it didn't apply to illegals is, like I said, very challenging for an originalist because the concept didn't exist. So what Thomas is laying the foundation for is he's saying, well, you had to be here with the intent to remain. You had to be domiciled here. And then step two of that argument would be it is impossible to form a domicile if you are somewhere illegally. Therefore, people who are here illegally do not get birthright citizenship for their children. That is a much, much tougher argument than the temporary argument, but that's what Thomas was setting up with the domicile point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I know, like, because this is sort of the primary argument is, they don't bring up illegal immigration because at the time there wasn't really illegal immigration.
Didn't exist, yeah.
I mean, because I was looking through it, the only thing that kind of limited, the only thing you could look at before this, that was a limitation on immigration in any sort of context that would be like, quote, illegal would be, go all the way back to the Aliens Enemies Act, where you could say the president could deport someone and prevent them from coming back to the US. So it's like, well, technically that would be someone, is like an illegal, right, at that point. But it would be that'd be more on an individual basis, not like a class of people or something. But I mean, it was shortly after. And the thing that I kind of have a problem with this idea is like the Page Act was in 1875. So it was only 7 years after the 14th Amendment passed. And that was, I guess, the first real, widespread immigration restriction law that, it was aimed at particularly at trying to get, Chinese people to not really enter the country under the idea that no one who was a Chinese woman who was thought to be a prostitute could enter, and no one who was thought to be, have a criminal record could enter. And then I think 14 years later, 7 years after that, you have the Chinese Exclusion Act. Yeah. And so I don't know, to me, it like, I understand the argument, but it doesn't seem logical to me that like if it's only 7 years later, that no one had this concept of like, well, we might limit immigration at some point in the time. So maybe we should like address this in this amendment or address this in the Civil Rights Act at the time.
Yeah. So this is why, doubling back at the beginning, I said, I think the strongest argument is about people who are here temporarily. Because for that one, you can say, what does subject to the jurisdiction thereof mean? Well, the people who wrote that thought it meant political allegiance. You have complete jurisdiction. You're the type of person we could charge with treason because you are a long-term political supporter of the country. You're the type of person that could get drafted into the military, right? There are things that the government can't do to you if you're not here with full political allegiance. So if I visited England, they can't charge me with treason because I don't owe loyalty to England. I don't owe England any loyalty. I couldn't get drafted by England just because I'm in their territory, right? This is different. Like, could England charge me with a crime if I shoplifted? Of course. So that's the argument, is that jurisdiction means political allegiance. And in that sense, if you're not here temporarily, you don't have political allegiance. And tons of the drafters said this. Tons of political commentators wrote this in law review articles right after the 14th Amendment was passed. As I gave examples earlier, the federal government behaved this way after the 14th Amendment was passed. This is all very clear. And I think, by the way, for me at least, overwhelmingly compelling evidence that if you're here temporarily, you don't get birthright citizenship. And that, by the way, that covers 90% of the problem. Because if you just hop the border, you're here temporarily. If you're committing birth tourism, like if you're a Chinese woman or a Russian woman who hired one of those companies that sneaks you into Guam so you can have a kid and then go back to your country, you're here temporarily, right? So that by itself covers most of the problematic cases.
I don't know if that's my understanding would be that most of the cases are not someone hops the border, they have a kid, and then they leave. Is that it's people come into the country illegally with the intention of living here permanently, and then they have a kid. So I don't think that would cover most cases.
Well, it does. What it wouldn't cover necessarily is you'd get into the question of what does temporary mean? Like how
Mhm.
temporary is temporary? And I obviously because the court didn't go this direction, we don't know. So I would just be I'd just be giving my opinion. I'm not going because the court didn't have to articulate the rule because the court went the other direction. But yeah, that would be the question. Like if you're here for a year, are you here temporarily? Right? Is the fact that you're here illegally relevant to whether you're here temporarily or permanently? Is that something that would be considered? These are all things that would have to be worked out if the court went down this road.
Well,
Um,
no,
yeah.
yeah, but I think the problem I think with the people that want to push it through that way without having to amend the Constitution, which I think you would have
Mm,
to do. I mean, I'm against birthright citizenship. I think it's ridiculous, but I'm in the position that I think they have to amend the Constitution to change it. And I think the problem with trying to use even the domicile argument to stop, anchor babies or people who are coming to the country legally from their children on birthright citizenship is that all the like every example, I think, except for one that I could think of, that I saw that Thomas cited in his opinion, like the legal philosophy or the legal logic, it didn't even really have to do with a person, having necessary to live in the country for an extended period of time. It was really more about like living an extended period of time could be evidence that they want to be domiciled. But the philosophy or the logic of it was really, does a person intend to live in this
yeah,
to some
yeah.
sort of permanent capacity? And it's hard to argue, I think, if someone is coming into the country illegally and they say, the whole point is they want to live in America, that's not their intention.
Okay, yeah. So I think that remember there's two prongs to the Trump EO. There's the temporary prong, and then there's the illegal prong, right?
Mm-hmm.
So argument one is there's overwhelming historic evidence that the 14th Amendment's jurisdiction language should not be interpreted to apply to temporary sojourners. And you can quote the people who wrote
Yeah,
it. You can
that'd
quote,
be like a tourist. That would be a birthright
yeah,
citizen. That'd be a student, right? Who's like, like
a student visa.
right. This would be people whose intention is they're visiting America with an intention to go back to their home.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They're not here. They do not intend to remain here. I think
Right.
there's very good evidence for that. Then the second question is, does it require? Do you have to be a domiciliary? Do you have to be domiciled here in order to get birthright citizenship? And if I was going to simplify the argument there, what I would say is, it, if you buy this argument, which is that when it said subject to the jurisdiction thereof, they meant political allegiance. They meant complete allegiance. They meant the complete jurisdiction, not a part of the jurisdiction. And that's why I was talking about if I visit England. If I visit England, I am subject to their jurisdiction in part, but not completely, because there are things that require political allegiance before jurisdiction holds. Similarly, if you're here and you don't intend to remain here, there are problems that the government can't solve because you don't owe political allegiance. And this was on the mind of the people who wrote the 14th Amendment. And we know this because a few years before they wrote the 14th Amendment, these same senators and statesmen were dealing with the Civil War. And they had the question of who can we draft to fight in the Civil War? Because you start drafting people, and it turns out, English Bob, who lives in Massachusetts, he's been here his whole life. He's been here for 20 years. But when it comes time to draft English Bob suddenly says, "Huh, you know what? It turns out I've been English all along. I'm not American. You can't draft me."
Right.
Well, how do you decide who we have complete jurisdiction over? Who can we draft? Who can we not draft? And what these same senators decided is that there was something back then called a declaration of intent. If you signed a document that said you intended to forswear your allegiance to your prior country and you intended to remain here as an American and you filed the document with the government, that was like the pathway to naturalizing and citizenship back then. It was like the first step. If you did that, then we could draft you. You're sufficiently ours that we have complete political allegiance. You have complete political allegiance. We can draft you. So they said we can draft people who signed that document, and that's kind of the domicile argument. We're saying, oh, There are people here who aren't citizens, but intend to remain and have signaled their intent to remain in some kind of binding, objective manner. Those
Hmm.
people are here and they are entitled to birthright citizenship because of their level of commitment to the country. But people who have a more temporary or more transitory interest in the country are not, they don't owe complete political allegiance to the country, and therefore we do not have complete jurisdiction over them.
Yeah, no,
That's how you tee up the argument.
right. Well, no, so just for the simplicity of the argument, before I even get into whether I even agree with the idea of the temporary visitor thing, because I do think that the majority opinion does provide good arguments against that. I just moving away from that argument to the other argument about people that are living here illegally or they're domiciled here or whatever,
Mhm.
to not kind of confuse the two things. Because even in the extensive, the Senate's kind of arguing about the language of the 14th Amendment, kind of going back and forth. I mean, you do have Trumbull, who's I believe the co-author of the language. Um, I mean, even he says when he's asked this directly, he says that if you have gypsies and Chinese people that are living in
Mhm.
America who are not citizens, who I don't believe would have been eligible to have been drafted during the Civil War, if they have kids under his language, would those kids be granted birthright citizenship? And he says directly, yes, they would be. And so I think that kind of further complicates the issue about like what exactly is this jurisdiction that they're all referring to at that point,
How does that complicate it?
because those people couldn't be drafted, but
Why
their
not?
children would still be birthright citizens.
Why couldn't they be drafted?
I thought under the criteria you just said, like if those people didn't declare that, they wanted
Yeah.
to, as you were saying, if they didn't make that declaration, then they couldn't be drafted.
See, that quote I've never found to be particularly compelling because what I find him to be expressing there is that the 14th Amendment is colorblind, which is true. Like if you are here permanently and you intend to remain and you have political allegiance to the country, then your kids get birthright citizenship. I think that's uncomplicated, and I think it's true if you're a gypsy or if you're Chinese or what it would like. I don't think ethnicity has anything to do with it. And keep in mind that at that time there were no laws that restricted anyone from immigrating into the country on the basis of national origin or
No,
race.
but you would think in the conversation, if I'm Trumbull or someone is having this conversation and there's a bunch of senators who don't like the idea, right, of giving gypsies and Chinese and Chinamen,
Mhm.
American citizen or giving their children American citizenship. And it was really only like, well, it's only if they, intend to live here forever and they, give this oath or they make this declaration that they're kind of want to swap allegiances or, whatever, right? You think that would come up in the conversation, but it never does come up at any point in the conversation where they're sort of arguing about the language.
Well, no, the temporary sojourner point comes up a ton during the Constitutional Convention. But the quote that you just read only says, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but from how you read it, it only talks about race. It doesn't talk about permanency.
No, but I'm saying like there's nothing about those people. They're just living in the state. They're living in the US somewhere. There's nothing about some extra criteria of
Yeah.
anything beyond them
Can
living
you
in
can
the
you can you
US.
can you read the quote again? Because I don't
I'd
have it
have
in
to go
front of me.
find it.
Oh, okay.
I'd
I,
have it
I'm
out my head.
I'm control
It's
effing the phrase gypsy in vain, but maybe I'll find it.
it's I have to it's God, where is it? Because there's so many times it comes up. Um I probably have it in my notes somewhere. I think it's Cohen is the one. He's the one that really doesn't like the
Yeah.
gypsies. He kind of is going on and on about how these gypsies are like these transient people that suck and no one knows where they came from and all this other stuff. And he says that they would be included. And there's nothing, he doesn't say anything like, well, they would be included if they renounce, their former country, if they want to be, on the pathway to citizenship in America. Like there's no if about it. He just says that they would be included.
Well, but yeah, this is the reason I've always found that to be not particularly compelling language is like, imagine somebody said to me, they'd be like, "Hey, do you think the 14th Amendment should apply to black people?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, it applies to black people."
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily feel the need to qualify it with like all my other beliefs about the 14th Amendment. Like someone is asking me like, do you think race is the factor in the 14th Amendment analysis? And I would say, no, it is not, because it isn't. Right.
Well,
So, you know,
yeah, but it would be more like if there was like a bunch of, I mean, this wasn't happening at the time, but hypothetically, if there were a bunch of people from Africa immigrating to America at that time period, and someone said, I only want freed slaves to be, granted this, and not people immigrating from Africa newly to have this access. You would think that the person in response said, do you think black people should have birthright citizenship? You would respond, well, I think one class of black people should and the other class shouldn't, because that's kind of what would be being argued at the time.
Yeah,
You would make a distinction.
But at the time, there was no restriction on immigration on the basis of
no,
race
I know.
or
I'm just saying in
origin.
terms of like, because you were saying that you thought that there was other criteria, or you're saying you were laying out that there was other criteria, involved with whether someone could be drafted, and that was sort of evidence of this jurisdictional, what it means to be under the total jurisdiction of a country. And I'm saying in the conversation where they debate the language, I haven't seen that come up. That criteria that you're talking about come up.
It absolutely came up. Thomas gives a ton of evidence about it, so we can walk through that. But where I'd start you, if you're going to look at evidence about the fact that this is what they meant, is the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Because the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and you've got to remember, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 was written by the same Congress as the ones who wrote the 14th Amendment. It was the same Congress. They did it like it was 2 months apart, I think. So no elections had happened in between. It was the same people. And in the Civil Rights Act of 1866, these same congressmen said that you don't get birthright citizenship if the parent is subject to a foreign power. Right? They thought if you're subject to a foreign power, no birthright citizenship.
But they're always sort of arguing what that exactly means. Doesn't seem like they agree what that means.
But what I mean, is there any argument that if you are a citizen of another country who's here temporarily, that you are subject to a foreign power? I think it's obvious. I mean, that's what subject to a foreign power refers to.
Because the argument that the majority makes, which I agree with, is, and we could use that example today. If I'm an American citizen and I get a permanent residential visa to live in Canada, and I move to Canada, I'm domiciled in Canada, I'm still subject. Until I get rid of my American citizenship, I'm still subject to the jurisdiction of the American government.
Yeah, and remember what I said about the Declaration of Intent. The Declaration of Intent said that you intend to renounce your foreign citizenship.
Right, but that's my point. Is that they're in this conversation, they're talking about there are Chinese people at the time that are living in America. They don't have American citizenship. Some of them later obviously can't even get American citizenship, because the law gets passed.
So at what time?
Later, with the Chinese Exclusion Act and everything.
So you're talking like late 1800s.
Yeah, right, right. But even before the Chinese Exclusion Act, there's lots of Chinese people that are living in America. They're not citizens. They can go back to China at any point. They haven't renounced their Chinese citizenship. And there's nothing in here that says that, well, if they've been living here for 10 years or 20 years, and if they had a kid, that kid wouldn't have birthright citizenship. Even though, they're still subject to the jurisdiction of the government of China at the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's as clear cut as you think it is.
So again, you have to start with the first question, like, are they here temporarily? And you'd have to run that analysis. And then the second point, which is the domicile point, which I agree with you is the tougher point to land. But the domicile argument would then be, are they here permanently with the intent to remain? And the proxy for that would be the Declaration of Intent. Because the question would be like, how is it that we know that you actually have political allegiance to America? Is it your mere presence? How do we know that you demonstrate political allegiance? And the people at the time looked for some overt sign that you were showing political allegiance to the country rather than mere presence.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's take it step by step here, because this is so obnoxiously complicated, unfortunately. So I guess let's go to the example I gave, because I think it's simple, the simple thing. I'm American. I moved to Canada. I have a permanent residential visa, right? So you agree, I'm still subject, even if I'm living in Canada, I'm domiciled in Canada, I'm still subject to the jurisdiction of America at that point, right?
If you move to Canada on a temporary visa?
No, it's a permanent residential visa, but I still have my American citizenship.
Okay.
am I still subject to the jurisdiction of the American government?
Yes, I would imagine so. I
Okay,
would imagine so.
right. And so, I mean, this is kind of the argument that the majority is bringing this point
Mhm.
is that you can have people that are domiciled in other countries and they're still subject to the jurisdiction of whatever their birth country is. So it wouldn't make sense that jurisdiction means, that you're not that there's no other country that has any sort of jurisdiction over you. That would conflict with the domicile argument. Because I don't think even when Thomas, keeps bringing up the domicile stuff, it just means that you have like the,
Yeah.
the intention to live in this place and you do live in this place. It doesn't really go into this concept that you've like renounced every other government or anything to that effect.
Well, but remember the civil right. I brought up the Civil Rights Act of 1866 not because it displaces the language of the 14th Amendment. I don't think it does. It was because we were talking about what is meant by the phrase "subject to the jurisdiction thereof"
Right.
in the 14th Amendment, and the exact same people used the phrase "not subject to any foreign power," excluding Indians not taxed, in a predecessor law that was meant to do the exact same thing 2 months earlier. So it's not, I'm not bringing up as evidence of what should supplant the text of the 14th Amendment. I'm bringing up of evidence that the people who wrote it did not intend or mean, and people in that period would not have understood that language to mean that if you are here and you are in fact still a foreigner, like if you in fact intend to remain English, that you get birthright citizenship, because they used language in a predecessor law that was directly to the contrary of that. And Thomas does lay out a bunch of examples of people saying pretty much the exact same thing during the Constitutional Convention. Like Senator Trumbull, who we've been talking about, said, what do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? Not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. So the same senator you're quoted earlier uses the exact same interpretation I'm advocating for in a later quote. And that's why when you're talking about like the race issue there, I didn't find that particularly compelling, because if you ask him like, does this apply to gypsies or Chinese people? He's like, yeah, it could. It certainly could. But then when they ask him, what do you mean by the language subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? He said, not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. So,
No, yeah, but you would think that if his understanding was that you have to give up citizenship of your birth country, you
or at
think
least,
that'd be something that
or at
he
least
would say, or
intend
that
to.
would what?
Well, he said, not owing allegiance to anyone else. That is what it means.
I don't know if that's what it means.
Well, but I'm
Because
saying,
I don't know why he doesn't say that. Why does he say
Sitch,
if
he did say it. I'm quoting him. You quoted him earlier. I'm quoting him to you. This is what he said.
no, but I'm saying when the guy says, does this include Chinese people and gypsies? He doesn't say if they give up their citizenship, it does. He just saes it does include them. He doesn't
No,
make any qualifiers whatsoever.
Because he's answering a different question. Like, does birthright citizenship apply to Black people? Yes.
I mean, that seems
Does it
important for
apply
him
to
to bring up.
Chinese
Here,
people? Yes.
I found the quote. I can read through it if you want. See.
Sure. But I'm just saying, by the way, this is one of the troublesome parts about quoting the constitutional conventions is that, or the
Well, it's so long, and I think a
well,
lot of times they
and people say a
contradict
lot.
themselves
People say a lot of
constantly.
stuff, right? So
I
like,
know they do.
yeah. But go ahead.
So Ms. Trumbull says, no action has been taken upon the amendment. I desire to withdraw it. Okay, an offer. He's talking about changing the line
Mhm.
here. All persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States without distinction of color. And so the section will read, and then he kind of reads, I guess, a different
Yeah,
version.
without distinction of color.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he reads a different version that all persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States without the distinction of color. And he kind of, expounds on it, blah, 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 blah.
That's the Civil Rights Act of 1866
Right.
language.
Yes. And then someone asks him if this will include Indians. And he kind of I'm not going to read this whole response, but he kind of goes over, whether it'll include Indians or not.
That's
and then
actually that was the main reason that they changed the language, is that they were worried about the Indian issue. That
Yeah, I know.
they're
Well,
trying
even-
to clarify. That's like
I think it was him.
most of their conversations were
I
about
know
Indians.
90% of it's about Indians. So if I recall correctly, I feel like he kind of gives both answers, because I feel one part earlier, he's in favor of granting birthright citizenship to Indians that are not affiliated with a tribe that are living in America. And then later, it seems like he changes his opinion on that and thinks that no Indian should be included.
Well, there was the problem with the Civil Rights Act of 1866 is it said that it excluded Indians not taxed from the
I know.
purview
So
of
does that
birthright
include
citizenship.
Indians who are taxed?
Yeah,
Yes.
and
Right.
this was a big reason why they changed the language from the Civil Rights Act, the 14th Amendment, because yeah, Indians who were taxed seemed like it was a little bit of a there was some wiggle room there, and it was a little bit confusing what that meant. So then, subject to the jurisdiction thereof was helpfully clarifying because Indians, by the way, and I think this is compelling argument evidence from my side of the argument. Um, Indians at that time did not owe political allegiance to the United States. They just didn't. They were semi-sovereign. They couldn't be drafted. They had their own little, enclaves. So it was, it was it that to me is good evidence why the jurisdiction thereof language should be interpreted to mean complete jurisdiction or political allegiance, because in that if you interpret it that way, the way we treated Indians makes total sense. But if
Right.
you interpret it the way the majority does, then you need to say, well, it means subject to any jurisdiction, and there is an exception for Indians that's understood because that was historically understood at the time. So their rule has an exception. My rule doesn't require an exception.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair though, like it seems like a lot of the legal discussion about this consistently people do talk about Indians being an exception to all this stuff because the way in which that the American government would interact with Indians would be highly based on whatever treaty they had signed, and it wasn't just simply like a normal legal matter.
Oh,
And I think
yeah.
that's why they were often excluded from most of this stuff.
It was a highly contentious matter.
Yeah.
My only argument is this: we're trying to say which is the better interpretation of the
No, I understand.
language
I understand
subject to
what
the
you're
jurisdiction
saying. Right.
thereof. If my interpretation requires no exceptions and your interpretation requires three or four, I think that's an argument why mine's a better interpretation.
Well, you think well, I would say that they would just be more, they would have just said that, but let me just read this for a second. Trumbull said, because this is what's weird. Trumbull says, in response to the the Indian question, he says, our dealings with the Indians are with them as foreigners, as separate nation. We deal with them by treaty and not by law, except in reference to those who are incorporated in the United States, as some are, and are taxable and become citizens. And then it would be desirable that it should apply to Indians so far as those who are domesticated and pay taxes and live in civilized society are concerned. So here it sounds like he's saying it should include Indians that are taxed, though I believe later in a different different conversation, he changes his mind and says that he doesn't think it should include Indians.
Yeah, because in the Civil Rights of 1866 Act, sorry, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, I stumbled over my words there.
Yeah.
Indians not taxed. So if you're living on the reservation and not paying taxes, then you're a semi-sovereign nation,
Right.
and you're dealt with America through treaties. But if you're living within a state, you're paying taxes, you're living as an American, then you would be treated differently. That's what they were going for with the language of 1866, but it was a little bit. It was a little bit muddled, and there was a lot of gray area, which is why they had to change the language.
So then Cohen asks, I will ask whether it will not have the effect of naturalizing the children of Chinese and Gypsies born in this country. To which Trumbull says, undoubtedly.
Yeah,
to which
of course.
To which Cohen replies, and I think it would be proper to hear the senators from California on the question, because that population is now becoming very heavy upon the Pacific coast. And when we consider that it is in proximity to an empire containing 400 million people, very much given to emigrating, very raspious in their character and very astute in their dealings, if they are to be made citizens and to enjoy political power in California, then, sir, the day may not be very far distant when California, instead of belonging to the Indo-European race, may belong to the Mongolian, may belong to the Chinese, because it certainly would not be difficult for that empire, with her resources, with the means she has, to throw a population upon California and the mining districts of that country that would overwhelm our race and wrest from them the dominion of that country. Okay, so he's definitely
Sitch. Don't you think? Remember, I said earlier, it kind of seemed like they were talking about, does the 14th Amendment apply to all races? This kind of seems like an all races type discussion. Yeah. That
Well, no,
seems what
he's
they're.
very clearly
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
talking about this whole like the threat of there's going to be too many Chinese immigrants coming in and they're
Yeah,
going to take
You're-
control of California,
he's
right? It's a
asking,
very
does the 14th Amendment apply to
it's a
Chinese people?
very right. But
Yeah,
I'm saying it's a very modern conversation, right? There's people are afraid that there's going to be this wave of immigrants and they're going to
hmm
change the character or take over an area, right? They're invading, right? And then Trumbull, in response to that, says, "I should like to inquire of my friend from Pennsylvania." Okay, I guess Cohen's from Pennsylvania. If the children of Chinese now born in this country are not citizens, to which Cohen says, "I think not." So Cohen doesn't think
yeah,
that currently they aren't. And then Trumbull says, "I understand that under the naturalization laws, that children who are born here of parents who have not been naturalized are citizens. That is the law, as I understand at the present time. Is not the child born in this country of German parents a citizen? I'm afraid we have got very few citizens in some of the countries of good old Pennsylvania, or counties of good old Pennsylvania, if the children born of German parents are not citizens." So, and I mean, I'll keep reading, but he doesn't, there's no distinction here about like anyone renouncing citizenship. He's just saying if they're from here and they have
yeah.
children here, aren't they citizens?
And but then you can add to that other language that these same gentlemen said. So Senator Trumbull, as I said earlier, what do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? Not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. Senator Howard, and I'm reading from Thomas's opinion, dissent. Sorry, Senator Howard said, would not, of course, that the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, quote, would not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. And shortly before the Citizenship Clause was introduced, Senator William Fesden, a supporter of the amendment, explained that persons may be born in the United States and not be citizens of the United States, and then gave the example of a person who is born here of parents abroad temporarily in this country. Right. So, and there's many more examples that you could bring up. So that at the time, the concept of people who were here temporarily, temporary sojourners, was generally amongst many of the people who were passing the amendment understood to be excluded from this category. And beyond that, you can then look at what did the leading legal scholars say about this same issue. Henry Campbell Black, the author of Black's Law Dictionary, had a constitutional treatise, and he said temporary sojourners, and around the time the amendment, were excluded. Yale Law Review had an article which said that temporary sojourners were excluded. And I'm doing this from memory because I can't pull up my notes for some reason on my end, but there were many, many more who had this exact same conclusion. And then you get into the executive practice in the 1870s, where there were notable examples, and I gave two earlier about Mary Devereaux, but there were others, where the executive branch, when asked if somebody who was here temporarily, if their kid got birthright citizenship, said no. And then it wasn't really until the 1920s or 1940s that there started to be a uniform practice of giving birthright citizenship to the children of people who were here temporarily. So that understanding of the language did not develop at the time it was passed, which is the originalist inquiry. That understanding of the language developed much, much later, in like somewhere around the Woodrow Wilson FDR era. Somewhere in that time period is when people started understanding the language in that way. So if you're asking what did it originally mean, I think it originally meant that if you were here at minimum, if you were here temporarily, this didn't apply to you.
So to be clear, I'm not saying that I'm not even really addressing I'm not addressing the sojourner versus domicile question. The thing I was addressing very specifically was just the idea that for a person to transform from a sojourner
Mhm.
to someone who's domiciled here is that they have to renounce their citizenship. I haven't seen that discussed by any of these senators at any point. And in the sources that Thomas links in his opinion, I haven't seen anyone even bring that forward, that that's a requirement to be domiciled. That's
Yeah,
the only thing I'm talking about.
yeah, that argument was advanced primarily by a legal scholar named Amy Swearer, who was cited heavily by Thomas. She was also cited heavily in Ted Cruz's amicus brief, and she was the kind of the proponent of this argument that about the notice of intent. But again, the reason I'm talking about temporary sojourners
Well, no,
is
but what I think that's important when like when Thomas keeps citing these, what it means to be domiciled, and he keeps citing sources from the 1800s and sometimes from the 1700s. Like that's kind of where the legal philosophy is that he's pointing to for the domicile argument, and it's clearly based around the intent for a person to live
yeah.
permanently in a country. It doesn't really speak to the concept of denouncing the country that they're from or the allegiance of their country that they're from. And I think that was the big problem that the majority opinion had,
Yeah.
and they even say that with Thomas's dissent, is to say, well, you can be domiciled in any country and still be under the jurisdiction of your birth country. And he
Well,
didn't, I didn't see Thomas really address that in his dissent.
well, you what you have to do in order to get, like, I guess the question I would ask you is how do you understand that Thomas gets to the point where domicile matters at all? Because the language is subject to the jurisdiction thereof, right? It doesn't say the word domicile doesn't appear. So
I'm not even sure I agree with Thomas with the
no,
domicile
but
argument anyway, even though I
yeah,
think it should.
but
I
what
don't
but
know if it
why but
does.
why do you think he's talking about domicile?
Well, he makes the argument that his argument is essentially that based on the legal readings, that it was so kind of inherent in the conversation that that's why people don't really bring it up. That it was just kind of like assume that's what they were talking about.
Yeah, and the way that this was argued and briefed, and if you look at people like Amy Swearer or like John Sauer, like the way that they argued this, and I can skim Thomas's intro and see if I can find a good quote from him as well, but I'll do that while I'm talking. The argument they made was subject to the jurisdiction thereof means subject to the complete jurisdiction thereof. And that's the language that I quoted from Trumbull. What does it mean? It means not being subject to any other foreign power. The complete jurisdiction meaning that you owe political allegiance to this country. Now the question then becomes how can we tell who has political allegiance to the country? How do you know? Like if somebody's here and they've been here for 10 years, but they have a British passport, do they have allegiance to this country or not? Like what's the dividing line? How can you figure that out? And Amy Swearer pointed to this notice of intent, which would show that it's an objective way to tell who intends to remain here permanently. But the domicile argument is about that. We're saying we think that this language, subject to jurisdiction thereof, applies only to people who are here with political allegiance to the United States. Who are those people? How can we tell? And the way that we tell is we look at their domicile. Are they here with the permanent intent to remain? And that would be one way that you could tell that they intend to be here permanently and owe political allegiance to the country, that's the whole point of domicile in this context.
Yeah. No, I understand the argument.
Okay.
And when they talk about, and I know it gets kind of annoying because of like, a lot of these terms, they kind of go back and forth between what is kind of like the general usage of the term and the legal usage of the term. And in the examples that I read that Thomas kept citing, the domicile thing with allegiance was really, it wasn't like, oh, a person swears allegiance to a country. It was just that a person, by choosing to domicile in a country, is necessarily, even if they're not verbally saying it to some capacity, is swearing allegiance to that government to live and do by the rules and to do everything to some extent, more so than a temporary visitor. Even if they haven't expressly renounced the country that they're from.
And this, by the way, if back up to my thesis at the beginning, this is why I said the legal versus illegal point is what made this a very complicated case. And if people are going to challenge this again in the future, they should tee it up as a simpler case just about the temporary sojourner issue. Because this domicile road we're going down is very interesting. I'm delighted to talk about it and quite complicated. And there's a lot of meat on the bone. But don't you think it would have been, if the Trump administration had just said, there's tons of language that says birthright citizenship doesn't apply to temporary sojourners. There's tons of evidence on that point. We would like to say a narrow law that says if you're only here temporarily, no birthright citizenship. Just that. Just do one piece at a time rather than going for the whole home run swing. And then you don't have to talk about any of this stuff. You can just say, well, whatever they meant by subject to the jurisdiction thereof, they clearly didn't mean people who are here temporarily, and they said so.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think it would have changed the outcome because if if Roberts and Barrett, if they were swayed by that, wouldn't they have signed off on Thomas's opinion? which they didn't.
No, because they gave well, this is me reading between the lines a little bit here. So I'm reading the tea leaves.
Hmm.
And I obviously this is one lawyer's opinion. So, like there's room to disagree here for sure. This was a 6-3 opinion, but Kavanaugh agreed with the majority only as to the statutory question,
It
which
was
is
a
different.
5-3 opinion because of Kavanaugh. Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of.
On the constitutional
Yes.
question, Kavanaugh agreed with the dissent.
Yes.
So he said you have to pass a law. You can't do it by executive order. Okay. So let's say we pass a law. So now Kavanaugh's on side. Now the question is, can you peel off Roberts or Barrett? And the majority opinion talked a lot about the domicile issue. It talked the treatment it gave of the temporary sojourner issue was very summary and not particular convincing. It was like maybe a paragraph or two. They didn't really talk about it very much. And they didn't really have to because the argument was so centered on this domicile concept for the reasons that we discussed. But the question is, if you narrowed it and you targeted Barrett, who's an originalist, and you said, like, you wrote briefs that were really aimed at her, saying, highlighting the originalist argument, the originalist evidence that whatever birthright citizenship means, and let's set aside this domicile point, it doesn't apply to temporary sojourners. And that's why there's so much evidence of people saying it doesn't apply to temporary sojourners. Do you agree with that?
No, I think
I wonder
if
whether you
she,
could peel her off at that point.
I would think if that was her feeling, I think she would have just signed off on Thomas's dissent.
Well, no, but because the domicile point goes so much broader than temporary sojourners. Because the teeth of the domicile argument is once you agree that it's domicile, then they're going to say you cannot form domicile in a place where it is illegal for you to be.
Yeah, but I mean, saying like Thomas doesn't even say that. So they could have had a much more narrow opinion where they said they agree that domicile is part of it, but they also agree that at least the facts of this case that would only apply to temporary sojourners or temporary visitors, and they don't actually know, which is what Thomas says. He doesn't actually know whether it applies to illegal immigrants or not.
Well, but I mean, I would love for you to point me to that quote if you can, just because I'm not sure what footnote you're referring to. But the domicile point is
It's footnote 10 in Thomas's
oh,
dissent.
it's footnote 10.
Yeah.
I'll scroll for that. But the domicile point is much more legally complicated and has much more far-reaching implications than the temporary sojourner point. Because if you first of all, you have to really buy into a complicated legal argument about what the 14th Amendment means to agree on the domiciliary point. Like the temporary sojourner point, you can like.
I think they're the same argument, though. I mean, it seemed like in Thomas's dissent, the fact that you saying temporary sojourners was not included was because of the domicile argument.
Well, let me show you why it might be a little bit different. Here's an argument that Justice Scalia made about the Eighth Amendment. And keep in mind, Justice Barrett is Justice Scalia's clerk. So, highly, highly influenced by him. The Eighth Amendment says it bars cruel and unusual punishment, which is capacious language that could mean a lot of different things, right? And one of the questions that's come up over and over again is the death penalty cruel and unusual de facto? Is it just cruel and unusual to kill someone? And Justice Scalia's argument is whatever that language means in the Eighth Amendment, it couldn't possibly mean that the state can't kill people, because at the time that the Eighth Amendment was enacted and immediately following it, the state did in fact kill people for their crimes. So whatever was meant by that language, it didn't mean that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The temporary sojourner argument is a perfectly symmetrical argument to that. I don't need to talk about domicile at all. I actually don't even need to get into the political allegiance point. I can just say whatever was meant by the language subject to the jurisdiction thereof, it couldn't possibly have meant that it applied to temporary sojourners, because the federal government itself, immediately following that language, denied birthright citizenship to temporary sojourners. So clearly they didn't understand this language to mean that, because they had the opportunity and they did the opposite thing. So the people at the time did not understand the language to apply to this. And she was that's her mentor, was kind of the author of this style of argument in the Eighth Amendment context. I I mean, do I know her? Do I know how she feels in her heart? I do not. But I have optimism that she would be sensitive to that kind of argument if it was framed in that way. I agree
Right.
with you. She does not buy the domicile thing. Like if you're gonna make an argument on the basis of domicile, she's just gonna say, "Look, you already made this argument to me once. I ruled against you. I'm going to rule against you again. I thought about it. I came to a conclusion." So you'd have to make a different style of argument.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. It's possible, right? That she would fall in line with that logic. I would wonder if that's the way that she felt, would she have written a concurring opinion where she's laid that out essentially, kind of like Kavanaugh did, where she's like agreeing but for different reasons.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean that would have been helpful if she did. And I mean, this is the odd part about like Supreme Court litigation is that you're always reading between the lines and seeing like what do they think, what do they not think.
Of course.
Part of me thinks just politically, if she had written a concurrence, it would have invited another litigation instantly. And I think she and especially Roberts would like this to sit for a while. You know what I
Mm,
mean? I think it's bad for the integrity of the court to change course very quickly.
right.
I think they ruled on this. I don't think she wants to see another challenge instantly. And I think that is a factor. But I don't think that this means this issue is over forever. I think that they could, like, for example, um, I think it would be very interesting to if Congress passed a law, and you have to pass a law, it can't be an executive order because of Kavanaugh. You pass a law that says the following: if you are convicted of immigration fraud, because by the way, birth tourism, getting a visa and for the purpose of engaging in birth tourism is actually illegal. And the Trump administration just issued a memo that says they're going to crack down on it harder
Right.
because of this decision. So if you are, the new law says if you are convicted of birth tourism, your child, and then your child subsequently applies for a passport or rights on the basis of their citizenship, we
Hmm.
will deny them at that time
Mm.
because you were clearly here temporarily because you lied on your visa, you had no right to be here, and you fled the country shortly thereafter. Like tee that up and see what Barrett does with that. I'd be interested to see. Now she might
Mm.
she
Yeah.
she might say, "I already ruled on this. Why are we talking about this again?" That's totally possible. So I don't want to rule that out. But I do think there's a chance that this could still be a live wire issue with her.
Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll see. I mean, I think with the birth tourism stuff, if they did try to pass a law, I would be skeptical. I think it would have a similar result. I think the court would knock it down. I think it would be, I think what they should do for now is make it so that if you do birth tourism, the parent, you can make it so that the parent's the one that, has some sort of extreme, very extreme penalty
Mhm.
if they ever come back to America or enter American jurisdiction ever again, throw them in jail or something for that
Yeah,
aspect.
I
So,
mean that's the other thing that in terms of like this is more about the broader policy because I think we both agree that in the modern era, birthright, universal birthright citizenship is just a bad policy decision.
yeah, yeah.
That's not a legal argument, by the way. That's just a policy argument, but it's just bad policy in the modern era. I think we
Yes,
we,
yes.
we agree on that. I think that is if you can't change the 14th Amendment and you can't get another challenge to the court that's credible. Another way of getting at this is, yeah, border enforcement and making the penalties for birth tourism like pretty wild.
Very
Yeah,
high. Yeah.
be like if you lie about your pregnancy and then you get a visa for the purpose of giving birth over here, we are going to arrest you, we are going to try you, and we're not sending you home. You're doing like time in American jails. That
I'm kind
that
of
that.
surprised. I would think that the Republicans should really be pushing right now for an amendment to end birthright citizenship
Mhm.
because even if it, seems like a long shot or whatever, I think it would definitely help them galvanize the party in the
Oh yeah.
country.
And the Trump administration did just put out a memo, like the same day. They put out a memo that said that they're going to more vigorously enforce this type of immigration fraud, and that they're going to use I think they listed like wire fraud and like much nastier
Sure.
jail time having type federal statutes. So they certainly are going after that. Oh, and by the way, thank you for giving me the footnote. I just found it. So So this is just circling back. Footnote 10 in Thomas's dissent says, because this case presents a facial challenge and no one disputes that lawful temporary visitors and some illegal aliens are not domiciled here, I would reserve for another day the question whether the children of illegal aliens can be domiciled here. So the point he's making is this: there, um, in law, you can
He
have a
doesn't want to answer the question.
well, no, but there's a thing called there's a facial challenge and then there's an as applied challenge. A
Yes,
facial
I know.
challenge is just like we're challenging the law in general or the executive order. And as applied is as applies to these facts. He's saying there's no reason for me to have to get into that today because there's no dispute that people exist in all these categories. And since there are some people here who are illegal and not domiciled here, if I'm right, those people would lose birthright citizenship going forward. And if I'm wrong, they don't. So I don't have to answer that question for present purposes, which is what he's saying.
Yeah,
There's
no,
no
I
it doesn't
understand.
matter. Yeah.
Right. I understand what he's saying. I'm, reading the tea leaves here. I think that if Thomas felt confident based on his research for this case that illegal aliens would not be considered domiciled, I think he would have said it in this case. And I think the only reason he didn't say it, as that footnote, is because he's not very confident that illegal aliens would not be considered domiciled.
Well, I think that he, when you write a dissent like this, which is a 90-page dissent, full, like really, I mean, full of facts and history and analysis, what he's doing is he's leaving a trail of breadcrumbs in the hope that a future court will pick up on what he's putting down, right? And I think the legal versus illegal point is interesting, but if you got a future court to bite on the temporary versus not temporary issue or the domicile versus not domiciled issue, that would open up a lot of wiggle room to make law that would fix some of these birthright problems. Yeah, I don't think
But
you
if he
don't.
could leave the breadcrumbs there that would say, I got the kill shot on illegal aliens, I think he would do it. He doesn't because I don't think he doesn't think he's not
That's
confident that he could
that's
from
possible.
what he brought in this case.
That's possible. I also think it's a bit of a sideshow, truthfully.
Well,
Like
that's like
because
I think that's the main. Well, I don't know what the numbers are, but I think the Republican voting base they think that's the main issue.
yeah, but if it
I
the
don't.
thing
I wouldn't categorize it as a sideshow.
well, no, 'cause the reason it's a sideshow, and this is part of this is by the way, I'm you can tell I'm definitely not debating because I'm gonna give you probably the kill shot argument on the other side right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem, the biggest weakness in the domicile based argument is that the states and the federal government have the power under law to determine how people acquire domicile,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if the 14th Amendment relies on a domicile theory, then it's a little bit odd because that would mean that the states and the federal government could change the meaning of the 14th Amendment pretty easily going
Right.
forward by law. Now they actually can grant birthright citizenship to people who aren't covered. So there's an argument that they already do that. But if it requires domicile and like what I think the toughest argument on the other side would be like, okay, so we passed the 14th Amendment in order to grant citizenship to the children of freed black slaves. What if the next Congress said, you know what, children of free black slaves don't get domicile. You just
Mm-hmm.
can't be domiciled anyway. It seems to leave open a lot of wiggle room there, and
Which
that's
would kind of defeat the point of what they were trying to do with the amendment.
yeah. Well, this is why I was saying earlier, like when my chat was asking me like, how do you think this is going to turn out? I was like, well, I have some optimism on the temporary issue. I'm not as optimistic on the domicile issue. I think the domicile issue is a really tough argument
Mm-hmm.
because I think there are some very serious problems with it that are overly complicated and not necessary and probably not necessary. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, are those, can you overcome those? Maybe. Yeah, because like the example I gave, you could say, well, the 14th Amendment also creates equal protection, and barring domicile on the basis of race would be an equal protection problem. So actually, that example would never hold because the Constitution prevents you from doing the exact example I raised. So there are counterpoints, but I'm sensitive to what you're saying because I think the domicile
Right.
argument is way tougher
Well,
than the alternative.
if that's the case, why do you think that Thomas's argument is convincing if it doesn't really address this? I don't remember it addressing the problem you just laid out, which seems like a huge issue.
I think it is a problem. I think, but if you remember what I said at the beginning, I said that I would probably join Gorsuch, who joined Thomas, right? And
Hmm.
what Gorsuch did is he wrote a very slim 2-page concurrence where he agreed, he joined Thomas's dissent. So he's not throwing any shade at Thomas. And I think that, like, as Kavanaugh put it, the constitutional question is much more complicated than the majority let on. And I would have dissented from the majority, if only because they the majority took the opinion that subject to the jurisdiction thereof means at all subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Like, if we can charge you with a crime,
Right.
then you get birthright citizenship, which I think, even if you disagree on the domicile point, that's just wrong. And I disagree with their reading about the legacy of English common law and how it applies here. But what Gorsuch did after joining with Thomas is he left a trail of breadcrumbs pointing directly at the temporary issue. He wrote, what matters is whether and by law, their child at birth, have made this place their home and are thus domiciled in the United States. And then he goes on to talk about the importance of permanency, right? And I think that's the way to highlight the domicile issue, which is it's about not being temporary. If you're saying, if instead of fixating on the legal concept of domicile, and if you start saying, like, what we mean by domicile is that you are here with the intent to be here permanently, you are not temporary, you are not going to go back to your other country, you are not meaningfully subject to the power of that country because you don't intend to go back and live there and be subject to its laws. You intend to be here. You owe your political allegiance to America. If drafted, you would serve in the military. If charged with treason, they could prove that you owe allegiance to this country because of your commitment to it. That's, I think, the heart of the issue, which Justice Gorsuch was pointing at. And while I would have done the same thing and co-signed Thomas's opinion, I do think the domicile issue was a little bit of a home run swing by the Trump administration. And if you focus it more on this temporary point, you're going to end
Hmm.
up with a better result.
Okay. I mean, you also, I guess, so you think Thomas was kind of doing a home run swing with the domicile issue too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that his history was compelling, and I think that he was. I think that it was correct to join his opinion in as much because it points out why the majority was wrong in compelling and clear ways with historic examples. I don't know that a rule based on domicile would be like, if you joining a dissent is different than joining a majority opinion. Let me put it that way. I don't know that a rule based on domicile would work as a majority opinion, but if you frame it as not temporary, I think it would. And I think that
Right.
should be that should be the
Hmm.
way that people focus on their arguments, which
Right.
is, to his credit. And by the way, Neil Gorsuch has become one of my favorite justices. He's been so good so often. But that's what he was focused. I just, like, reading the very end of his Gorsuch's dissent. By definition, temporary visitors to this country do not choose to make a permanent home here, and their children thus cannot claim the privilege of citizenship. Because the executive order is lawful, at least to this extent, respondent's facial challenge must fail. And I think that's a beautiful,
Right.
hyper clear, not overly technical argument that has overwhelming support in the history and language of the
Hmm.
14th Amendment. And I mean, who knows? Like, when Roe v. Wade was decided, people railed against it, and then it was upheld in Casey v. Planned Parenthood, and it wasn't till decades later that it was overturned. So I mean, I am optimistic that in 10, 20 years, people are going to look at Thomas's and Gorsuch's dissents as prescient and something
Hmm.
that the court will follow in the future. But life is long. We'll find out.
Well, here, give me a second. Check in with Adam. See how Adam's doing. I'll be right back.
Adam, how you living over there, brother?
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
Yeah, man. Hey, can I change gears wildly because Sitch just left? Just like to
Yeah,
a fucking 180?
what do you want to talk about?
Have you been exposed to how fucking based President Calvin Coolidge was?
I have not. I've not really read or seen anything on Calvin Coolidge.
Oh, okay. So since Stitch isn't here to yell at me about the sorry, this have a heated debate. You got to call it heated for the YouTube thumb. So let's call it heated. Um, Calvin Coolidge. This is my America Turn 250 thing. So if you'll give me like this second. This is what Calvin Coolidge wrote about the 150th. He gave a speech on the 150th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and it remains my favorite thing that's ever been said about the Declaration of Independence. He said, about the Declaration, there is a finality that is exceedingly restful. It is often asserted that the world has made a great deal of progress since 1776, that we have new thoughts and new experiences which have given us a great advance over the people of that day, and that we may therefore very well discard their conclusions for something more modern. But that reasoning cannot be applied to this great charter. If all men are created equal, that is final. If they are endowed with inalienable rights, that is final. If governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, that is final. No advance, no progress can be made beyond these propositions. If anyone wishes to deny their truth or their soundness, the only direction in which he can proceed historically is not forward, but backward, toward the time when there was no equality, no rights of the individual, no rule of the people. Those who wish to proceed in that direction cannot lay claim to progress. They are reactionary. Their ideas are not more modern, but more ancient than those of the revolutionary fathers. I find that to be a stunning rebuke of progressivism back in his era and remains as true today as it was back then.
Well, I see why you like it too, because it taps into the natural law aspect of it, where it's like these are axioms that have always been in place.
Oh yeah. Well, that's been the since the rise of progressivism. You could argue about when that happened, 1900s, Woodrow Wilson or Roosevelt. There's an argument there, but since the rise of progressivism, the actual fight has been those who seek to progress beyond the values of the Declaration of Independence and those who seek to preserve them. And Calvin Coolidge was on my side of the fight. And the progressives have kind of rebranded the status quo as being liberal or in line with the values of the Declaration. But that's really a PR war on their part. Like it is a ongoing struggle. And I quote Calvin Coolidge because he's based as hell and because he understood what this fight was all about.
So you're saying that the status quo is really the regressive position where people don't have individual freedom and individual rights, and that you have to fight to basically keep those values in place, the values of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, this is, when my haters are like, oh, Ryan went like far right because of DEI or like whatever thing they're going to say. The point I'm making is if you think that you can give superior treatment under law to one race of people than another, you are acting contrary to those values. And the fact that you perceive yourself as well-intentioned is irrelevant to me. That's you think you know better than the phrase all men are created equal. And I think you're wrong.
Well,
And that's what the fight's always been about.
I agree with you on the value structure, the value system.
Mm-hmm.
I think the place where we disagree, and this is just purely intuition about the situation, because obviously you're framing it in a certain way, and how you frame it dictates how you describe it. But in the case of describing something as a natural law, I think of something like gravity.
Mm-hmm.
And gravity, you don't have to fight to keep the status quo in place with gravity. Like the status quo just is. So when you talk about natural law, it's more intuitive that natural law is something like might makes right, and that the strong get to dictate their will on the weak, that's completely counter to the values of the Declaration of
Yeah.
Independence and the Constitution. So the natural law seems against that. So, but like I said, it's how you choose to frame what is natural, right, and what is not natural.
Well, can I get this is how Saint Thomas Aquinas defined, like he had a concept of four types of law, and it's useful to frame it this way because I think it makes it more clear. By the way, I'm discussing Saint Thomas Aquinas, so for those of you who are going to be like, "Oh, Ryan's about to talk about God," get over it. His name is Saint Thomas Aquinas. So
Look, I do think a belief in God is natural. I think that's a status quo. I think so, but continue.
So the way St. Thomas Aquinas would have defined it, he would have said there's the eternal law, which is like what is truly moral, what are the rights and duties we owe each other. If we had a perfect understanding of what morality was, what would it be? That's the eternal law based on God's unchanging essence and nature and our relationship to God.
Are you talking about what morality is, how you're defining it, or are you talking about what the rules are of the moral value system?
I'm talking about how St. Thomas Aquinas described it, but
because it's helpful. Just for me, so obviously what morality is a question that people have.
Yeah.
Like if you agree that morality is kind of the rules that govern society and human interaction and stuff like that, if you agree to that, then there are different rules that you can place in that context, right? Obviously, rules in India are different than rules in America, right? They have a different moral set than we do.
Well, you descriptively, yes, but what Thomas Aquinas is describing is that there is a correct set of moral principles. We might not know what it is, but there is an eternal and unchanging correct moral standard, which is based on God. That's his eternal law. Right. And then natural law would be absent revelation, absent, someone coming down from the mountain with 10 commandments, just based on observing humankind over centuries and writing down what we think and being people in the world who are rational and can come to conclusions. What is the best approximation of the eternal law that we can reach?
Yeah, that's the ultimate goal of society.
Yeah. And that's natural law. And then positive law is what laws do men write to govern their societies, which is just purely, as you said, subjective. It's what people write down. And then
hold on.
Revealed law would be the 10 Commandments. If God comes down and reveals to you what the law should be, then that would supersede.
So natural law is just the law that humans come up with.
No, it would be natural law would be the human's best ability to understand what the eternal law is, with the caveat that we're often wrong about this.
Okay. So natural law, his definition, Aquinas' definition of natural law, is humans trying to understand God's law.
God's nature. Yeah.
Okay.
So when someone says,
so it's human interpretation of God's law. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and when our founder said something like it's self-evident that all men are created equal, meaning they have equal moral dignity, that's what they're talking about. They're saying like certainly if those people at that time writing in that document, but what they were stating is, at this point in human history, we think it is self-evident. We are confident that humans have equal moral dignity, that we have uncovered that truth of natural law. It's not like they're not, which is a claim that they have discovered an aspect of the eternal law. That's the point they're making.
My conceptualization of this is completely different, but we kind of come to the same value set. I think obviously different societies play out different value sets that either cause the society to thrive or fail. And the value set that we have in America has really caused our society to thrive in this way that is undeniable. And therefore, a part of that belief in God, I think, is just how we enforce the value set, which I think is important to enforcing the value set. Obviously, if you don't have law enforcement, you don't have law. But I don't think that it derives from God. I have a completely atheistic perspective on this. So You somehow got muted, Ryan. So
The dreaded Zoom
I know
auto
it
mute.
happened.
It finally
It happened at
happened.
the worst time too.
I
So
know.
what were you saying?
We've been prepping for this, and then I didn't notice. Yeah, so I'm not an atheist. I neither were our founders, and I think natural law philosophically works better within a theistic or deistic framework. I have been trying to come up with arguments of natural law for atheists, with the caveat that it's tough for me because it's just not my worldview. But I think if you were going to make a natural law for atheist argument, or at least one that is couched on for you based on what you just said, what I
Well, is
would
this
say,
would this be persuasive for atheists? Is that why it's asked?
well, yeah, I do
Okay.
want to I do want to persuade atheists to believe in the values of the Declaration, and I think that like the core point there is that humans have a nature. We're not a blank slate. There is such thing as human nature, and because there's such thing as human nature, liberty is better than tyranny. You
I
know,
don't. This
the
is a
pursuit of
thing that I think
happiness is
is.
better than like, and if there's a cultural difference, a culture could be wrong. That's the point, right? Like a culture could be wrong in doing something because there is a standard against which rightness can be measured.
Yeah, I
You know what
don't.
this sounds like, Adam?
What's that?
The local objective
Oh,
morality argument I used to always make.
doesn't sound anything like that.
It's
But
yeah, it does. It's so close. It's so
the
similar.
you're like foisting these axioms onto atheists. That I mean, there are plenty of atheists that are the way that you're claiming, but that's not necessarily my personal belief. I don't think it's any of that is necessary. You don't need those things to have my sort of look on morality without believing in God. You don't have to believe in God to see that certain moral value systems work better than others.
Well, so there are, I would say, at least in my experience, a minority of atheists who hold to objective morality in some form. Um, the We don't need to go full Phil, bro. I find the arguments hard from that perspective. I find them challenging.
I'm
Because
not a blank slatist, and I don't know
yeah,
that you have to be a blank slatist to be an atheist. So you're
no,
kind
no,
of
no, no, no. What I'm trying to do, I totally agree with you. What I'm trying to do is cut the corner and give a permission structure for atheists not to be blank slatists, if that makes sense. Because
but
most
that
atheists I
implies that
know
they
get kind
okay.
of roped into blank slatism, because blank slatism is very popular in universities, in humanities these days. It's very popular in atheist circles. And I think blank slatism is like a complete dead end. So yeah, I am
I
trying to,
completely
yeah.
agree. So yes, I
Hmm.
wouldn't bring blank slateism into an argument on morality or moral systems at all. So I do think, obviously, look, even my argument for why God is an important point in
Mhm.
enforcing any sort of moral system is because people are not blank slates. Like, uh, people tend towards cheating, and having an all powerful, omnipotent being watching them is going to make them honor the moral set more than not. So that's going to make
Yeah.
a more sane society, a more thriving society than not having a belief in God. Even though I myself don't think it's a true belief in God, but it's going to make a better moral system.
Well, and here's what's really interesting, because I had the same thought at one point in my life, when I was more agnostic, which was that, oh, like belief in God certainly is convenient on like a societal level, where it certainly seems like it would be useful, right? So you can start, which I think what you were saying, and then later I was like, oh, if you start with the belief that objective morality is real, now many people disagree with that, but I don't. God better explains that than no God, which is another data point. So like philosophically, it works better. Like, because my priors philosophically is that I tend to believe in objective morality. I tend to believe in free will. These are things that are very hard to explain without God, but very easy to explain with God. So like those were other data points that kind of swayed me towards a deistic framework, as I got older.
Well, we'll have to have the objective morality talk because it is fascinating. I mean, I'm more towards believing in objective morality than not, even though I don't believe in God. So,
Yeah, and
That's where you fail, Adam.
and there are some there's a philosopher called he goes by Speed Watkins, I think his first name's Blake, on X, he's an atheist who argues for objective morality, and he tries to ground it out in reasons, which are just brute facts. So he's like, there are certain moral positions that have better reasons for them, and reasons cannot be explained. They just are. I don't find it. I don't. It's not my cup of tea. But there are certainly atheist philosophers who make these arguments for objective morality without trying to ground it out in God.
is making murder illegal? Making killing someone, killing another person over some petty grudge or something illegal? Is that a good thing for society? I mean, an objectively good thing for society? I mean, how would you?
Seems like,
Yeah.
but you're not going to get an argument from me. I believe in objective morality. You're going to talk to some people who would say, well, it's just nested preferences.
Right.
Like if you want to have a society that functions in a way where people are not being killed in the street constantly, then you would want a law like that. But you have to have the first preference,
right?
Which
maybe we'll at some point we'll have the very long local versus universal objective morality conversation that I used to have with Adam all the time.
Yeah, I can stop being your law correspondent and start being your Philbro correspondent.
There you go. Yeah. But I do want to go back to the law.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because you said some things that I wanted to bring up here. You brought up the Jacob Howard quote that I see so many people on social media bringing up. And I was curious because I feel like everyone that's bringing up on social media is completely misunderstanding it. And I didn't know if you were misunderstanding it or not.
Well, I was reading a paragraph of Thomas's decision opinion, but go ahead.
So the quote is, Howard says he's referring to the language of the 14th Amendment. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of person. Okay.
Yeah, and the question is how you carve up the commas.
Right. And so I saw so many people on the internet.com that they thought that meant, oh, well, he's saying that doesn't include foreigners, it doesn't include aliens, and it doesn't include people that are the families of ambassadors, right? And was that your interpretation? Because I don't think that's what he was saying even remotely.
So the quote I have in front of me is, what you just read, would not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I am somewhat suspicious of the ability to determine with absolute finality what is meant by a sentence like this, because I think this is susceptible to multiple readings. Truthfully,
I don't.
Like,
but
if you,
okay, I'm listening.
You could say it doesn't apply to foreigners, aliens, and people who belong to the families of foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, or you could say that the foreigners, aliens, who belong language is all he's referring to one category, and then further describing the category with who belong to families of ambassadors of foreign agencies. So he's talking about the exception for ambassadors is the point.
Well, yeah, that's if you're giving a list of something and you're going to say that everything in the list wouldn't be included. So if he said like, this does not include foreigners, aliens, and people, right, who belong to families, I'd say, okay, well, that's very clear. He's saying those three categories. But when you list something and then you say at the end, who, right, you're adding a qualifier to the previous things in the list. It's kind of like the hypothetical I would give to people who are listening to this that had problems with this, who did see that and they think it, they don't agree with what I'm saying. It's just, here's the hypothetical. Imagine that you're wearing a black t-shirt and a black pair of pants, and you go to school, and when you're in class, your teacher says, all right, class, we're going to do an experiment. I want everyone who is wearing a black shirt, black pants, who is a girl, to raise their hand? Do you, Ryan, or do you, anyone in the chat? If you're wearing a black shirt, a black pants, and you're a boy, do you raise your hand?
Yeah. No, obviously not.
Okay. Well, you said yeah. I was confused for a second.
Yeah.
Yes, you don't raise your hand. So I don't see how people could interpret this sentence as not having the exact same grammatical structure to it.
So I think the alternative reading would go something like this. It says, would not, of course, include persons who are born in the United States, who are foreigners, comma, aliens, comma, who belong to the families of ambassadors of foreign ministers, right?
Right.
So one alternative reading, and I think this is a sentence that could be interpreted a bunch of different ways, which is I did give that disclaimer earlier because it's a little bit tough when you're looking at these things. It does not apply to people who are foreigners, category 1, right? Aliens, which is not, I think, a one-to-one with foreigners. And which aliens? Those who belong to families of ambassadors of foreign ministers. So it wouldn't apply to foreigners or aliens who are ambassadors or families of ambassadors of foreign ministers.
Interesting. Okay. So you think that he's making a distinction between foreigners and aliens, and the qualifier only applies to aliens and not foreigners.
Yeah. I mean, again, by the way, I just want to keep putting this disclaimer in case people try to clip me. I totally admit that this language is susceptible to multiple interpretations. But the distinction that I would draw there, if I was going to make the argument for the other side, is that if you're very focused on this idea of like who's subject to a foreign power, a foreigner is somebody from another country who is subject to a foreign power. An alien is just someone who's here from somewhere else, which is a broader category. Right? So a foreigner doesn't get birthright citizenship in any situation. An alien could get birthright citizenship in some situations, but not if they're the family of an ambassador or foreign minister.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, like, because when I remember I was trying to like go through it, it seemed like, alien is like this legal term, foreigner is a colloquial term. And this is a transcript of someone speaking in Senate.
Yeah.
In the Senate. So I'm not sure if I don't think he is necessarily making any sort of clear distinction between the two terms. And again, I think it runs into the problem is, when people are saying, if you were to say this doesn't apply to foreigners, right, it would completely be contradicted by the fact that in the rest of the conversation, people are saying it does apply to foreigners. And he at no point stands up and says, I said it doesn't apply to foreigners, right, at any point in the conversation. And so to me, the reading is very clearly, he's saying foreigners and aliens who belong to the families of diplomats, which everyone agreed were not, wasn't applying to anyway.
But I guess the problem with that, if you're saying like to give your example, black shirt, black pants, and girl.
Well, I didn't even say, I said, who is a girl, right?
Yeah.
Which is the same thing he says. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying that it would be foreigners, aliens who belong to families of ambassadors?
Right.
Right. But then foreigners and aliens is totally redundant.
Yeah, but people speak like that all the time.
Okay. So then if so you're saying that the phrase foreigners and aliens doesn't add anything to this sentence. It's just, if we omitted them, the sentence would have the exact same meaning.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, like that, this is the problem, right? Like the problem with floor speeches is that they can be interpreted a lot of different ways. And I think when you admit that you have an interpretation that basically renders most of the language irrelevant, that is a little bit of a problem, right?
Well, no, because I mean, like an alien, an alien was a legal term. A foreigner wasn't a legal term. It just meant someone from somewhere else. That's all it really meant.
But the last thing, who are families of ambassadors, would carry all the weight. Foreigners and aliens becomes irrelevant, completely irrelevant. It doesn't do anything in that sense.
No. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Why didn't he just say the children of ambassadors?
Just say, I'm talking about the ambassador exception, right? Which is like, I think people, it was a well-known issue that they weren't going to give citizenship to the children of ambassadors.
Well, if that was the case, I don't know why when people in the conversation bring up that it would apply to foreigners, why doesn't he say it doesn't apply to foreigners?
I mean, that's the thing. It's one quote. We're talking about one quote, in the context of many, many, many quotes. And, I don't think that
No,
what,
but I agree. Like you have to look at something in the
Mhm.
broader context of the
Yeah.
conversation, especially if there's something that people like look at and they say, okay, maybe there's some confusion here,
Mhm.
which I can understand why people see this confusion. I don't think there's a confusion because as I laid out, I think in my example, grammatically, I think that's kind of how you have to interpret it.
Yeah. Well,
But
but you,
if
but, you,
if
but
that
you,
was the case, you would expect him in other parts of this in the conversation, or I mean, because I think these conversations were taking place actually over months, that at some point he would say, "No, this language that I helped co-author does not apply to foreigners," and the people that are saying it applies to the gypsies and Chinese and all these other things, it doesn't apply to them. And he never says that at any point whatsoever. He never pushed back on any of this stuff, and he seems actually to agree that it does apply to those people who are foreigners.
well, but we both have advanced plausible articulations of what this means. Whereas you would say the first two words are essentially, rhetorical flourishes to focus people on the ambassador issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying the alternative reading would be that there would be, of foreigners versus aliens who are the children of ambassadors, right? And that would be another way of reading it. I I agree with you that I don't know that it's possible to say with finality which is right in this context because it's one quote from a long time ago and we just don't have I don't think the information necessary, but it is also just one quote in a lengthy context. So then you can put it into the context and say which has the better historical evidence on the whole.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I'm saying
Mhm.
my interpretation has the better one in context.
Okay. And that's because you just don't find it problematic that the first two words aliens foreigners does nothing in that sentence.
First of all, it's not this necessarily does nothing. He's saying aliens and foreigners, and then he adds the qualifier, who are the family members of ambassadors.
Well,
And I
but
said
but
the
look, hold,
context of
but let me just omit
wait,
that.
the context of why I'm saying that I'm correct on this is that the context throughout this is that people keep asking this question, does this apply to foreigners? And people keep saying it does. And this guy, Howard, who helped write he's not the only person that wrote the
Mhm.
language, but he co-authored it with someone else who did explicitly say it does apply to foreigners. He at no point pushes back on any of this stuff
Well,
and says, no, it doesn't apply to foreigners.
but your reading says Senator Howard agreed that the Citizenship Clause would not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. Okay, so that's the sentence.
Mm-hmm.
In your reading, the phrase "who are foreigners, comma aliens" does no work at all. It's completely dead weight. It's
No, he's
useless.
starting the broad category and then he adds a qualifier that narrows the category.
But I'm saying if I omit those words, if I say it would not, of course, include persons who are born in the United States who belong to the families of
Yeah, you could say
ambassadors or
that.
foreign
Sure.
ministers accredited to the government of the United States, it
Right.
would have the exact same meaning
Yes.
as if those words were included.
Yes.
Okay. So that is certainly a point against your interpretation because the words are not giving any meaning at all. And by the way, in your example, raise your hand if you're wearing black pants, black shirts, and are a girl. Black pants, black shirts had meaning. They weren't.
First of all, in my example, I didn't say and our girl. I said who is a girl.
Okay, so raise your hand if
Why
you
did
have
he
if you're
not? Why
wearing
did he?
if
If
you
he meant
so
for
no
these,
no 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 let's go back. Raise your hand if you're wearing black pants, black shirts. Who is a girl?
yes,
Right? A girl wearing white and red would not raise their hand
correct,
because the black pants, black shirts had meaning
correct.
independent of girl.
But the problem
But
is
in this sentence, the way you're reading it, there is no independent meaning for foreigners and aliens.
the problem with the way that you're arguing with this is that the sentence doesn't make grammatical sense otherwise. You wouldn't say aliens, foreigners, and you would say aliens, foreigners, and people who are born,
No,
who
well,
are the children of diplomats. You would make the
you can
distinction. You
you
wouldn't
can
say who
omit
are. That
you
doesn't make
can
any sense.
you can omit those words and it makes total sense. Senator Howard agreed that the Citizenship Clause would not, of course, include persons born in the United States who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. You just completely omit those words. The sentence flows perfectly. The words literally are doing nothing in your reading. So why
No,
are
no,
they
no, no.
there?
Wait, I understand because number one, as I said, this is a person talking. Okay, it's not a person sitting down to write some sort of long, you know, I'm going to make sure every single word I use is exactly the way it should be. It's a person just speaking on the floor of the Senate in the middle of a conversation,
Okay.
right? And people, I think, very often will use rhetorical language or they'll be repetitive. As you can see in a lot of these conversations, people repeat the same point again and again and again. In our conversation, we've been very repetitive at a lot of things. So I don't think that's a very strange thing. And I was saying is that you would never grammatically say, if you're trying to say that there's a category of people that are foreigners, and there's a category of people that are aliens, and there's a category of people that belong to families ambassadors, you're trying to say these are different groups of people and none of them apply to it, you would say and. You would never say who belong to. The words who belong to grammatically means that you're adding a qualifier to the previous categories.
No, I think what I'm saying is, there are people who this doesn't apply to. Foreigners, because they're subject to a foreign power. See Civil Rights Act of 1866 that uses that language about subject to a foreign power. Aliens who are families of ambassadors, because there are some aliens who do get birthright citizenship, but there are some aliens who don't. So I'm giving you the aliens who are is categorizing which aliens do not get birthright citizenship, though we all agree that foreigners, i.e., those people who are subject to a foreign power and owe allegiance to that foreign power, don't get citizenship, right? Because
That's
an
not what foreigner
alien,
means, though.
well, why not? That's
Foreigner just means a person that comes from another country. That's all it means.
Well, these are the same people who just like literally in that exact time period wrote a law that said if you are subject to a foreign power, you don't get birthright citizenship. You don't think the word foreigner and someone who's subject to a foreign power might have some correlation?
No, I'm saying if foreigner just means someone who came from another country, and Howard and the people agree that the language
I don't think that's what it means.
What does it mean?
Alien means someone from another country. Foreigner means somebody who owes allegiance to another country. You're subject to a
where does
foreign
that come
power.
from? I don't think that's.
I'm basing it on the language of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Those subject to a foreign power don't get birthright citizenship.
I didn't see in all my research, I did not see a single thing that made this distinction between foreigner and alien. And when I looked into this specifically, everything I saw said that they were both often used synonymous, that alien was the legal terminology that's actually kind of the reverse of what you're saying, that the alien terminology meant a person that owes allegiance to another sovereignty, and that foreigner just meant a person from another country.
Yeah.
That was actually the inverse of what you're saying. If we were going to be very pedantic with the categories.
But all we're talking about here is, how to interpret a sentence of a senator in a time period that we were not. And you've presented an argument for a version of the sentence that has a bunch of words that don't mean anything. I'm saying that you could also interpret it to give those words meaning and say, like, yes, it would not apply to foreigners, those subject to a foreign power, aliens who happen to be otherwise potentially eligible, but they were family members of ambassadors or foreign ministers, etc. And it would give all the words independent meaning and would also work with the grammar of the sentence and the historical
But
context.
It wouldn't work with the grammar of the sentence.
Sure, it would. Why not? It would almost depend how much weight you gave the comma. If he paused on the first comma longer, it would work fine.
No, it wouldn't. You would never it would be 100% grammatically wrong in every situation to say, well, unless it's to say that foreigners, you're saying that there's not three categories, right? You're saying there's two different categories.
It's two categories.
Okay. You're saying that foreigners is its own category, and then you're saying aliens is a separate category, and the qualifier who is the qualifier of only aliens but not foreigners.
I'm saying that this is a speech from a long time ago that we've transcribed. Like, what if the comma after foreigners should have been transcribed as a semicolon? Like, what if he paused?
That's fine. Listen, that's fine. But I'm just saying,
a little longer.
When I did research on this, the word alien was the legal term that was more closely aligned with this idea of owing allegiance to a sovereign, and foreigner was just a general term that was not a legal term that just meant someone from somewhere else. And so since we know that can't possibly be what he meant, then that shouldn't be the
Sorry,
interpretation of the sentence.
what can't possibly be what he meant?
That he meant that any foreigner couldn't be a citizen.
Well, anyone who is subject to a foreign power couldn't
But
be a
that's not what
citizen.
foreigner means. At least back in
Well,
I didn't find any evidence that that's what foreigner means back in
I
those
mean,
days.
if we want to, we could do some dueling historical research on that topic. I didn't
Okay,
prep.
sure.
I certainly did not prep to
Okay, that's fair enough.
to come to an independent understanding of that meaning. You said like there's no other plausible interpretation. I think I've
I
given
don't think
you
there is,
a
but
plausible
you're right. We could
interpretation.
do some historical
But can you at
research in
least
that. Yes.
can you at least be on? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're being dishonest. So let me phrase that differently.
Be charitable.
Can you be charitable and at least
Yes.
point out that your phrasing renders several key words complete surplusage. They have no meaning in the sentence, and that's at least a point against your interpretation. Whatever you might think that the points in favor outweigh mine, but there's at least a good reason to think that you're wrong about this interpretation.
I don't even agree slightly with that at all because, well, first of all, as someone who, when I would write, I would often use um, repetitive words and rhetorical flourish myself. And the fact that I would do that when I came to writing, let alone when speaking, it doesn't, to me, the idea that when just someone's saying this off the cuff,
Okay,
that means or would be evidence that my interpretation is
but
incorrect
but let's
doesn't appear to be
this
valid.
is why I go back to your example. Your example was if you're wearing black pants and a black shirt, who are girls? Raise your hand. Right? Every word in your exemplar sentence
I understand what your
had
point is.
meaning.
I understand what
Whereas
your point is. Yeah.
in this, if the actual example you'd be giving, would be like if you are a young female and a child female and a girl, raise your hand. We're just like, oh, okay. Well, not now that these words, it's pure surplusage at that point.
Okay, as I'm just gonna repeat myself.
Yeah.
I don't need to
No,
hear myself
that's fine. I
again.
don't. I'm not.
But
We don't have to convince each other.
okay. And then
Um,
the
but
other example
then
you
sorry, but just to
yeah.
put that in the broader context, this is again there's endless quotes, especially on the temporary point, about how clear it was that they didn't believe that people here temporarily were not entitled to it. So, like Senator Cohen said, it is perfectly clear that the mere fact that a man who is born in this country has not heretofore entitled him to the rights to exercise political power. Sojourners or travelers, for example, have a right to the protection of the laws, but he is not a citizen in the ordinary acceptance of the meaning. No birthright citizenship. Senator, I think, well, God, now I'm blanking on somebody else's name. I got to look it up. But there was tons of people who wrote basically exactly that. This was referenced by Supreme Court cases that came out prior to Wong Kim Ark, the Slaughterhouse cases, and the Elk case. And it was also written in many legal treaties of the time. So, like you do when you put it in the broader context. For example, Henry Campbell Black, I talked about this earlier, but I've pulled the quote since we were talking, who's the author of Black's Law Dictionary and the Handbook of American Constitutional Law in 1910. The jurisdiction must both be jurisdiction in the context of the 14th Amendment must be both actual and exclusive. So if a stranger or traveler passing through the country or temporarily residing here, but who has not himself been naturalized and who claims to owe no allegiance to our government, has a child born here who goes out to the country with his father, such child is not a citizen of the United States because he was not subject to its jurisdiction. That was, one of the great, most respected legal scholars of the time. Yale Law Journal in 1898. But the English rule empathetically denies the right to change one's allegiance, while the United States has always upheld the right of expatriation. Moreover, in this country, the alien must be permanently domiciled to get birthright citizenship. It's a discussion. While in Great Britain, birth during a mere temporary sojourn is sufficient to render a child a British subject. That was Yale Law Review in 1898. So there's when we're putting these quotes into a broader context, you are going to have to then lay it out in the fullness of that context, which is why Thomas, he did give this one quote, but he gave it in the broader concept of a 90-page dissent of the historic context.
Well, I mean, the majority made a point, which I think is a fair point, which is that a lot of the arguments about, being domiciled and sort of these sorts of arguments, they said that those arguments came into being or were emphasized in response to the 14th Amendment and in response to the Wong Kim Ark decision. And so I think if when you have examples of it predating the 14th Amendment, that those hold more weight than things after the 14th
Well,
Amendment, like in
but
the 1890s or something to that effect.
Wong Kim Ark was in the 1890s. The 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868.
Right. I'm saying the
Right?
last one you read was like 1890 something.
But
So
in between those two periods, like what happened that these these legal commentators were reacting to? Like,
they didn't like the 14th Amendment being interpreted to give birthright citizenship
well,
blanketly.
in just to give this is I'm reading from Thomas on 32.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Speck was denied citizenship after being born in the United States to parents domiciled in Switzerland because they were not here permanently. Ludwig Hostig was denied citizenship after being in the United States to parents domiciled in Saxony. Richard Griesner was denied citizenship after being born in the United States to parents domiciled in Germany. Frederick de Bory was denied citizenship after being born in the United States to parents domiciled in Austria. The child of a woman named Mary Devereaux was denied citizenship after being born in the United States in 1889.
Yeah, that was the boat you were talking about
Yeah,
earlier.
the boat example I was talking about. So what these legal commentators are talking about is that in 1868, the 14th was passed. It was passed by the same people who did the law in 1866, which had this exception for people who were subject to a foreign power. And then, in fact, the federal government interpreted it that way immediately afterwards in the next 10 years, denying citizenship to people who were here temporarily because they did not intend to remain. They didn't have enough political allegiance. And these commentators noticed that and wrote, yeah, the law in America seems to be different than the law in Britain in this regard. If you're only here temporarily, it doesn't count for you.
So, yeah, unfortunately, as I told you, I was going through this I was going through Thomas's thing very slow because I was going and reading a lot of the things he was sourcing. Unfortunately, I didn't get to because I wanted to read those cases because that's like at the end of his opinion where he kind of goes through the 5 or 6 different cases where he says that because that would be, I think, and I wish I had started backwards because I think that would be like the most important, or that'd be some of the more key evidence to make the determination about how legally, at least, the courts were understanding the law at the time.
Can I make
if
one
he's right, I think if he's right, then that's actually how it was interpreted and how he's describing it in his opinion is correct. I think that'd be the strongest evidence for his case. So I'd agree with that.
I totally agree. It's the strongest evidence. This is part of the reason why I think the temporary point is so strong compared to the other arguments. And I encourage you to look at them. I want to clarify one thing because Wick got upset with me when I was talking with him about this. But these were not court cases. These were families. Their kid was born here. They went back to, like, let's say Switzerland or Germany or wherever, and then they would write a letter to the government and the Secretary of State, for example, and they say like, "Oh, I was born there. Can my child be a citizen and have a passport because he was born in the country?" And the Secretary of State would just be like, "No." And there was not it wasn't the modern world, like litigating.
Right.
From like you're in Switzerland, you're litigating across the seas in America, a court case. Realistically, these are just, it's not.
Sure.
The world was not
well, that's an
connected
important
or
distinction.
litigious.
That's
But
I'm
yeah,
glad you said that because it's important.
This was executive practice, not court cases.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that is an important distinction to look into and to read because I mean, I think it holds weight, but obviously that holds less weight than if it was like actually adjudicated in a court and they kind of looked through and everything.
Well, but this is where it gets tricky, right? Because there were Supreme Court cases that have language that supports this reading of the 14th Amendment, but then in Wong Kim Ark in 1898, the court said that those were dicta and not necessarily governing law. Like, for example,
they were right. I know the case, it was a slaughterhouse case, right?
Yeah.
But that was correct to say that because the comment about it only applying to, I forget the exact language they used, but I don't remember if it was domiciled or people living here, whatever the language was. It wasn't the fact of the case. It wasn't being adjudicated. It just kind of like something, it was like a kind of offhanded comment that wasn't, talked about in the case. So I think that's fair to bring that up.
But by that logic, Wong Kim Ark was about a person whose parents were domiciled here legally.
Right.
And that was, so if we're going to apply that standard, than all of Wong Kim Ark's statements about somebody who was born here who was not necessarily domiciled here legally with the intent to remain like Wong Kim Ark's parents were, would also be dicta.
No one.
Why not?
Because, and this, I did have a problem. When I was reading through some of Thomas's opinion and kind of look at some of the sources, I do feel like he plays a little fast and loose sometimes with how he describes things. And one of those things I felt like was the Wong Kim arc. Because he said, he said the court reasons that dicta and Wong Kim arc settled the meaning of the clause, but Wong Kim arc itself emphasized that its holding was limited to persons domiciled in the United States.
Yeah.
That's an interpretation.
No.
The way he sort of, well,
no.
it kind of, no, it is. Because the way he's kind of phrasing that, it makes it sound like the court said, only in the case of a person domiciled in the United States does this apply. And that's not really what they said.
Can I read you what they said? Because I think they were very clear about this.
No, because I think I know where we're going to go here. Okay. Because they do bring up the fact that Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled throughout it. And then at the very end, which I'm assuming is what you're going to read, they do give the sentence that would be closest aligned to what Thomas says about the fact that they're domiciled there. But when you read through the legal logic of the case, like 99% of the logic that they're giving has nothing to do with the fact that the parents are domiciled whatsoever.
Yeah.
But so that's why I'm saying it wouldn't be dicta. If they're laying down all this legal logic that has nothing to do, it doesn't even matter whether the parents are domiciled or not, then that's not dicta. That's completely evident to the case itself.
Well, here's what the court said, just so the audience can track why I feel strongly about this. The court wrote in its holding. The holding is the part of a case where the court tells you the legal rule, like what is the outcome, what is the legal rule going forward. So the holding of Wong Kim Ark was the evident intention and the necessary effect of the submission of this case to the decision of the court upon the facts agreed by the parties were to present for determination, and here I'll emphasize, the single question stated at the beginning of this opinion, namely, whether a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent, who at the time of his birth are subjects of the Emperor of China, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States and are there carrying on business, meaning legally, because at that time, if you weren't carrying on business, it was illegal for Chinese people to be here, and are not employed in any diplomatic or official capacity of the Emperor of China, becomes at the time of his birth a citizen of the United States. For the reasons above stated, this court is of the opinion that the question must be answered in the affirmative. So when they framed the question that they were answering, the fact that he was permanently domiciled here and his parents were here legally was framed within the single question that they said they were answering. So I mean, I agree with you that their use of, like, for example, English common law would, if accepted, have implications beyond that. But the holding was precisely that, which is why people are highlighting the importance of domicile, for example, in the Wong Kim Ark decision, because the court said it.
No, but my point is, if the arguments the court is using doesn't have anything to do with the parents being domiciled, and they lay out all this logic that doesn't even bring up, that the parents are domiciled. It doesn't matter if they're domiciled. And at the end, they say, yeah, this relates to this case. And in that case, they're domiciled. That's important context. And I think intentionally, Thomas is leaving that context out when the way he describes it makes it sound like, no, this was a legal case. And the fact that the parents were domiciled was highly relevant to the legal logic that they were using to adjudicate the case. No, it wasn't.
The argument Thomas is making is that to the extent that Wong Kim Ark relied on the use of English common law to reach his decision, and it relied on English common law heavily, they were mistaken and they interpreted it incorrectly. But it doesn't matter, because the holding of Wong Kim Ark is about someone whose parents were legally domiciled here. So, and the point that there
Did Thomas say that it was wrong? I thought Thomas said Wong Kim Ark was not incorrect. He was just saying that the court was using it wrongly.
Be careful with how I parse the language. Yeah.
Okay.
The court's reliance on English common law is incorrect, but the outcome, the holding of Wong Kim Ark would not need to be overturned, even in Thomas's mind, because the holding was specific to someone whose parents were lawfully domiciled here.
Okay, but that would be. It sounds like that would be a different thing. It sounds like what you're saying is that the argument would be, well, the court in Wong Kim Ark was using improper legal logic and was wrong. However, because of a different legal logic that Thomas believes, the outcome would still be the same.
Well,
right?
it's like saying,
is that what you meant? Is that what you were saying?
Under Thomas's view, I think so. Let me just
Okay.
make sure we're on the same page. Under Thomas's view, if Thomas wrote the majority opinion, Wong Kim Ark would not need to be overturned, because on
Yes.
Thomas's view, the holding of Wong Kim Ark is entirely consistent with a lawful, like under
With
Thomas's
his
view
version
the
of what the
world,
law should be.
someone who's lawfully here and domiciled here, who has a child, gets birthright citizenship. So Thomas agrees with that, and that's the holding of Wong Kim Ark. He agrees with that too. The logic that Wong Kim Ark employed, like this thing about English common law, he thinks they got wrong. So he disagrees with the reasoning, right? But the holding would not be overturned in Justice Thomas's world.
No, right.
Okay.
But I guess what I would say is, if Thomas said that in his opinion, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But he doesn't say that. It sounds like what he's saying is Wong Kim Ark is the correct ruling, and he's trying to make it sound like the ruling goes with his position when it doesn't really go with his position.
No, he said what I just said. He said this court's decision in Wong Kim Ark concerned only persons already domiciled in the United States. That's the exact point I was just making. The people in Wong Kim Ark, the parents who were here, were domiciled here and were domiciled here legally at the time they had the child. Like that, it's the exact same point.
I lost the quote. He'd sound like the way that he writes it is, let's say, it says it emphasized that the Wong Kim Ark itself emphasized that its holding was limited to persons domiciled in the United States.
Yeah, that's what I just said. They resolved a single question,
but it wasn't.
But that's it. It
Okay.
it literally was.
It wasn't though.
They said we are here to resolve a single question. And the single question was whether a person born in the United States of a parent of Chinese descent, who at the time of their birth are subject to the Emperor of China, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States and are there carrying business, blah, 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 gets birthright citizenship. So like in the holding of the case, they said we are resolving a single question, and part of the predicate of that single question was lawful domicile status of the parents.
Right, but okay. Go with me on this journey here for a second here. If the court is adjudicating the Wong Kim Ark case, and they say, okay, here are the facts of the case. The parents are domiciled in the U.S. Blah 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 blah, and they say, let us look at the legal logic dictating this case, and they give four reasons why, going through the legal logic about why Wong Kim Ark should be an American citizen. Okay, and then they conclude it. So it's only those four reasons. If those four reasons have absolutely nothing to do with his parents being domiciled in the U.S., and the parents being domiciled in the U.S. is irrelevant to the four reasons they give whatsoever, then that's why I'm saying then it doesn't necessarily make sense to say, well, it's limited to that, because no, the logic they gave didn't really have anything to do with the parents being domiciled in the U.S. And I think that's why after the decision was made, other judges and legal scholars looked at that, and that's why they interpreted Wong Kim Ark as giving birthright citizenship.
Well, but first of all, they didn't necessarily, that quote I had from Black was from 1910. It was after Wong Kim Ark, and it was not until many 20 to 40 years later, depending on who you ask, in the 1920s to 1940s, did people consistently take the view that universal birthright citizenship was the norm. That was a thing that came later. But beyond that point, you can write an opinion that has a narrow holding, or you can write an opinion that has a broad holding, right? And they chose to write an opinion that has a narrow holding. They said, we are resolving a single question. They could have written it that said, they could have said like, in all cases, all people get birthright citizenship, and therefore, as applied to this guy, you get birthright citizenship. They could have written that, but they didn't. They said we were resolving a single question on the stipulated facts, which include his domicile, and his domicile was referenced, I think, like 20 times in their analysis. So, like, I don't think Justice Thomas was misrepresenting it. I think
no, but you understand
the majority has a different
understand
view,
what my
but I don't think
argument
that's
is, right? Because I feel like you're not addressing it. Well, maybe you don't understand what my argument is.
Oh, maybe I don't. Go ahead.
Because if you give 4 arguments about why Wong Kim Ark should be a citizen, and none of those arguments rely on the fact that his parents were domiciled in the U.S., okay, isn't that important information when discussing this topic?
Sure.
Okay. So if that's the case, that's what I'm saying. To me, I don't think the way he talks about it feels correct, because if the legal arguments they gave weren't reliant on his parents being domiciled in the US, you should bring that up when you're talking about the case. And he doesn't do that. He makes it sound like it's the opposite.
But that's why Thomas refers to this as dicta, because whatever the court was doing there, and he and I both think that the English common law interpretation is just flatly wrong. But beyond that, and he does disagree, the holding that they reached was purposefully narrowed. So yes, you can have lots of language and logic about all kinds of things, but if the court chooses to enter a narrow holding, then they entered a narrow holding. They could have chose to have a broad holding. They didn't. And his point is simply that they have all kinds of logic in there, some of which he disagrees with and thinks is wrong, but you don't have to overturn the case to have a different perspective on birthright citizenship because their holding was so narrow. So I mean,
but no, I understand it. And I think you can make an argument that, like, okay, and this happens a lot where courts are like, they'll give a lot of argumentation or logic that would potentially give a much broader ruling. And then at the very end, they're like, but we're only applying to this one situation, right? Like, I understand that stuff like that happens, and I think that's fine. And I would be fine if Thomas said that's what happened, or if he just said he disagreed with Wong Kim Ark, because it sounds like he should disagree with Wong Kim Ark. My only contention is he's trying to make it sound like he doesn't disagree with Wong Kim Ark when he clearly does, because as you said, he doesn't agree with all the common law stuff.
He doesn't agree with the logic of Wong Kim Ark, but he agrees with the holding.
Okay. Well, I think he's trying to make it sound like he doesn't.
Well, no, I think he was totally clear about this. I'll just read. I'll read it. You can say, this is Justice Thomas. Okay. Wong Kim Ark left in place the same rule that existed before. A child of a domiciliary was a citizen, but a child of a temporary visitor was not. The effect, quote, the effect of Wong Kim Ark, a legal scholar explained shortly after it was published, begin new quote, is to make citizens of the United States by virtue of the 14th Amendment, all persons born in the United States of alien parents permanently domiciled and residing here. That was quoting W. Guthrie, Lectures on the 14th Amendment in 1898. As a 14th Amendment treatise published in 1901 explained, it remained the case that mere birth within the American territory does not always make a child an American citizen. That was from H. Brandon, Rights and Privileges Guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. The Citizenship Clause excluded, quote, children of aliens born here while their parents are traveling or only temporarily resident. Same thing. Wong Kim Ark was limited to, quote, alien parents not temporarily resident here, but permanently domiciled. I think he was totally clear on this. He was saying Wong Kim Ark had a legal rule that I agree with and that everyone agrees with. Their reasoning about the logic of common law in England was wrong. And if you're interested, we could get into some reasons why it's wrong.
Not really.
But the holding was right. And he agrees the holding's right. And I think he's very clear about that.
Can you read the first sentence that you read again about the Wong Kim Ark?
Wong Kim Ark left in place the same rule that existed before. A child of a domiciliary was a citizen, but a child of a temporary visitor was not.
Okay. Well, so that isn't in evidence in the Wong Kim Ark discussion, in the Wong Kim Ark ruling. That's where I'm reading this and I'm like, that's not really accurate.
Well, they resolved a quote unquote single question.
You can make the argument that well, it's really about Wong Kim singularly, or you have to have the exact same, even if all the logic they used could apply to other people. If it doesn't have the exact same fact pattern Wong Kim Ark, it should not apply to them. I mean, you can make that argument. I think it's a hard argument to make. I think it's a weak argument, but you can make it. But you can't really turn around and say definitively the way that he says this is that, the child of a temporary visitor was not, because that's not clear. And that's definitely not clear within the Wong Kim Ark ruling.
But nobody's arguing that Wong Kim Ark clearly states that the child of a temporary visitor doesn't get birthright citizenship. Nobody's making that argument.
That's what it sounds like he's saying.
No. Thomas's point is that Wong Kim Ark, the holding of Wong Kim Ark, is narrow and is only about parents who are here lawfully and domiciled here and those children. And because it's narrow and limited to only those children, it is completely consistent with his perspective, which also would grant birthright citizenship to that exact same category of people. He's saying the holding is consistent with my view, therefore I wouldn't overturn it. I wouldn't have to. Your point is about the logic, but the court in Wong Kim Ark narrowed its holding to a single, quote unquote, single question. So unless, again, you're going to say that when they said the single question presented is legally meaningless, I think that's a tough position to put yourself in. The court chose to write a narrow opinion. They didn't have to. They could have written a broad opinion. They wrote a very, very narrow opinion about a single question, which included lawful status and domiciliary status.
Okay. I mean, we're not going to agree on this, but I'm just saying from the language, when I read it, and he says that left in place the same rules that existed before, a child of domiciliary was a citizen, but a child of temporary visitor was not. The implication, and now maybe it's just because I'm not a lawyer, but when I read this, it makes it sound like he's saying that Wong Kim Ark is making some sort of judgment on this and is putting into place the same position that Clarence Thomas has on the issue, when that's not really the case. They didn't put in place the same thing that he thought was the case. And they didn't use the logic that he thought was the case. And it didn't come to the ruling about the temporary visitor or not anyway. And if you read Wong Kim Ark, I think it's completely fair to say if you read Wong Kim Ark, that you could surmise that if his parents weren't domiciled in America, it would have had the exact same outcome, because all the rulings that the court was making were irrelevant to the domicile part of it.
And if the court had written a broad holding, like if you read Obergefell, the gay marriage case, it ends with a very broad holding where Justice Kennedy writes that basically, people who are gay are entitled to the full protections of the Constitution, and they've been denied it, and today they will receive it, and therefore, I'm paraphrasing, gay marriage is the law of the land. It clearly was not the court saying, we resolve this single question of whether these particular gay people should be allowed to get married. Right? They articulated a broad constitutional law that applies to everyone always. Here, the court did the opposite. They wrote a narrow holding that was applied to very, very particular circumstances. And that was what the court chose to do, was to write a narrow holding. Now, in the immediate aftermath of it, and Justice Thomas has pages and pages of people quoting this, I could read them, some of them if you're interested. There were, he quotes tons of scholars who note that they interpreted it narrowly, the same way that he did. But then later on, in like the 1920s, 1940s, it became something that got interpreted broadly. So his point is the original meaning of this was narrow. It was subsequently interpreted to be broadly, but the subsequent interpretation is not his problem. What he's saying is that the original narrow interpretation of this case is the one that he's interested in, and that one is consistent with his perspective, though he disagrees about the logic of English common law and would come out differently on that question.
Okay. Well, we're not going to be on that, but the other example that you said that offhand that I had a problem with Thomas bringing up here. Let's see, my notes was the what's his name? Fessenden quote. Let's see.
Oh God. Can you give me a spelling? Because that's gonna be I don't know.
Fessenden. Fessenden.
Fessend.
En.
And shortly before the Citizenship Clause was introduced, Senator William Fessenden.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Shortly before Citizenship Clause was introduced, Senator William Fessenden, a supporter of the amendment, explained that, quote, a person may be born in the United States and not be citizens of the United States, end quote,
Mm-hmm.
then gave the example of, quote, a person who is born here, parents from abroad temporarily in the country, end quote. And then he gives the citation for this. Okay.
Yep.
So I looked at the citation for this. I can't find the first sentence at all. So I don't even know where the fuck it comes from. The persons may be born in the United States, not be citizens of the United States. I can't find Fessenden saying that anywhere. So I don't even know where that quote comes from. The second sentence I did find, and it is at the citation that he listed, but the way that he's describing it, I don't think is accurate. Because if you look at the actual text that he's describing, essentially what you have is you have a senator, Mr. Wade, is kind of going on a long speech about citizenship and who would be included as a citizen. And he's kind of going on, and I'll just read part of it because he kind of goes on for a long time. He says he has a different idea, this Wade. He wants to be more broad with the term citizen. He says, in the first clause of the amendment, which I've submitted, I strike out the word citizens and require the states to give equal rights and protection of persons and property to all persons born in the United States or naturalized under the law thereof. That seems to me to put the questions beyond all doubt. The senator from Maine suggests to me in an undertone that persons may be born in the United States and yet not be citizens of the United States. Most assuredly, they would be citizens of the United States unless they went to another country and expatriated themselves. If they could do so by being adopted in that other country by some process of naturalization that I know nothing about. For I believe the countries of Europe, certainly it is so in England, have always held that a person born within the realm cannot expatriate himself and become a citizen of any other country or owe allegiance to any other country. I think then that the first section of my amendment covers the whole ground. To which Fessenden replies, where he's asking a question, suppose a person is born here of parents from abroad temporarily in this country. So he seems to be asking Wade, does this apply to your framework? To which Wade then replies and says, the senator says a person may be born here and not be a citizen. I know that is so in one instance, in the case of children of foreign ministers who reside near the United States in the diplomatic language.
Who said that? Sorry, I'm having
Mr. Wade says that.
This is a lengthy enough quote that I'm having a little hard time following it.
Oh, sorry. I could send you the screenshot of the quote. So Fessenden asks the question, suppose a person is born here, parents from abroad temporarily in this country. And then Wade responds saying that the only time he knows of that is the children of diplomats. So he doesn't, so Wade is so broad in his that he's not even including, he's saying all foreigners should be applied, that this should be applied under it. And so for Thomas to kind of throw that in there to say that this is some sort of evidence for his case doesn't really make any sense to me whatsoever.
Well, he's quoting Fessenden and you're quoting Wade.
No, but Fessenden is asking a question to probe Wade's point, or to say like does this apply to your thing? And Wade is saying it only if they're the children of diplomats, which isn't Thomas's.
And you said you couldn't find the first quote,
the first sentence. Yeah.
Where did you look for it?
In this conversation.
I'm saying what document were you looking at?
It was the one linked.
Well, nothing's linked, so.
I mean, cited.
Yeah. So which document were you looking at?
I'm trying to pull up the link here for a sec. Because unfortunately, all this stuff is in this horrible to comb through. It was a Congressional Globe, Congress 39, Session 1, Volume 36, Part 3, 1866.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, because it's idded to the Congressional Globe at 2769. I do not have a copy of the Congressional Globe handy,
I can send
by
it
the
to
way.
you.
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
But and also, by the way, I've got like 5:10, and then I got to go do dinner with the kids.
That's fair.
But,
listen, you don't have to go through all this.
Yeah, but I take your point is that you just don't, you think this was he cherry picked the quote. Is that the point you're making?
I feel like very often he'll take a selection of a quote that kind of out of context sounds like it supports his position, but then when you read it, you're like, it doesn't really necessarily support his position. And
just in the interest of charity, did you do the same thing with the majority?
Not as much, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll find that like one of the dangers of like, and I, when I'm doing more of a discussion like this and less of like a hardcore debate, one of the dangers of congressional records and the reason that like originalists, for example, don't like legislative history in the
Hmm.
context of laws, though in the context of constitutional amendments, you're kind of forced to look at them, is that it's really easy to pick your friends
Of course.
when you're
Yeah.
doing this kind of analysis. So, if the charge is that you think Thomas was like picking his friends a bit too much, I don't know. I would have to look at it, but I'm not unsympathetic to that criticism because I think that happens a lot. But I would be, ultimately what we'd have to do, which I think would be make it would not make for a 10-minute remainder of the stream,
Sure, sure, sure.
would be for us to go through the entire globe and compare the majority versus Thomas's treatment of these people's quotes, and then see which one we think was more fair on the whole. Because I suspect you'll find that the majority is picking their friends as well. And
Hmm.
there's, a plethora of evidence, that people can cite. Certainly, I think that the fact that immediately this is why to me I find the evidence that the federal government immediately after took a different view in their actions, not in like cherry pick quotes, and that like legal scholars believed it that way is actually in some ways more convincing to me because it's when you look at like the statements of Congress. I guess like put it this way, imagine you were trying to, for the audience maybe more than for you, imagine you were trying to like figure out what a law meant and you're like, oh shit, I found this statement of Marjorie Taylor Greene on the floor. Like I don't know how on point it's going to be. It might be, but also politicians say stuff for all kinds of reasons. So I think we need to look at the evidence because we don't have many other tools to use, but it's a tricky exercise.
Sure. But I mean, you get into the same problem where it's like, I don't know, you could have like the Democrats pass some law, right, when Joe Biden's
Mhm.
president. Um, and 100 years later, they're trying to interpret like, well, what did they mean, right, when they passed the law? So you're kind of looking over like the Democrats
Yeah,
arguing about in the Senate, and then you're like, well, how did the Trump administration interpret the law and enforce it? It's like, well, they're going to have a very different meaning, right, depending on how they feel about the law. So you kind
yeah.
of this is where you always get into these problems of originalism and textualism and all this other stuff.
For sure. But I guess to me, like I always find the better if I have the choice between evidence of like what did politicians say versus what did the government do, I
Hmm.
prefer the latter because I feel like the latter is more so you can get to like an objective understanding or at least as close as you can come to the meaning of what was done more easily. Especially because like as we said a few times today, and I think we've both been charitable about this, like politicians giving floor speeches is not the same thing as a court writing an opinion, is not the
Right.
same thing as a formal government policy. Like there's a lot of play in the joints, and then we're playing like the weird game of like transcription and is the comma in the right place and all these different points which get very complicated.
Hmm.
But yeah, if your criticism is that do you think Justice Thomas was cherry picking, I'd be happy to look at that. I sitting here today, I don't think I'm in a good position to respond to that
Okay.
because I would have to read the congressional record.
Well, I will say it's funny. I was just kind of scrolling through my notes. I did forget that actually the majority opinion they did, and they probably did this intentionally. They did pull the quote specifically of Trumbull, the co-author of it with Howard, who specifically said in that conversation, even the infant child of a foreigner born in this land is a citizen under this bill, which
Yeah,
kind of goes back to our conversation about what foreigner means.
yeah, and there's going to be, if we're going to, there's a ton of other quotes that you can go the other direction. This is why
Okay.
Thomas has a 90-page dissent, which is,
Right.
but I guess the ultimate point is, if you engage in critical analysis of all the citations in Thomas's dissent,
Hmm.
but don't do the same thing to the majority,
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
then you come to the
You're
conclusion
gonna
that
get
you
a
prefer, yeah,
one-sided
yeah,
interpretation, sure.
your method has led to an inevitable conclusion, as I guess what I would say.
Yeah,
But I appreciate the conversation as always, guys. I do need to see my kids tonight, so I'm gonna have to bounce.
that's listen, that's
You
fair. Okay,
mind if I plug my shit?
go for it.
All right. So Natural Law Drive Mullally, come by the YouTube channel. But big announcement. For those of you who have been not under a rock, Tyler Robinson, the accused murderer of Charlie Kirk, is having a preliminary hearing tomorrow. So
Oh wow.
this is the probable cause hearing. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's the hearing at which the government presents It's evidence that there's probable cause to believe that Tyler Robinson committed this crime. I'm going to be going on Andrew Wilson's stream tomorrow at 9 Mountain Time, which I believe is 11 Eastern Time, and we're going to be covering the entire preliminary hearing. So if you want to see some legal content, if you want to see what happened with Charlie Kirk, you're going to get like 8 hours of us looking at this courtroom tomorrow, and that'll be me and Andrew Wilson both on his stream and on mine. Come
Yeah,
on
but the
by.
problem is obviously it wasn't Tyler Robinson, it was Israel.
I mean,
They were really the ones behind it, right? That's what
look,
Candace is telling me.
Look, I'm just asking questions. I'm
Yeah,
just asking
exactly.
questions. I'm like, can you prove to me that it wasn't an exploding microphone planted by the Jews? Can you prove that to me, Sitch?
I can't.
Oh my
can't,
God.
no.
Look, he admitted it. He
I
can't
know.
prove it. He can't prove it. Oh, see,
I mean, I
Sitch?
might have been there that day. Who knows, right? I can't prove I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and look, I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking suggestive questions
Right.
constantly, right? Yeah,
Yes. Thank you, Tucker.
it's fucking wild. It's
I
fucking
know.
wild. I reviewed this guy Baron Coleman, who's like Candace's orbiter, who's a
Mhm.
lawyer, and I reviewed some of his content to prep for this. I did it on stream, and like, holy shit, the level of brain rot is crazy. Like, if the point was merely the government has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and they haven't yet because the trial hasn't started, that would be a fine thing to say, but you couldn't make 180 episodes of your podcast about it.
Right.
You know, it's like, you know, he's out there being like, you can't convince me. You can't convince me it wasn't a microphone that blew up. You can't convince me. It's like, Jesus Christ, my guy. This is a lot.
It's so disturbing. I mean, so much of it to me just is like very clearly these people, you know, they find that there's an audience of people who want to believe conspiracies, that an audience of people who want to blame the Jews or Israel for everything. And so they kind of like throw out, you know, they kind of make those original positions, and then they're just going to double, triple, quadruple down no matter what comes out, just because their audience captured, just because they want to make money.
Oh yeah, I mean, and look, it's a particular Venn diagram, right? Where it's like there are people who just love the conspiracy theory and the gossip angle and this
Yeah.
whole thing. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a trial. We're going to find out what happened. There's going to be evidence presented. It's going to be like Kyle Rittenhouse, where it's like, oh shit, if you're watching the trial, you learn what really happened. And I don't know, like he could
It's
be
not going to
acquitted.
change anyone's mind, you know that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, he could be acquitted. Like I'm coming into this and
No
trying to be fair, but like
No way.
the evidence that this guy did it, that we've like been made
It's
aware of, it's like
overwhelming.
overwhelming.
I
Like-
know.
Like I was trying to explain this to my wife, where I was like, "There's these people online who don't think I did it," and she's like, "But isn't the evidence kind of strong?" I was like, "Well, it depends. Do you think that they found video of him walking with a stiff leg, like he has a gun in his pants, and then they found someone wearing similar clothes who climbed a building at the same time the shot was fired, who then departed the building and ran into a woods, and in the woods they found his rifle, which was covered in his DNA with bullet casings, which were carved fascist catch, and then they found text messages between him and his lover where he admitted to doing it, and then his family convinced him to turn them in, and his family said that he did it. Do you
And then his
find
lover said that he did it. Yeah.
do you find that to be convincing evidence?
No, it's all a cover up. They're all being threatened and paid by Israel.
Like, yeah, is it possible that he gets acquitted? Yeah, but that is on the surface, that evidence does seem pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, everyone check that out. That sounds interesting. So
Yeah, it should be a good time. Guys, I always appreciate you having me on here. Always fun to go back and forth with you guys. So let's do it again sometime.
Thanks for coming on.
All right. Talk soon.
Take care, man.
Okay.
Hey, man, have a good one. Talk soon.
Oh, I thought you left already. Get out of here. Okay. All right. So you want to watch? We're gonna watch this 5-minute Spencer Pratt video, and then we're gonna watch the.
No. Let's just
Oh,
move on.
no? Let's move on to Sean versus Jenk.
The Democratic Party is going in a very anti-American direction. They're electing quite literal communists that support Vladimir Lenin.
Are you a dishonest son of a who's going to represent the donors? So under no circumstances would I vote for someone as extreme as an incumbent.
I mean, you could filibuster, but it's just a denial of reality.
Where are you at on abolish ICE, Jenk?
So
Do you like? He added the sound effect. Did you hear that? He added that like reality TV, the wow sound effect.
I missed that sound effect.
Oh, wait, listen.
For someone as extreme as an incumbent.
I mean, you could filibuster, but it's just a denial of reality.
Where are you at on abolish ICE, Jank?
So
I didn't hear. There was no sound effect.
You can't hear the sound effect? Okay, it's underneath what he's saying.
What is the sound effect?
It's like, you know, in reality show, whenever something like
It should be like a big fart sound effect.
whenever something
just be-
controversial happens, there's like the hitting of like that like metal thing goes boom and it goes
It's very
Anyway.
very subtle.
okay. Actual Just War for $10. Thanks so much, Sean. Says I did a debate 10 years in the making. Holy shit. Absolutely crushed it. But my buddy Sitch and Adam dosed me for this minor court decision on birthright citizens that's even barely news compared to me. Well, look, there you go. That's true, Sean. Well, first of all, the 10 years in the making. Very impressive.
Yeah,
So
wow.
good for you. Can't do good in this conversation. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the $50. Says, Ryan, as you talk to Sitch about complicated legal issues, you will find he has a very good grasp on legal reasoning. I love you too, Adam, but we don't usually talk law. We talk economics. Sitch, it is refreshing for a non-lawyer to get legal thought. Well, thank you. That's very sweet of you, Mr. Ubercross.
Boy, and you really dug in. You did a lot of work. I love how it's like you're pointing out areas where they're cherry picking, and he's like, "Oh, well, they're all cherry picking, so it really doesn't matter because it's all bullshit." It's like, okay, wow, interesting.
Well, it's funny because like a lot of times when you're reading it, like, you know, both sides would be citing the same case or the same document, just and say that they're, you know, it goes to their argument, not the other person's argument, right?
Right.
So there's obviously going to be some level of cherry picking or interpreting things in a specific way.
Sure, but look, obviously, if the context is this particular point was irrelevant to the case, that is completely relevant.
Yes.
Especially when you're making the case that it's totally relevant. And that's why you're bringing the case up.
Right.
You're like, what?
Meme spread for $20. Thanks so much. Says Ryan Mullally has been one of my favorite guests in these recent streams. You should really consider making him more regular guest. Happy birthday, America. And A-Team reigns supreme. And I guess S-Class is good too. Well, thank you, Meme spread. Yeah, I like talking to Ryan. It's good to talk to him about law stuff. And it's nice that we can disagree without it getting like hyper contentious or anything like that.
Yeah, that's great.
Equal Shock, thanks so much for $20. Says, if belief in God and objective morals are better for society than unbelief, wouldn't it follow that reality is ordered around God? Or is Christianity a convenient, necessary delusion to you without which order collapses?
I mean, you could make an argument that order would collapse without a belief in God.
Well, I mean, I believe in God, but you could definitely make the argument that a belief in God is better for people, but still a useful fiction. Like, I don't think, even if it's better for people to believe in God, that wouldn't necessarily be evidence that God exists, in my opinion. Psychologically.
Yeah. I mean, that's a tough super chat. Let's go back to that super chat later.
Okay. Do you want to skip the Brad's intro? Where he's kind of does a setup for like 3 minutes?
Sure. Let's skip it.
Conservative YouTube.
No, I mean, this debate is just kind of absurd. So I don't know that I mean, obviously I think Sean did an excellent job.
Yeah.
But the things Jank is arguing are just, I mean, I don't know how you felt about them. I just thought they were crazy, completely crazy.
No, I agree 100%. I think there's two problems, which is underlying. I mean, the Israel question is like an all-consuming thing that consumes Jank and a lot of people on the left. And it completely clouds their decision-making capabilities. That's number one. And then number two, I mean, part of it is, Jank is, partly responsible for the Justice Democrats, right? And so maybe there's sort of like you've created this Frankenstein's monster. Does he want to envision it as a Frankenstein's monster, or is he going to want to envision it as like something that's good for the world, right?
What I got is, even though Jank says he's a capitalist,
Mhm.
that he doesn't like the anti-capitalists, he's going to completely bow down to the anti-capitalists and let
Yes.
them completely take over his party.
Yes.
Yeah. In a way that he would be offended if the Republican Party was completely taken over by fascists. I mean, he wants to argue that the Republican Party already has been taken over by fascists. I'd like to think that's not the case, but he's literally going to get the pom-poms out and cheer as actual socialists take over his party because they seem authentic and cool and young and hip.
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of how it feels. And it's also just like, I mean, you see this a lot from, unfortunately, a lot of people that are moderates, on both sides of the issue whenever it comes to like dealing with extremists, is that they'll basically say, well, they're more extreme things. They won't ever pass those extreme things, so it's better for me to like side with them politically because we'll get more of the things I want in charge, even if they're crazy. Like they're kind of willing to just foo-foo or shoo-shoo away the crazy things because they just don't think it's going to be, something that will ever come to pass. And that's kind of how like woke shit really took over the conversation, was that the Democrats had that exact same attitude.
If we're talking about Trump's crypto corruption, okay. If we're talking about like making like some sort of law where we're going to deport all black people, I mean, that's a completely different thing, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, look, I would argue in the case of the socialists, I mean, we're getting pretty close to the deport all black people equivalent on the left.
Yeah, no, I think in terms of like the political reality of the situation, in terms of the positions that politicians are taking, it is manifested through that lens on the left at a far greater amount. Or on the right, it's still manifesting, I think, more through the pundit lens of right-wing pundits basically being afraid to piss off the extreme members of the right that maybe they don't agree with. And so it's like, will that translate to the politics of the right, in the coming decade? Kind of the same way wokeness is with the left right now and has in the past.
It's vastly different though when you're in the pundit class and when you're actually putting up candidates. I mean, you don't have fascists running around primarying Republicans.
Not yet, but I hope it stays that way. But we'll see. That would be the concern going forward.
Do you think that's close?
I don't think it's close now.
Okay,
but it's kind of like, the woke shit. Woke shit was not a top down process from the politicians. I mean, maybe because it's top down from like the academy, but it was really more like a bottom up, people, social media, politicians kind of going along with it because they thought it was beneficial to them situation. And that's what I guess I'm more concerned about with, once Trump is gone, who on the right is, they're going to try to like grab all these various coalitions on the right that I don't necessarily think play well with each other the way Trump has kind of been able to get them to play, at least to his capacity. So it's not unreasonable to me to think that there's going to be people on the right that are going to attempt to court the extremes.
Well, I'm thinking the equivalent would be if a open Nick Fuentes supporter was going to primary an incumbent Republican. What would the Republican Party do? Would it be equivalent to what the Democratic Party is doing, which is basically saying, well, we'll endorse them if they win the primary?
I think it's gonna be dependent entirely upon how popular they are. If they're not very popular, then it's very easy for the Democrats or Republicans to say, fuck this person. If they are very popular and they need the seat or they need the position of power, I think they're going to embrace that person.
Nick Fuentes did a podcast with Tucker Carlson, and it completely created factions within the Republican Party. Like people were losing their jobs and shit. People were talking out against it. People were saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. But there was a vocal faction that was like, oh, this is completely wrong.
Like, I think Tucker would be a good example. Like, I don't think Tucker's going to run for office, but let's say theoretically he did.
Mm-hmm.
Tucker is 100% playing to very extreme audiences in the right. Not just like white nationalist shit, but like, hyper conspiratorial Jews in Israel behind everything shit. If Tucker runs for office and is very successful at running for office, he starts galvanizing a lot of people. I have no confidence that the Republican Party is going to be like, oh, well, we can't stand by Tucker Carlson because he's
that's not even remotely close to what I'm saying here. Obviously,
okay,
Tucker.
I don't understand what you're saying,
in this thought experiment that you're laying out, Tucker Carlson would have to have Nick Fuentes on and say, "I'm a huge fan. I watch all of your shows. I'm a huge supporter of you." Okay, that Tucker Carlson runs, and the Republican Party doesn't do anything. There's no fallout whatsoever. That's what's basically happening in the Democratic Party. These people are open socialists, and they're running, and there's no real fallout.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that like with the
you're talking about someone. Tucker Carlson is someone they painted as a fascist. I know a lot of people believe Tucker Carlson's a fascist. I wouldn't like to believe that Tucker Carlson is actually a fascist. I'm talking about a real fascist. Nick Fuentes is going to primary somebody. Why does it have to be a Nick Fuentes supporter? It's just Nick Fuentes. Okay, Nick Fuentes is going to primary someone and actually go to Congress. He's going to be a congressman. You don't think the Republican Party is going to there's going to be a fallout? Like he can't even go on the Tucker Carlson show without there being a massive
Well, first
fallout.
of all, just to go back to Tucker Carlson for a second. Tucker Carlson is saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Okay. He's very extreme, right? I don't think I don't think he believes it. I think he's just a sociopathic liar, but he's definitely throwing out very, very extreme positions to court a very extreme audience. Okay. I don't think there's much daylight between a lot of Tucker's audience and a lot of Fuentes' audience. And I think that's why he gave Fuentes such a soft interview, is because he's aware of that. And then he just got a bunch of flack afterwards, which is why he kind of had to backtrack somewhat.
I only bring up Tucker Carlson because it's an actual example we can point to where Nick Fuentes went on his show. And the Republican Party was like all of a sudden hair on fire. How can you do this to us? Like they were ready to disown. Many of them were ready to disown Tucker Carlson.
Well, they're basically like they were fine with Tucker kind of being, vague about certain things. But if he starts going more towards openly supporting Fuentes, then it's more mask off, right? And they can't really have that. Yes. And what you're saying is that
you believe the socialists are true
let me
believers.
finish. I'm trying to bring it back to what you're saying. Okay. So what you're saying is that for example, the Chevrolet person in New York, right, that we talked about last week.
Yeah, she's a true believer.
Right. Yeah. She would be like the equivalent to Fuentes, running for office, right? That's how you're sort of conceptualizing it, right? I would still put her, I think she's really bad. I put her slightly less than Fuentes, but I understand your point. If someone to that level on the right that was that openly racist or white nationalist, if they were running, what would be the Republican response? I think I do agree that currently where we're at, they would have to be a lot more mask on, or the Republicans wouldn't be able to support them. I do agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess my concern is that,
but look,
is that going to be that way 10 years in the future?
In the example, they are not mask on. They are mask off. They are basically saying, we need to end birthright citizenship. They're saying all the fascisty things.
Yeah, no, now I agree with you. They wouldn't be able to support them. I'm concerned 10 years, 15 years from now, I'm not sure that will be the case.
Okay.
Right? It's kind of like in 2016, a lot of the people supporting woke stuff, a lot of the Democrats, they weren't socialist, or they were kind of more, because Bernie Sanders, right? But they're more kind of mask on about stuff. They're more kind of vague about stuff, where now you have those people in New York who are just completely open and it's acceptable and it's crazy. So I'm like, well, what is 10 years going to look like for the right, considering the trajectory the online right's going? I don't know. I hope it doesn't go in that direction, but I'm not going to be certain.
The left and the right feed one another. I just think so. Now we've got 4 of these people are going to be congressmen because there's a new one in Colorado.
Right. Yeah.
This makes people on the right think, okay, well, we do need more fascist Congress people to be able to compete with these people.
Yes, sure.
So
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I'm worried about. Yes, that's terrible.
my whole point is, you've got people like Jank, who's not going to say a word about this, who's going to basically say, oh, well, they're authentic and they just want universal health care, even though they are literally trying to abolish property rights. And they
100%.
all
100%,
hate white people. They all sign off on racist bills that want some sort of grievance against white people.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's fucking terrible.
No, I think I agree with everything you're saying. I think Jank is being willfully ignorant or delusional about the situation just because he thinks that there's some sort of common cause ground that, he can get in bed with these people. And it's a horrible mistake to go down that pathway.
And it gives him no moral leg to stand on when he wants to wag his finger at Republicans.
No.
Sean Fitzgerald, and founder of the Young Turks and progressive commentator Cenk Uygur. Guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, Cenk, I'll come to you first. I think you have a probably very different views than me on this issue and many issues, and that's why I wanted you here. That's what we're all about, is that exchange. So when you look at these three rising star candidates and the kind of momentum that they represent, this energetic, youthful, democratic, socialist aligned, progressive challenge to kind of the Democratic establishment, what is it you see there that you find positive?
Yeah, so I think, Brad, in that intro, you're kind of missing why they won, right? That's the important part. Did they win because they're for prison abolition? No, that's a deeply unpopular position. And no one knows that better than me because I wound up debating people on the left on prison abolition a couple of years ago. This started with my co-host on the Young Turks, Anna Kasparian. Prison abolitionists started attacking her. What? Okay, so, but remember, that's not only the voters barely know that, all the things that you state are not at all the reasons that they won, except for one thing, and that's Israel. And so what you're seeing here, and I'm not DSA and I'm a Democratic capitalist, okay? But I'm still thrilled that they won, not because of those policy positions, but despite those policy positions, because we're so sick of the establishment. The establishment is so deeply corrupt, both on the Democratic and Republican side. And so Israel's...
See, his dismissal of prison abolitionism is just deeply naive. Like very, very fucking naive.
Yes.
And it doesn't understand how democracy works either, because it's the bottom-up process. And you have all of these young kids today that do believe in prison abolitionists, and they're the ones that are going to be voting for these fucking maniacs.
Yeah. And I think the thing that he's not really addressing here is that, sure, is it likely that in New York that they're going to have full-on prison abolition? No, that's not likely, at least in the next few years or something, right? But if you have a bunch of people who believe in prison abolition, are they going to start advocating for things to be softer and softer on crime? Are they going to keep doing things that are going to push the Overton window more and more in that direction? Of course. Right. Yep. And so that's going to have all sorts of detrimental effects. Even if you're not full-blown prison abolition, if you're just softer and softer and softer on crime, that's how this works. You elect someone who could have very extreme views, and they can't snap their fingers and have those extreme views come into practice, but they're going to start pushing things in that direction, and that's probably not going to be good.
California pushed through a bunch of those soft on crime policies, and it was horrific. It was horrific.
Well, exactly. Like so much, and this is what's really disturbing to me, as a lot of the woke stuff became very prominent, and I would get more involved in researching this stuff, is that you would see even these institutions that would kind of claim to be very moderate in terms of prison reform and things of that nature, the more you kind of dug into them and the more you saw them react to the far left sort of things, you found out that no, actually the people that are involved in this are very extreme in their beliefs. They're just kind of mask on and they're just pushing a moderate version because they know that's more socially acceptable.
Yep.
tip of the iceberg. It's not the whole iceberg. It just shows you if you get bribed by the Israeli lobby, you'll serve the Israeli lobby. You get bribed by Big Pharma, you'll serve Big Pharma. And the list goes on, and they all get bribed. So these guys, these three, raised their hands and said, we're not going to get bribed. We're not going to take corporate PAC money, and we're not going to take foreign government money. And the vote.
This fucking drives me crazy. It drives me crazy because it's like, okay, 90% of their policy goals are pure fucking cancer that I disagree with. But hey, they hate the Jews. What the fuck? I gotta throw Jew haters, gotta throw my lot in with them.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? This is what passes for deeply serious on the Democratic side here.
2028.
Pardon me while I laugh my ass off.
Yeah, it was funny. We were having this conversation before the stream about like how prominent is Israel going to be in 2028? Right? I mean, you think it's going to be very prominent, and I was kind of like, I don't know. It could be very prominent. Maybe it won't be.
Well, you were arguing it was going to go away. I'm saying it's here for 20
I didn't say it was going
years.
to go away. I said I didn't know what it would be like in 2028. I mean,
I'm putting my flag down. This is going to be here for 20 years. It's going to be exactly like climate change. It's never going to go anywhere. All of these kids are going to remember it as, oh yeah, those were my glory days in college. This is here to stay.
That's a
free
very
Palestine.
good point. That's a very convincing argument.
These people are going to be hippies. They're going to be 40-year-old hippies. They're going to be in Congress.
Did you see? Was it Chris Cuomo's the pundit, right? Not the mayor.
He's some Chris. Yeah. Well, I don't know what
Yeah.
Cuomo you're talking about, but
Chris Cuomo, the pundit.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, his brother is the mayor. Yeah. He had an interesting. I can't remember. I forget who he was talking to, but he was talking to someone. He kind of had an interesting point about how when he grew up, one of like the big moments that kind of shaped his politics or the way he looked at the world when he was kind of coming of age was the Olympics where the Palestinian terrorists basically came in and they like assassinated some Israeli team in the Olympics.
Right.
And that kind of shaped the way for, 30, 40, 50 years, kind of how he viewed the conflict. And he was kind of making the point that like for a lot of people his age, a lot of the boomers, that was a defining moment that kind of shaped how they were sympathetic to Israel. And now, like all the young people, instead of having a moment like that, they have the opposite. They have, Israel, genocide the Palestinians. That will like shape in their minds the conflict, forever. So that would go with what you're saying. And like, yeah, it's very possible that because of that, this will be this forever issue that they kind of whine about, regardless of whatever the fuck's going on in Israel, even if there's no, active hostilities going on.
They conceptualize Israelis as Nazis.
Yeah.
That's not going to change.
No.
Many people are going to conceptualize it like that for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And you think politicians are going to be able to go in and convince them otherwise? Oh, no, they're not Nazis. They're our allies. What are you talking about?
No.
It was just collateral damage. It wasn't a genocide. Who told you that? And these are the people teaching the school children, right? Because they're all the teachers.
Yeah.
Grade school kids
I wonder
are
in 2028. Well, I wonder in 2028, like the coalition of people that are monomaniacally obsessed with Israel. I mean, they do skew young, right? Anyway, and those people are the lowest turnout voters anyway. So I guess the question is, how much are the pundits or the Democrats in 2028 going to have to basically kowtow to the Israel first crowd?
I realize that Jank would say that we're talking about the Israeli government. We're not talking about the Jewish people. I have Jewish friends. Obviously, the Jewish people I completely support. But then he gets on one of his rants and he starts saying things like, Israel has no respect for brown people. All the IDF soldiers are murderers. Like, he doesn't make this distinction. Okay, well, maybe there's some bad soldiers. Maybe there's some good soldiers, right? So it just seems obvious. His brain uses this stereotype that they're just fucking demons. Like, that's what he believes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see how you can say, oh, I want to make this distinction. It's just the Israeli government and it's not actually the Jewish people. When you relax a little, that distinction just completely evaporates. Like it's not present in any of your commentary.
Yeah, no, I agree with you in terms of, well, I guess he would make the distinction between like Israel versus Jewish specifically. And I don't know if I've heard it from him. I know I've heard it from Anna. Like Anna definitely seems to be on the position that like all Israelis or most Israelis are just like evil, like as a society. So it's not even just the government, it's like the Israeli people. Now, I don't know. I'll still give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't know or think that that means like Jews in America are all necessarily evil, right? Like maybe that's reliant on whether they support Israel or not
Well,
at that
most
point.
90% of Jews in America do support Israel.
I
That's why they
know.
get so much money.
Oh,
So
that's the
all
problem,
those
yeah.
people are included in the demon race.
Right, right, right. That's
It
where you
just-
get into a little sticky situation.
Look, if the situation in Israel was happening in America, if there was
Yeah.
a town in Mexico that was, virulently anti-American and was like always conspiring against towns in Texas, right? And lobbing missiles, we would invade, take over, and annex their land. And we wouldn't think twice about it. The American people would demand it.
Right.
So under that context, I don't see how you can say what Israel is doing is evil, is wrong.
Is it bad that I'm at a point where I'm willing, basically, I feel like I've been beaten down so much. I'm willing to accede to their demands to some degree. I would be told, I don't even care if America supports Israel, just to stop giving these people this stupid fucking talking point. Like, I don't care that much about Israel in the grand scheme of things. I care infinitely more about America and my country. And it's so fucking annoying to me that these people are Israel first, like obsessed with it, that is the primary fucking policy in their mind when it comes to American politics.
Yeah,
is what
it's
some foreign countries.
so tiny. Yeah,
It's
prison
like,
abolitionists
fuck.
is like huge.
Yes.
Like foreign aid to Israel is tiny.
Yes, it's like, oh my God. And it's also annoying too, because like, and I don't know if Sean says this or someone has said this, and I 100% agree with it. It's if like AOC or someone becomes president and, we cut off all foreign aid to Israel, the people aren't going to be happy. They're going to say, well, we need to start arming the Palestinians. We need to invade Israel. Like they're going to immediately start pressing that we somehow solve the conflict and get more involved anyway. So this entire like Mott and Bailey bullshit where people try to claim that like, I just don't want to give Israel money more, at least on the left, is like a fantasy. It's not true.
No,
They
totally
want us to
not
be
true.
super involved with it.
Yeah, they want us to give up our leverage.
Yeah.
So look, if we do this, look, and I think all foreign aid is evil. Like I say, we cut it all off. The amount of good it does pales in comparison to the amount of bad it does, because it just puts these corrupt people in charge, and they're generally subjugating the people. It disincentivizes the people to develop their own economic industries. It's horrible shit. So look, I'm in favor of giving up all the foreign aid to Israel. I'm not Jewish. I don't give a fuck. But you're exactly right. That's not going to change anything. They want us to like put the thumb screws to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So it's counterintuitive that if you cut them off, you'd be putting the thumb scales.
Voters basically said, good enough. I'll definitely take it over that other corrupt son of a bitch like Dan Goldman, who will 100% sell us out. So now when you see an incumbent or you see a establishment Democrat or Republican, you know that
irony that he's talking about selling people out.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you selling out the capitalists, Jank? Who are you selling out? Why are you selling us out?
doesn't represent you. They represent Israel and every giant corporation looking to rob you blind. So that's why they won.
So what else? The only thing I'll say is that in one of the races, Claire Valdez, her main opposition was also ardently pro-Israel. But in the anti-Israel, sorry, in the two that you describe, yes, that was a huge issue. And I don't for a second discount the significance that it played. I wonder though, like, and I will come to you, sorry, Sean, but Cenk, I get this issue is hugely important to a lot of people. They're super passionate about it. But is there any level of craziness that would be disqualifying that they could say where you still wouldn't be excited about them anyway just because they're against Israel and against the establishment?
So, no, there's only one litmus test. Are you honest and you're going to actually represent the people in your district, or are you a dishonest son of a bitch who's going to represent the donors? So under no circumstances would I vote for someone as extreme as an incumbent, because other than Ro Khanna and Tom Massey right now, and a couple others like Sarah Jacobs, they're right now, all the Democrats and Republicans are in the middle of selling us out and merging our militaries with Israel's. That way they could steal all of our technology. They don't have to bother sending in spies like they normally do, like Jonathan Pollard and Robert Maxwell. So if an incumbent says, I'm going to turn over trillions of dollars that Americans spent on our military to Israel for free, I'm going to fight all their wars for free, I'm going to fund their genocide and make you morally culpable, I don't know anything more extreme, more disgusting than that. So yeah, I'm going to vote for anyone opposed to that. Hey, look, to give you a sense of it, Tom Massey votes with the Republicans about 91% of the time, and so I disagree with him about 91% of the time. And I'd vote for Massey over an incumbent, any other incumbent, almost any day of the week in under these circumstances, even though he's extreme to the right of me, as these folks are a little extreme to the left of me. Because are you honest or are you not? And remember, guys, there's crazy folks down in Alabama and Mississippi that have won that think that the Muslims are about to take over or whatever, all the crazy things they think of, right? But that's because they're not representing New York. They're representing Alabama and Mississippi. And these folks are not representing Alabama or Oklahoma. They're representing New York. So it's not my job to tell them who to vote for, but I know who to vote against, and it's the corrupt, disgusting incumbents.
Okay, Sean, bringing you in here.
If the people want segregation, give it to them. Just got to be honest about it. You got to support your constituents.
Well, it's really, you got to be, as long as you're anti-Israel, right? Hitler could come back to life. It's like, well, he's anti-Israel. So, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on all the other things that Hitler is saying, because he really doesn't like Israel. Like, he has this complete conspiracy worldview now where the American military is going to willingly give over all of its military secrets to Israel, because I guess everyone in Congress is being paid off by the evil Israel lobby. So they're like, yep, that's right. We're going to sell out our country to a foreign country. Just, we're all doing it now. Like, that's a ridiculously retarded worldview to be operating under.
Yeah. Look, the Republicans in general, they're not patriotic at all. They don't care about American secrets. They go to the highest bidder, right?
Yeah.
It's the Democrats that are the super patriots that are protecting our secrets from foreign adversaries. They love America so much. They would never give our secrets away.
God, this is so dumb.
They're the ones protecting us from this. Thank goodness we have the Democrats.
I mean, the idea that either party is going to, like, as a whole, right, they're going to sell their military secrets to some foreign government seems absurd.
It seems absurd on the face of it.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know most of the most patriotic people are in the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Democrats find their patriotism as soon as one of their guys is in the White House, and lose it as soon as they're out. So
that is true.
Then they fucking hate America.
Why shows that?
Yeah. Then they hate America. They hate America. Then America's a racist colonizer place.
Give us your big picture take on these kind of three as rising stars, and then maybe get into what Jack said.
It's obviously a disaster. Obviously, look, Israel has become a prominent issue among a huge section of Democratic voters, so it makes sense that they would pick the anti-Israel candidates versus the pro-Israel candidates. But, like, this is the example of nobody being too crazy and too extreme, and to describe these candidates as honest is absurd. I mean, what's her name? The Chevalier woman, she had to delete like 3,600 of her tweets because she's trying to cover up what she actually believes. When she was asked directly about her saying that the U.S. bullied Russia in the context of Russia invading the Ukraine, she suddenly, very honestly, apparently, didn't remember the context of that, as if we couldn't all figure this out. So
this is such an epic destroy by Sean.
I know. That's a great response.
It is.
Look at Listen, maybe I'm biased here, but it looks like Jank just aged 10 years listening to this response.
That's it. They're such fucking liars. And they
That's so
get duping delight over this. And all the commies and DSA love it too. They know their candidates are lying to your face and they fucking love it. They love it. So for him to come out and say, oh my God, they're so honest and forthright. You're fucking delusional.
Yep.
You're delusional. And look, you should be unmasking this because theoretically, since you're on the left, you have more say in their party.
Well, when
ridiculous.
they say honest, what that translates into is honest about saying Israel bad. That's how that's how he defines honesty.
Yeah. Fuck.
So yeah, the Democratic Party is going in a very anti-American direction. They're electing quite literal communists that support Vladimir Lenin. Again, Chevalier, wonderful pick for that particular district. I'm really hoping the Democrat ends up running third party, even though that might not even work. It didn't work for Andrew Cuomo. And yeah, this is the radicalization of the Democratic Party around one particular issue. Ironically, these people are Israel first. I mean, Jank's in that camp. He's like, I'm against prison abolition and all these other crazy things. But when he sees candidates that are for that, he's like, well, I'll endorse them because of some allusion to honesty. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. And again, what's her name? Chevalier believes that if you commit a crime in the United States of America as an illegal immigrant and get convicted, you have double jeopardy protections from deportation. So you have better protections than even non-criminal illegal aliens in the United States of America after you commit a crime. And Jenk's signing on for that. Because Israel.
All right. Yeah. Are you Israel first in like Sean says, Jank?
So as I just said earlier, Israel is the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg is corruption and money in politics. So Israel is being used as a proxy guy.
And then he falls back to this money in politics idea that it's just, it's the millionaires and billionaires that are just driving our politics. And it's not the 70 million Americans that show up and vote for president. Our country would be so dramatically different if Kamala Harris had won the election. And that election was decided by voters, fucking voters. Okay. You obviously, I mean, this is a perfect example, right? Elon Musk spent billions of dollars supporting Trump, but Kamala Harris had billions of dollars. She spent more money on the election. What happened there? Why did Trump actually win? Could it have something to do with policy?
Yeah, but
this
that's
whole
always
fall
been,
back to money in politics is just retarded.
Right. I mean, that's always been Jank's. I mean, that was the whole starting foundational idea of the Justice Democrats, right? It's always been their position. Is
Trump beat Hillary. Hillary had more money. What happened?
Yep. But it is interesting to see him align the issue he's been talking about for decades, the money in politics issue, which, I mean, I agree with you. It's not the all-encompassing issue that he makes it. I do think it's important, though. I do think there does need to be reform.
You have to have a certain amount of money to get your message out there. I think
sure, of course.
Once both candidates are on an equal playing field with getting the message out there, then policy plays a part. A huge part.
I think to me, almost a bigger problem with money in politics isn't even so much the money, it's the time. You know, if you have, especially like representatives, if they have to, they spend like 95% of their time raising money. It's like, how could you're not even doing the job of being a legislator if you have to spend 95% of your time raising money.
Yeah, but I completely agree with you on that. But Jank's worldview is that if you have enough money, you can hypnotize the population and make them vote against their own interests.
Yes.
You can trick them. Right.
Or just that the politicians will just be bought off and then they'll, convince the base, or they'll just do whatever. Right.
Sure. So, yeah.
But it's interesting to see him even that gets tied into Israel too. Like Israel has to be, an issue that's representative of that issue as well.
Of course. Yeah.
guys. So you guys could claim, oh, wow, like Israel, what a random thing. It's not random. We've done $8 trillion worth of war for them. They've stolen $320 billion from us. They've stolen our nuclear triggers, our uranium, our nuclear secrets. They released Epstein upon our children. And these disgusting fashion.
See, look at this. That's hilarious. They're just completely signs off on Epstein was an Israeli operative.
I mean, is there anything Israel didn't do, right?
Mm-hmm.
We did 9/11, Jay shot
Just
Charlie
are now.
Kirk.
He was on the grassy knoll.
He's on the grassy
Invading
knoll.
Lebanon and
listen,
making us.
You joke?
Mhm.
That's like literally Candace Owen and Tucker Carlson's position is that JFK was taken out by
Israel. Yeah. Well, makes sense.
For the stupid, like, I just love the idea. Like, Israel was so upset that JFK was considering having some Israeli lobby group be categorized as a foreign lobbying group, right? Something that would have relatively minor impact on, things, that they decide to kill the president of the United States, the riskiest fucking maneuver if they ever got caught, to do, just because they're like, well, they didn't want one organization to be labeled the foreign lobbyist organization, which I think at the end of the day it actually was, so it didn't even matter.
It's insane.
It is.
I just a lot of people would want to be having a political debate over the middle class and the affordability crisis, right? No, we have to talk about Israel. It's the Palestinian cause that we have to be talking about. It doesn't matter that working Americans can't make ends meet, okay? What their policy goals are immaterial.
Well, I think
this is like the
new
height of
Trump
elitism.
Is, we talk about this, the Democrats didn't really have anything to unify around except Trump bad. And so it's like, well, the online left doesn't really have anything to unify around except Israel bad.
Right. Well, look, they claim they speak for the middle class, right? Look, they're going to give you universal health care. It just sucks that the Palestinians have to get it first.
Go to war with Iran. Are they going to give us $100 billion that this war has cost us? So you're talking about some rando has the congressional candidate that just won that has a past opinion about prison abolition. Is she going to be able to get that passed in Congress? No, of course not. Literally no one else is going to support that. So that has zero chance of being put into effect. On the other hand, every incumbent promises that they will continue to rob us blind and send trillions of dollars to Israel. That's real. That robbery is in the middle of happening right now, but it's just one of the robberies. Then Big Pharma robs us. Big Oil gets $35 billion a year in subsidies. Why are the three of us paying for ExxonMobil's costs when they're one of the most profitable companies in the world? That is nothing but an unmitigated robbery. So if you're for the incumbents, you're for robbing Americans blind, stealing their money and giving it to big drug companies, oil companies.
How do those oil subsidies affect the price of gasoline? I think if the American people found out that it took $1 off the price of gas, they'd be like, more oil subsidies.
Right.
Companies, defense contractors. So I say hell no to that. So yes, whether it's Massey or Chevalier, I don't care as long as you have an honest opinion and you're trying to serve your citizens and not trying to serve Israel or Big Pharma or some other lobby that bought you because you're corrupt, then I'm going to vote for the honest person. You guys keep voting for the corrupt people and have them rob all of us, and I guess you celebrate that, and that's real.
See, look, it's such dishonest framing too. Mm-hmm. So dishonest. You guys support the corrupt people. I support the good, honest people. The honest people who aren't deleting their tweets and pretending not to be communists so that they can get into Congress. Those are the people I support. It's the corrupt people you support.
Right.
They're doing that right now, and they promise to do that forever unless we vote all the sons of bitches out.
So I guess what I wonder then, though, is it a positive to be affiliated with people. I mean, the DSA, I went over it, and I know that you don't support a lot of this stuff, Cenk, but when you have kind of an anti-Israel perspective associated with otherwise extremely fringe and crazy figures, is that really like a net positive for the cause if it gets lumped in with these people that believe all these
Good
outlandish and
question.
crazy things? And I would imagine, like, if you're somebody who's trying to do PR for Israel, you would love to have these figures to make the face of your movement and cast anybody who doesn't want to. And to make it clear where I'm coming from on this, listen, I don't support sending more money to Israel. I don't support what Israel's done to the people of Gaza at all. But I also don't hate Israel or any support Hamas or any of that crazy stuff. But I think, is it not perilous, Cenk, to allow really radical figures to lead this kind of a movement, lest it just be all conflated as part of this, like, I mean, one of these people founded an organization that wants to, quote, eradicate Western civilization. We should probably separate ending U.S. aid to Israel from that kind of a cause, no?
Yeah,
Great
so look, that's
question.
a fair question. And so, but we don't get to choose that. The voters get to choose that. So if I, get to choose who should be the face of anti-corruption and, fighting against the donor class that includes the Israeli lobby, but again, is not just about the Israeli lobby, I choose Ro Khanna. He's a very reasonable, moderate person, and is very pro-American and doesn't believe any of the extreme things that you mentioned. But I
I didn't know Ro Khanna was worth $250 million. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah.
Well, how do you?
Turns out he's worth $250 million.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to work his way up to try to reach Trump levels, right? He's got a long way to go, but
Yeah.
it's. I mean,
That
whenever I
that
hear
would be Cenk's first talking point, though, if he was Republican.
if he was pro-Israel Democrat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
No, that's a great point. Whenever I hear a pundit say something like, well, we don't choose, who wins an election, right? We don't choose who people vote for. Or I'm not going to tell people who to vote for. Like, in this context, when you ask them to, like, how they feel to denounce somebody or support somebody, that always feels like a massive dodge to me. Everyone has an opinion about these subjects. Everyone has a feeling. Do they support this? Do they not support this? Do they think it'd be better or worse for the party to go in this direction? I know I've heard Cenk in the past talk about certain candidates having electability issues and whether Democrats or people on the left should support certain issues or hyperfixate on certain issues and how that affects, winning elections. I know I've heard him talk about that. I'm pretty sure he's talked about that in terms of prison abolition in the past too, about how toxic it is. And you look at the Chevrolet lady, it's like not only is she co-founder of an organization that says they want to destroy America, but she says that she doesn't believe borders should even exist, that we should have open borders. You're telling me, even from a strategic perspective, you're just trying to be a strategic Democrat here, that's not like a fucking boon. That's not manna from heaven for the Republicans. Now they can all run against this crazy person who doesn't think there should be any borders in their campaign ads.
It's crazy too, because she pairs that with Medicare for all. So it's like basically saying, oh, if you can get here, we'll pay for all your medical care.
Yeah, she's the stereotype. She's like, I want no borders, but I want Medicare for all and housing for all.
Yeah. If you can get here,
she also wants UBI on top of that. So it's like, yeah, if you could literally make it to America, then we just give you a bunch of free shit.
Yeah. It's insane. It's totally insane.
And there's no prison. Nobody goes to prison.
Yeah. I can't. This is a level of insanity I never thought possible. It's almost like evidence that we are living in a simulation because none of this can be fucking real, right?
It's too stupid.
It is too stupid.
Yeah.
I feel like we're living in idiocracy.
Yeah, I agree.
We put water on the plants? What are you crazy?
You mean like from the toilet?
They don't have electrolytes in the water. How are the plants going to live?
Exactly.
Brad, I think you're looking at it a little bit wrong perspective. And here's what I mean by that. And I get what you're saying, but if you look at it from a different perspective, these people won despite some of those radical opinions because the voters are so sick of the incumbents constantly taking our money and never, ever doing anything we want.
Now this is also delusional, right? It's like a low turnout primary in a plus 20 blue district, okay?
Yeah.
Barely anybody in the district even fucking voted.
Yeah.
And he's talking like it's a mandate.
Yeah.
Everybody showed up. These people are so sick. They're all throw the bastards out. No. It was a freaking sneak attack. Well, frame it like that.
100%, right? And those people, like, you know, if they're, it's always going to be easier for the extremists to get people to show up in a low turnout situation.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yes. Yeah.
But even if his argument, like if we hold his argument to be a valid argument, right? Well, people are just voting to throw out the incumbents. Well, I mean, that's not good logic, is it? You're like, oh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter who it is. They could be a psychopathic killer, but they're not the incumbents. So I'm just going to vote. Like, I'm going to vote them in.
I know.
Like then that means that there's no philosophical or ideological mandate whatsoever at that point.
No, it's just you being angry. Throw the bombs out.
I mean, again, one last thing about Israel. Look, it's not about, and don't make it a binary thing. Like either you love Israel and want to give them trillions of dollars and do every war for them, or you hate Israel and love Hamas and Hezbollah. No, that's crazy. Look, Israel can do whatever they like as long as they piss off. You owe us. We don't owe you shit, dude. Okay, we don't owe you a single thing. And by the way, you owe us. Where's our $100 billion for this dumbass war you dragged us into? Where's your ground troops? So why are we talking about our ground troops? So we owe Israel absolutely nothing. They owe us trillions of dollars. So anyone in favor of that robbery should be voted out, and I don't care who the hell's against them. And you shouldn't either. I mean, it's not like they're going to do any of these ideas, but the incumbents actually do rob you.
It is a great thought experiment, because if Israel just said, okay, we no longer want any foreign aid from the United States, we've got our ducks in a row with military hardware from other sources. And as soon as they do that, they take over Gaza and the entire West Bank. And they're like, ha, fuck you.
Right.
You think they would be like, oh, okay, well, fine. Let it go. Let's just let it go. Yeah.
Yeah. Are we supposed to believe that people on the left are very hyper motivated about, well, I'm just really concerned about not spending tax money, right? I mean, it's fine if people do something I think is a genocide that's horribly immoral, but as long as we're not spending money on it, it's okay.
Egypt built like this giant wall to keep the Palestinian people out of Egypt. I mean, at this point, I think some of the Arab countries would be collaborators with Israel. They'd be like, oh, thank goodness. Now we can all make some money together, right? We can start building industry in the Middle East. Oh, man. The people on the left in America would just shit their pants. They'd be like, oh, my God.
Robbery is absolutely real, and everything else is like throwing out flares to try to distract you, a bag of squirrels to distract you.
I want to bring in Sean.
I mean, maybe this analogy is a little too apt because, we have Graham Plattner running in Maine. But if Republicans nominated a neo-Nazi candidate, but he was against corruption, and there was no real chance that that candidate was going to accomplish any of the neo-Nazi goals that they had, then you would say that you shouldn't vote for that person. This idea that we're supposed to ignore that this woman founded an organization, as Brad put up, about that one of its goals is to eradicate Western civilization, and we're supposed to be like, well, she's against corruption. Like, that's insane. Again, it's analogous to, oh, this building has a bad foundation, and you could maybe find somebody who wants to fix it, or you could nominate somebody who wants to burn the building down. I think burning it down is not exactly a good not exactly a good solution. And again, all of your answers are Israel first base. Like, I don't care about Israel's war in Lebanon. Hezbollah attacked Israel after October 7th. That's their problem. That's what they have to deal with. And to quote a media pundit, people conveniently leave out who started the war, and I don't have a lot of sympathy for people who start wars and then cry about it afterwards. And of course, the media pundit.
Jank is just saying Israel started it. Israel started.
Yeah.
And this is where we devolve into the blame game.
Right.
Which is just fuck. Oh my God.
that I'm quoting is Cenk Uygur, because Hezbollah, a militia that's not controlled nor authorized by the Lebanese government, decided to, over the objection of that government, start bombing northern Israel on October 8th. Like before your like pretend decide narrative actually ended up taking hold. So like they started that war. They're in violation of UN Resolution 1701, which they agreed to, by the way, Unanimous Security Council resolution, which is supposed to keep them above the Litani River. So that's their business. I don't give a damn about that. I don't want to send any troops to go fight that. And I should not be electing members of Congress based on whether or not they deny that Hezbollah absolutely started bombing Israel after October 7th.
Okay.
This is why strong central government is one of the criteria in why nations fail. Obviously, if you don't have a strong central government, you've got these rogue militias that can go out and cause problems for the nation. If your government is not strong enough to keep your people in line, obviously they can form criminal gangs and prey on the population. All sorts of nasty shit can happen. So the central government has to be strong enough to keep law and order. A lot of times, obviously, in America, we want the central government to be not much stronger than that, right? Just strong enough to get the job done, but not too strong. So,
Yeah.
But in countries like Lebanon, where the government can't even really do fucking shit, you're in big trouble.
Right. Yeah, that's, the narrow corridor, right? The balancing act of
course, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Narrow corridor is also from the same author, so.
Patter of Heads for 20 months says, I really wish the camera showed Cenk's face when Sean said, pretend aside. I was so happy he was able to say that to him directly.
Mm-hmm.
It is true. I would have been curious to see Cenk's immediate reaction to that.
What is the term? Pretendicide?
Yes.
What is that in what's the context of
Instead
that?
of genocide.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Israel's doing a pretendicide.
That makes sense. Oh, that's got to really trigger them. The terminology has done the work. All of these people, when you say genocide, what group of people is sitting right next to that word in your brain? It's just a little hop over to those people. Who are those people?
The Jews.
Yeah, but who else? Right next to the Jews is who else? Who did the genocide?
The Nazis, yeah.
The Nazis, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, they all live in the same cluster of neurons in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Genocide, Jews, and Nazis, all right next to one another.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That's why it's so easy also for them to think Jews are Nazis. Look, it's right there next to one another in my brain already.
They're so close already in the brain.
I know. It's just a little hop, skip, and a jump right there.
You just have to change the little red line that connects them and just
make
it a little slightly different. Yeah.
And everyone on the left, their brain has completely been rewired. Yeah. It was Nazis pointing to Jews. And now it's Jews and Nazis pointing to Palestine.
Yeah. You can just play Mad Libs with it.
Yeah.
I want to give Cenk a chance to respond because you quoted him back to him.
Do you think that what you're saying now is inconsistent with what you said then, Cenk?
Oh, no.
I hate that this is even part of the debate, right? Why the fuck are we talking about Israel so much? You think this, I guess, look, this is going to be the deciding factor on the left in the midterm election, right? The left candidates are all going to have to get in line on Israel.
God.
Do you think the American people are more interested in the price of gasoline or Israel?
Well, yes, I wonder. I think this is going to be a highly relevant issue in primaries. I wonder how relevant it's going to be in the general election. Because it's going to be more like, well, are they going to vote for the Trump candidate?
It's going to be going to be important in the LA mayoral race, obviously, because you've got a socialist and a socialist light running against one another.
Of course.
Oh my God. I don't know. It's hard to say if in a race that's against a Republican and a Democrat. I know if I'm a Republican running against a Democrat, I'm bringing up Israel like every 5 minutes because I know that it's going to put them in a really tough spot, right?
Well, to be fair though, I mean, it kind of puts a lot of Republicans are in a tough spot too with Israel. So I'm
Oh,
not sure.
because of Iran. Yeah, maybe
Because of
so.
Iran and because of the online right fucking hates Israel too. So
Yeah, but I mean on the right, the Republican can say that they're worried about local politics, they're worried about the price of gasoline, they're not worried about
yeah, they could be
Israeli
more
foreign
diminished.
policy.
Yeah, they can hand wave it away, right?
Yeah. I don't think the person on the left is going to be able to hand wave it away. It seems to be the prime issue.
Yeah.
Actually, he proved how consistent I am. So, number one, Israel started the Iran war. Even the New York Times concedes that. Israel started the Lebanese.
Did I mention Iran?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have to mention Iran. Otherwise, you're being disingenuous because our peace agreement, memorandum of understanding, includes Lebanon. And Israel says, no, I demand to take over southern Lebanon. I demand to take over other people's properties and homes and land. I'm owed everything. I'm owed Gaza. I'm owed the West Bank. I'm owed all of America's money and all of America's military. And I'm owed southern Lebanon.
Is that the Israeli government or the Jewish people there that he's doing this? Who is he emulating here?
Everybody.
When he's doing this,
Who knows?
I'm owed this, I'm owed that. I mean, he's so close to doing the happy merchant, Gene. As he's doing this. You don't think so?
Maybe.
Oh my God.
These fascists that we're forced to fund, thank you for proving my point. They start all the wars and then they cry, oh, you have to protect us, you have to defend us. No, we don't. We don't have to give you a goddamn dollar to fight in Lebanon or in Iran. But you keep saying, no, we owe. We have to spend $100 billion. We have to spend $1 trillion. We have to spend all this money for Israel. We're all sick of it. Do you know that a lot of the right wing...
I just midterm election, you're voting for your local congressman. Do you care about this war in Lebanon? Is this even on your radar? When you're talking about the foreign policy in Lebanon, what is the voter thinking?
Adam, I don't care about the price of gasoline. I don't care about the price of groceries at the grocery store. I don't care that my rent is too damn high. There's people, these are all minor issues because at least I'm alive. I'm not being genocided. Okay. There's people being genocided right now. How can you say this?
You got 10% of the people who will vote in the midterm election who voted in this primary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 90% of the people have not actually weighed in. Do you think any of those people care about the foreign policy in Lebanon? I don't think they do. I think they're like, what? Who's Lebanon? Why are we talking about this?
Yeah.
Is in favor of those candidates winning, not because they like their opinions, and we don't get to pick them, guys. We didn't say, okay, these are the three people we most want to represent us. Okay, the voters in that district picked them. But if you're asking me, would I have picked those three? Well, I probably would have picked Brad Lander, but the other two, I'm not so sure I would have picked them out of everyone in the country. Okay, but if you say to me, now you don't have a choice, these are the two people you're voting for, a corrupt establishment candidate that is going to steal your money and give it to a different country and betray you, or someone with some ideas that are a little wacky, that have no chance of being enforced, no chance of being in legislation whatsoever, but all their ideas that you do like, anti-corruption, representing the voters, actually do have a chance of coming to reality. I'm going to vote for the honest, non-corrupt person. And
I love that he describes policies that would literally destroy America as a little wacky. It's just a little wacky.
A little wacky.
Yeah.
A little wacky.
Let the criminals run wild. It's just a little wacky.
That's just a little wacky thing. Why are you so concerned with a very small, wacky idea?
Oh, man.
Well, and also like the idea that these candidates are going to get money out of politics is more like realistic. Like, are you kidding me? Really? You think that's a fucking possibility? Oh yeah, that's sure, of course.
Yeah, no. This is going to call so much money into politics. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, they really, and this is why it's kind of annoying too. I think the real issue is just since they're so obsessed with Israel, it's like the more they can get candidates that are running against Israel, that's good in their mind because that will just push the party more in the direction of being against Israel. And that's the primary concern here.
Yeah.
That's the motivation.
Unfortunate, but true.
And this neo-Nazi. Yeah, I know. Everyone who's against Israel is called that anyway.
I just use that as an example.
No, I know. You're saying it as a quote-unquote extreme
I asked you
example.
if you would support them.
Hold on, Andy. You said you were using it as a quote-unquote extreme example, and then you said, but it is Graham Plattner. No, it's not.
Oh, he does have a Nazi tattoo on his chest.
Attack on a good American citizen.
He does have a Nazi.
So look, the Graham Plattner stuff is an Israeli op now? Is that what he's saying?
Yes.
Oh, I had no idea.
You didn't? Of course.
It was a tattoo parlor, Israeli run tattoo parlor. It was like a Shin Bet tattoo parlor.
Now, the way it works is like the only people that are concerned about Graham Plattner having the Nazi tattoo, or the fact that he's made very bizarre comments about thinking it was okay for veterans to be killed and things like that, or, you know, his weird comments about like him wanting to join the military because he wants to kill people. You know, it makes some strange comments like, well, that's all. You only care about that, you know, if you love America, you love Israel.
Because Israel tricked you into caring about that with all their blood money.
Of course.
Oh, well, how did he actually get the Nazi tattoo? It wasn't Israel that tricked him into getting that. I thought it was Israel basically, pretending, you know, oh, this isn't a Nazi tattoo, Graham.
Well, I don't know if you listen. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I will. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know the secret. I'm
going to tell you the secret. Okay. They have a time machine in Israel. Okay.
I've heard about the time machine before. I'm skeptical.
Well, let me be okay. That's not true. They don't have a time machine. They have like the machine from like that movie where they can see into the future, right? Remember that movie with the guy was in the wheelchair? He could like go into the tube and he could see in the future, right? They have that machine. And so they saw into the future and they saw that Graham Plattner would be president of America. But as president of America, he would cut off all aid to Israel, and Israel would crumble to the Palestinians in their one-state solution, right? And so because they saw that, they then sent one of their operatives.
You sure this wasn't a CIA op to gaslight the Israelis?
No, this is real. They have this real time machine. And so then they sent one of their operatives. It was like a hot Jewish lady with big knockers.
Oh, okay. Well, that always
who looked like Ben Shapiro's sister, right? And she's like, "Oh my God,
I've seen her."
Yeah, exactly. She goes up to Graham Plattner while he's in the military. She like bends over and she like squishes her tits together. She's like, "Oh, I just love a man with a chest tattoo," right? And she totally inceptions him into it. And so she takes him to the tattoo parlor. And he's like, "Oh, what chest tattoo should I get? Look, I should get this big American flag eagle." And she's like, "No, I really like this skull. This one skull is like really gets me hot, right?" And he's like, "Oh, of course, baby, I'll get the skull, right?"
But he doesn't know it's a Nazi tattoo, obviously.
That's how Israel tricked Graham Plattner into getting a Nazi tattoo.
Close to the truth.
You have an average American. Israel comes in with their disgusting media control and their government and their politicians. Notice Democrats are attacking Graham Plattner. Why? Because
he's saying Jews run the media.
Yeah. Well, Israel, come on.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I mean, Dave Smith's like a good Jew, so it's just the Israeli ones.
Dave Smith doesn't run the media, obviously.
Well, exactly, because he doesn't. Dave Smith would run the media if he would stay on message more.
Corporate Democrats who also serve oil and pharma and Israel and the defense contractors, and they're like, "Oh, did you know what kind of tattoo he has? Did you know that he wants something?"
The Israelis tattooed that skull on his chest.
Slow down here. Let's slow down here. I don't think that Graham Plattner is literally a neo-Nazi or his ideology is neo-Nazi in any way today, but you can acknowledge that he did have a Nazi tattoo. He did know it was that, and he should have had it removed a long time ago. You don't?
No, I don't acknowledge any of that. And so
of course
that's okay. First of all,
let him answer. Let him answer.
So when I
see all this Graham Plattner shit is completely irrelevant to me.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck about this Graham Plattner shit. Why do people care about this, Sitch?
What do you mean?
Why is this like a Graham Plattner is running? Is he running for Senate or or
Yeah.
Congress? He's running for the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people care about it, obviously, because the
Yeah.
control of the Senate is on the line.
In Maine,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I guess, an important seat.
Makes
Because
sense.
it would be challenging Susan Collins.
Right, yeah.
So
they want to frame him as a Nazi, so he
well, it's
won't
because
win the
all
election.
these, the reason people care about it is all these elections, whether it's true or not, because maybe it's not really true, but all these elections, at least in the pundit space, are viewed as proxy battles for who's winning the culture war and who's winning the soul of, whatever the party is, right?
Mhm.
And so, people like Jank and some other people, they look at this like, okay, well, this is all, they're all doing backflips. Hassan's all doing backflips about this shit because it shows that, like, well, the socialists are and the Israel haters are winning the soul of the Democratic Party, right? That's how they're perceiving it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And they want to make that message clear because they think it hurts the Democrats.
Because it gives them more power to keep pushing the Democrats in their direction.
I listened to some podcasts. It was a conservative podcast where they were evaluating Graham Plattner's speeches, and it's the first I heard a Graham Plattner speech. And he's talking about typical Democrat things. He's talking about affordability. He's talking about, free time, not being a wage slave, all stuff
Right.
that I can completely relate to and understand. It's very clear. It's
Yeah,
very
sure.
inspiring. I was like, oh, I get why people like this guy, because he's like, you need more free time. You need more time off. You need more money. We should go to like a 3-day work week. And I'm thinking, wow, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe this guy's not so bad. Sucks that he's a Nazi, but a 3-day work week. Oh my God, you're singing my song. Look, I exaggerate. He wasn't talking about a 3-day work week, but I got it. And the Republican, I wish I could remember what the podcast host was, but they were making the argument that the whole speech was Kamala-isms. It was just all word salad.
Mm.
And I was like, wow, you really don't speak Democrat. Because it just seemed totally obvious what he was saying.
Right.
And look, I understood what he was saying. I do not think Kamala was saying anything of substance at all. You could not follow what Kamala was saying, right?
Right.
But you could follow what Graham Plattner's saying. So it was kind of weird. I wondered if they were lying, if they were just saying, oh, this is kind of borderline Kamala-ism, so we can. But then a lot of times they would talk about Obama and they would say his speeches were just incomprehensible. And I was like, what? I mean, it's completely clear what he's saying.
I think it's just ideological blinders is what's going on in that situation.
Right, yeah. And the overlap is when Kamala comes out and we validate their ideological blinders because actually Kamala is saying nothing.
Right.
Maybe in Kamala's eyes, she just thinks all these other people are saying nothing too, because she's really a secret Republican. And she's like, they don't say anything that makes sense anyway.
There you go. I like that. Yeah.
First saw the tattoo, I was like, that's a Nazi tattoo? I had no idea. So it's a skull and bones. I don't know what the different skull and bones stand for. Maybe Graham does, but maybe he didn't. And that is a very, very normal thing. Everybody makes it.
The fact that he dismisses it just because he personally is not in the Third Reich and knows the different symbols is just ridiculous. Oh my God. How could you just dismiss that? Because look, it didn't look like a Nazi tattoo to me, but I don't know what Nazi tattoos are.
Sound like it's a swastika. Everybody knows a swastika is Nazi. Random skull and bones. No, not everybody knows that. And they make it seem, and why do they focus on that? Did they ask every boyfriend of Susan Collins what they've done? Did they ask the tattoos of all the establishment guys serving Israel? No, very, very conveniently, the only people that they investigate and dig up, oh, what do they have? Oh, yeah, what kind of lipstick did they use? What kind of clothes did they wear? Oh, attack, they're not for Israel, attack. And guys, you can say that that's not the case, and it's just, oh, golly gee, just happens to be against all the opponents of Israel that the media investigates every nook and cranny of their life and attacks every lifestyle choice they've ever made, right? But you're
They
not
do
even going
oppo
to
in
win over
lots of
your
these
own
races.
supporters because
I mean, didn't the media go like super hard after Trump, who's the most pro-Israel candidate we've ever had in modern history?
Yeah, what happened there?
That does seem
They
a
really
little
dropped.
contradictory.
They really
Jank.
dropped the ball.
Yeah, oh God. The
This is
Jews really
just-
fucked up on that one.
Yeah, this is just a complete inversion of how reality actually works.
Hmm.
It's like, what? The media actually going after a Democrat is kind of unusual. So if Cenk came out and said, the media never goes after Democrats, right? They always give Democrats a pass. The media is a lapdog for the Democrats, but all of a sudden a Democrat is against Israel. And they invest. Then I'd be like, okay, well, maybe he's got something to this argument. But no, he doesn't make that analogy.
the right wing also agrees with me. It's obvious that they're trying to control us.
I mean, you could filibuster, but it's just a denial of reality. They went after Pete Hegseth for his Georgian cross tattoo, claiming that was some fascist symbol when it was just a religious Christian symbol. And this guy got a what was it called? A Topenhof skull. And he said he got it in Eastern Europe. You don't go to a regular tattoo bar, a tattoo parlor, and see neo-Nazi tattoo options. This is ridiculous. He knew what he was getting. He could say that he changed. He covered the tattoo up. That's fine. But again, that's a distraction from the example that I was giving. If somebody had fringe right-wing beliefs that you detested, but they were anti-Israel or, again, anti-corruption or honest about their beliefs, you would not support that person in office. You would call Republicans crazy and racist for nominating that individual. But again, you want to deflect from that, dodge from that, excuse this guy's tattoo and be like, since I didn't know what it is, then therefore it's not what it is. Everybody, we can understand what this tattoo is, what context you would get something like that in, and it's not at a regular ordinary tattoo parlor that you would find that.
Okay, can I answer that real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So you're worried about the brother's tattoo. Susan Collins has voted to give our money to every one of our donors to the tune of literally trillions of dollars. Here, let me give you a quick example. We cannot negotiate drug prices. They killed capitalism. That's free markets. We don't have free markets anymore because Big Pharma is an even bigger lobby than Israel. And they have so thoroughly bought off all of our corrupt congressmen that we can't negotiate drug prices, and we pay 10, 20, sometimes 200 times what other developed nations pay. And a lot of people die because they don't have access to those drugs or to health care because of the criminals that are our so-called representatives in Congress. So I think what Susan Collins has done to steal and rob and cheat the taxpayers is a billion times worse than any controversy about what kind of skull and bones tattoo Graham Plattner had. So you can keep talking about his tattoo, and I'll keep talking about how Susan Collins is a criminal.
It was a quick example, and this is, by the way, the meme that these people are like, I want to eradicate Western civilization, release all the criminals, open the borders, which, by the way, Biden did do in the last election. You get enough Democrats into office that believe this thing, and they will pass this into law. This has been proven to be among their first priorities when they take office. And then when you push back on that, when you actually give them specific examples, Cenk does they just want to give you health care. Are you really against them giving you health care? Do you really not support Medicare negotiating drug prices? Yeah, I would love for Medicare to negotiate drug prices. But also, I don't want to elect people that want to open the borders and eradicate Western civilization. And again, I don't base my entire worldview on your third world grudge match between Israel and the surrounding Muslim nations. That is not my problem.
Oh my God.
Okay. I do want to.
It's so beautiful.
That is beautiful. It's so funny.
He summed it up beautifully.
I will say I'm impressed that Cenk didn't blow up in this conversation. Sean is really throwing out some fucking haymakers.
He is.
I was expecting Cenk to fucking go ballistic. I'm kind of shocked he didn't.
Your third world grudge match.
I know, that's crazy, but true.
It is totally true.
It's funny because I don't know if Cenk has played this a lot. I wouldn't be surprised, but you have the Breaking Points people. Crystal Ball plays this all the fucking time. They're obsessed with this talking point, which is they want to say that Hillary Clinton created wokeness because there's some clip of her complaining about Bernie Sanders saying if we go after, if we break up the big banks, is that going to solve racism? It's not going to solve racism. It's not going to solve women's issues, blah, 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 right? And kind of using this woke nonsense. And the thing is, like, it's very easy to imagine with these candidates that Cenk is supporting, that you could have the exact same scenario where they're like, listen, we don't have time to break up big pharma or to deal with those issues. There's a genocide. There's a genocide going on right now. Sure, you want to talk about getting money out of politics, but who's going to stop the genocide that's going on right now, Jake?
Yeah, that's your number one issue. They're like the bullfighter with the red cloth.
They can't
right
help
over
it.
here. Genocide.
Of course.
Genocide in Gaza.
I do want to say I couldn't agree more. It's definitely not our problem, but we're not funding the Muslim nations. We're being forced.
We fund everybody, but
we're being forced to fund Israel. So
we got no foreign aid going to Saudi Arabia.
I know we're funding.
Don't we have a bunch? Don't we have a bunch of military bases in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Don't we have military bases in Kuwait?
Yep.
Iraq. We got military bases all over the fucking place there.
I know.
The fuck is he talking about?
Like, you make it sound like I want to be involved in this. No, I want to get the hell out of the Middle East. I want our military to leave immediately, okay? And not to send another dollar to the Middle East. But so it's not me. It's everyone in Washington you seem to love so much, incling Susan Collins and all the corporate Democrats that these...
That's me. I love Susan Collins.
Yeah.
That's my girl.
Yeah.
Super hot, too.
I mean, you're telling me all these incumbents are lovely, and they're the ones who are forcing us to be in the Middle East.
Hang on. Cenk.
Yeah, it's so bad faith to do that. Put Susan Collins on him, but that's his typical framing, right? Me, I am the just one. You are the supporter of corruption and evil, corrupt people who just lie to the American people.
Saying that these like challenger candidates are crazy or deeply flawed isn't an endorsement of the incumbent. Like, that's the kind of binary two-party, lesser of two evils thinking that could be used to justify anything.
Check out the big brain on Brad. Yeah, that's a good comeback.
Look at that.
Such binary thinking. Aren't you in favor of the non-binary?
Yeah.
Come on, Cenk. You believe in non-binaries, right?
Okay, wait. Aren't you guys doing the same thing? You're saying since this rando thinks that she's going to end Western civilization,
well, she won, and you're supporting her.
Well, I'm sure she'll get enough votes for that. Okay, that since this is happening, well, that's it. You have to vote for Republicans. That's a binary choice. But by the way, to be fair to you guys, elections are a binary choice. So if you said to me, pick anyone in New York, I might not have picked those two. But if you say pick them or a corrupt incumbent, I'm going to pick them.
All right. Well, I want to drill into some of the specifics here that I think, because Cenk, it's not just about these three, and I'm sure you would acknowledge this. There's rising support for democratic socialism, whatever that means. This strand of like left-wing populist thought, the DSA itself is surging. And one of the issues where I think the DSA-aligned position has become pretty mainstream is abolish ICE. And I've been very critical of Trump's immigration crackdown, of ICE overreach, of them violating civil liberties in different ways. But at the end of the day, I think I and most Americans do think you need to have immigration enforcement deporting dangerous people who are in the country illegally. Where are you at on abolish ICE, Cenk?
So these slogans suck, and I've never been in favor of them. And I know abolish ICE is very popular these days, and for good reason, because ICE has been terrible and monstrous. And we saw it with our own eyes, and they killed American citizens. So I'm dead set against what ICE has done in this regard. But when you say abolish ICE, it makes it seem like you're not going to do any immigration enforcement, and that's not what they mean. So
that's what some of them mean.
That's
what some of them mean.
No, I know. So look, a tiny number of them, like this one of the candidates you mentioned, do mean it. But overall, if you push someone who's saying abolish ICE, they'll tell you, oh no, and this is their actual policy. No, we would reapportion some of that budget to other kinds of immigration and border enforcement. Well, then say that. Don't say you're going to abolish ICE, because it makes it sound...
Is this money in politics here? Why is he so gingerly walking around this issue here, Sitch?
It's because he wants them to win the election, the race. So he has to cover for it. That's why.
Well, I also think obviously he doesn't want to lose supporters.
Oh, from his that's true.
So
too.
he's walking this line where he knows a huge portion of his audience is in favor of abolishing ICE. They just want to flat out get rid of ICE. They want full open borders. They think it's it's racist to have any sort of law enforcement. A lot of them believe that all law enforcement is some descendant of slave catchers, right? That's the narrative on the left.
Right.
But at the same time, he does politically, not want them to lose elections. So he has to downplay the fact that most of his audience does want this policy. But it's really just a tiny, tiny percentage of voters. It seems like that's the line that he's trying to walk.
Well, it's whenever people make this argument where they say, well, the thing that they're saying isn't the thing that they're saying, you always have to ask yourself, well, then why the fuck are they saying it?
They're saying it because they believe it. They fully believe it. Yeah.
They either believe it or because they have to kowtow to people that do believe it.
Yeah.
And at that point, it doesn't really matter. It's like, okay, sure. I'm sure there's a lot of people on the left who said defund the police, and they, in their heart of hearts, they probably did mean it in this stupid reallocation way, right? But they know on some level, everyone knows at some level, that the reason they're saying defund the police is because they need, or they feel that they need from a political perspective, to make common cause with the extremists that do want to defund the police completely.
Yeah, of course.
But the problem is that the fact that you give into them and you give into their messaging shows that you're going to let those people run roughshod over you, that you're going to let them control you completely.
Yeah, and that they have the political power. It is so true. These people are not influencers. They're influenced. They gain this big political platform because they speak to what people really believe, even though he's trying to downplay it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, our platform has always been small because we don't play that game. We're not speaking to what people want to hear, obviously. So
like you're not going to do any enforcement. So that is not their policy. That's why I don't like these misleading labels. And that's why I fought against defund the police. That's why
from the river to the sea.
Yeah. Misleading labels. Dude, he's lying. He's totally lying to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Why not correct the label? Why not pick a label that you're going to stand behind and say, I don't stand behind abolish ICE? Abolish ICE is wrong. Why don't you say that? Why don't you say abolish ICE is idiocy and it's wrong? And I don't support any of the people who say abolish ICE.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever your position is, make it clear. I don't know. You could find some snazzy slogan for your position, right?
You could.
So I fought against abolish ICE as slogans, because then you're unnecessarily bringing sympathy towards ICE or the police, which they didn't earn. And then
look, you are not fighting against abolish ICE slogan here with this little ginger talk here, this little tiptoeing around the people who say abolish ICE.
No,
you're not in any way fighting against it.
The case of the police,
you're endorsing it.
Abuse, etc. Obviously, we should reform that. But when you say when you say defund the police, it makes it sound like you're going to get rid of police, and it makes people panic. That's not a popular position. So at this point, if you say abolish ICE, that might actually be over 50% in the country because we're so sick of what ICE has done. But really, what the American people are saying, and what we should say better, is no, we need to reform immigration enforcement so that we have a closed border and we actually follow the laws, but we're not unnecessarily cruel and doing these mass deportations and a surveillance state.
You could say reform ICE then, right? But I do think most people would stand against you. They'd be like, reform ICE? What are you talking about? Open border, no borders. What are you talking about? Reform ICE? No, we want to get rid of ICE.
Mm-hmm.
and killing American citizens on the streets.
Okay, Sean, bringing you in here.
Yeah, I mean, when they say abolish ICE, they do mean no immigration enforcement. Immigration is the key to the Democrats' power. They want to flood the country with as many people as possible, keep them in a parallel status to the regular population. So eventually we can get some kind of amnesty program so that these people can become, hopefully, according to them, loyal Democratic voters. So yeah, they do mean it. They've said it time and time again. We've elected candidates that they won their primaries that are quite literally saying they want open borders and to legalize all of these people. And again, that you can't deport people who commit crimes in the United States because they have extra constitutional protections. And we have years of the Biden administration flooding these people into this country, which is something that even he, the more moderate candidate, campaigned on during the Democratic primary. So yeah, they do mean abolish ICE, just like they meant abolish and defund the police. They did cut funding from the police. Crime exploded. That's the only reason that slogan fell out of favor, because it ended up backfiring. But yeah, like they would absolutely push not only on abolishing ICE, but on abolishing the police going forward in the future. Like this is what they actually believe. I don't know how many times they have to tell you what they support before you believe them.
Well, I think some of the Democrat politicians who say abolish ICE do mean what Cenk is saying, where they're like, well, we'll abolish ICE, but we'll have some other, because ICE in its current form didn't even exist until after 9/11, I believe. They'll have some other form of immigration enforcement. But that's like then you're essentially not really abolishing ICE. You're just rebranding it and moving it along to a different department. So then why say abolish ICE? But I will say, Cenk, some of these people genuinely do believe, like if you go to the Democratic Socialists of America website, open immigration, ending all military border enforcement and demilitarizing the border is actually what they believe. And this is a rising tide. A lot of people in the Democratic Party, your Bernies, your AOCs, have their roots in that, but are not, fully on board with that, at least what they say. I mean, is that not an insane sentiment, Cenk? And is that should be excised from, rational progressive politics?
Doesn't even have to be excised. We don't have to ban any ideas because they're too dangerous, but that's why I'm not in DSA. And so, but if you're asking why is DSA popular, is it because of those issues? I don't think so. I think that DSA is becoming a little bit more popular now because he
would never say that for any racist or sexist ideas, right?
Well,
he would never say that. We can't ban these ideas because they're too dangerous.
Of course. But also, I mean, the argument he's making here, I've never heard, or I don't know if I've never, Cenk's not really making the argument here where he's sort of like we have to talk about these issues, because if we don't talk about these issues and only the crazy people talk about these issues, then people will vote for the crazy people, right? Like that's not the position that Cenk has.
No.
He's fine with these people coming into power. He's fine coalition with, having a coalition with these people. And again, it doesn't matter if people, supporting them aren't supporting them for their extreme positions. It doesn't matter if they're going to try to enact their extreme positions or they're going to try to enact lesser positions that push the Overton window towards the extreme position. Which is what they're going to try to do.
People are supporting them for their extreme positions, though. It's literally why they are supporting them.
Well, and that's the big problem, because that's the big problem with all these. And it's so funny because I bet you can go back in time and you could find, when a lot of the MAGA candidates were primarying non-MAGA Republicans, right?
The Tea Party,
or Tea Party people or something, right?
Enough already.
Yes. But like a lot of the conversation around that was, well, this is really bad because when you have these kind of districts where one party can't lose, it's a lot easier for like crazy people or more extreme people to come into positions of power. And then those people are more likely to kowtow to the more extreme people, because the moderate people, they're not really going to pay attention, or they're not really going to be, motivated enough to come out during a midterm to vote for a more moderate candidate, more often than not. And I can almost guarantee you that, in the past, TYT's covered that exact topic and made that exact point, right? And that's exactly the problem with these extreme Democrat socialist candidates, is that they follow the exact same thing, is that if they think that Hassan helped them win elections, if they think that the insane online socialist left helped them win their seat, then it doesn't matter if the average American or the majority of Americans or the majority of Democrats in their district supports those issues or not. What matters is the coalition that's getting them into power supports those crazy positions. And so far it seems like they do.
This primary insurgency campaign was the playbook. Like, this is how AOC got her seat, and Cenk was involved in that.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, you're enacting that playbook because you have extreme positions. Like, the goal was to get people in Congress who had extreme positions.
Yeah, and every time another one of these candidates wins, it's pushing things more in that direction of their extreme positions.
Right. Yeah.
And the validity of those extreme positions. Either A, that you should push for them, or B, it's not that big a deal. They're not going to weigh them down, right? That would be the attitude. Well, you can have these crazy fuck positions and it's not necessarily going to lose you an election. So, that's acceptable.
I think in Cenk's thinking it was, we need those extremists because getting money out of politics is like going to be an extreme position.
Right. Maybe.
But it turns
that's
out
the thought
the
process.
extreme position they really want is to abolish prisons.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
The average person doesn't see this system working for them. So they hate the status quo so much, and understandably so, that they're looking for any alternative. And maybe they're looking for a different alternative in Oklahoma than they are in New York. But the voters are going, give me anything else. And I greatly sympathize with that. So
this is the argument for how Trump got elected. And you didn't sympathize with it because you were like, Trump is a maniac.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That Trump basically deceived the people because of economic strife and got himself thrust into power, and it was like a catastrophe. Just so fascinating that it's like, oh yeah. But as long as the catastrophe is getting my people in power, then oh yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
So those positions that you read off, you're right. The great majority of Democrats believe that abolish ICE is just to reapportion the funding to other categories. But then, like I keep saying, and you said, and we agree on this, like, well, then why call it that? And these days it is popular, and that's why they back to calling it that, because of how atrocious ICE has been, right? And so that's why they're leaning into that. I don't think they should lean into that. I don't think that's the best politics. But overall,
it's so fascinating because ICE wouldn't be perceived as atrocious if they weren't getting all of these protesters fighting with them, so that there were clashes in the streets, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's really the protesters who've created the idea that ICE is out of control.
Yeah.
That ICE is murdering people in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
like the rise of socialism. So I'm a capitalist. In order to have capitalism, though, as Adam Smith explained, you actually need government regulation so that there aren't monopolies, oligopolies, etc., and that the corporations don't steamroll you, right? You have to protect the free markets in a lot of ways from the corporations so it doesn't become corporatism. But the average person doesn't know all that. They just see what people in media are calling capitalism, which I actually think is corporatism. And they're saying, oh yeah, when you take all your money and you give it to these super profitable companies and they never pay their own bills, and now we're going to build data centers and make you pay so much more in your electricity bill that's going to go directly to benefit those corporations.
Well, I don't know if that's true, Cenk. I don't know if data
Yeah, a lot of data centers definitely do that. Why do you think people are so angry about that? But just
a lot of misinformation is being spread about the data
propaganda
centers,
like what you're pushing right now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
I mean, we could have another debate about that. Sorry, I don't mean to derail you.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. But overall, when they see what is being described as capitalism screwing them, some people in the blue states are going, I don't know, maybe let's try socialism, right? And by the way, socialism is not communism. It depends on what you mean by socialism. Northern Europe is so-called socialist, and Northern Europe is in fantastic shape.
It's a moment of silence for the death of thought here.
Yeah.
No.
Now it's just like, oh yeah, Socialism is just democracy in the workplace.
Sure. I mean,
It's
they're
not
all
extreme.
socialists in Europe, right? Yeah. Just,
Oh yeah.
So, like, the reality is we are lived in a mixed economy. A lot of things we do or that the government does is public, the military, the fire departments, the police departments, et cetera, and it should be public. And a lot of the stuff we do is private and should be private. So when you talk about so-called socialism, the real conversation is around, wait, is universal health care socialist? Because every other developed nation has universal health care, paid family leave. Every nation on earth other than us and a couple of island nations have paid family leave. If you're
all the products and services in all of those institutions only exist because of capitalism, right? So if even if you wanted to say that the police are socialists, all the guns, all the weapons, everything that they use in law enforcement is a result of a capitalist economy, right?
mm-hmm.
All those if you want to make healthcare, Medicare for all, universal healthcare, all of the products and services inside of that system are going to be a product of the capitalist system, right? You're not, socialism is not going to deliver you an MRI machine, right? I mean, it's ludicrous to even think about. So, I mean, they love to make this distinction just because it waters down the wall between capitalism and socialism. They want to say, look, we're already living under socialism in all these different areas, right? We just need to go a little bit further. Yes, the government can develop weapons for law enforcement. They can. We don't need a private sector to do that.
Calling that socialist, then American people are going to love socialism because those things poll at 70%, 84%. So let's be clear about the terms.
Okay, Sean, your thoughts?
I mean, they're quite clear about what they mean. Abolishing private property rights. C.O. Weaver, who was appointed as the tenant advocate for Mamdani, impoverish the white middle class. I mean, these people are clear about what they mean time and time again. And by the way, it is not the regular struggling people that are electing these candidates. Look at the demos in the Democratic primary. They're largely being uplifted up by wealthy white progressives in the primary. In the general elections, they end up crushing with minority voters because they tend to be more loyal to the Democratic Party. So this is like, luxury belief base voting for the luxury belief candidates. Like, this is what they support. It's represented by the polling. And that is why in New York in particular, we're uniquely vulnerable to these kind of candidates winning in these primary elections. So yeah, these aren't the people that are disaffected. Like, those people have already left New York City. Like, we've seen a decline under very left-wing policies in the city of New York of families with children under 5. We've lost about 18% of them since 2019. So the families, they're not here. And if you looked at the data of people who actually have children, they're voting in the other direction. So this is the elite. These are the concerns of the elite who don't have to live with the consequences of what they actually vote for, voting for these kind of fringe candidates that do represent them. I mean, to be fair, I mean, this is who they want. These like lifelong students, people who don't have real jobs, Nepo babies. I mean, this is who these people are. So they pick their best representatives.
Do you think Cenk could articulate the whole concept of luxury beliefs?
I think he would what?
Do you think Cenk could articulate the concept of luxury beliefs? I'm it. Obviously we've talked about it on the show before. I mean, I think
he could.
This is like a perfect example of the luxury beliefs, obviously, because you've got this small number of elites who are uplifting this candidate. A large part of the Democratic base is obviously minority voters. Those minority voters are probably going to vote for this person just because they are a Democrat. So those beliefs are going to be thrust on them. They're the ones that are going to have to live out the consequences of these beliefs, and it will hurt them in the same way Rob Henderson describes luxury beliefs as the elite not really employing them, but when the lower classes do employ them, they basically destroy their lives. So
I think
go ahead.
He could articulate it. I don't think he would agree that the beliefs that we're saying are luxury beliefs are luxury beliefs.
Do you think he's familiar with it now, though? Like, if we explained it to him, he probably could articulate it.
That's a good question.
We're always, I mean, this meme has made it into the popular consciousness.
Right.
I've read a bunch of Rob Henderson. I read Robert Henderson's book. He doesn't talk about this in his book, but this is kind of a concept that he's been fleshing out for quite some time that a lot of people think, okay, well, this has a lot of merit to it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I don't think Cenk has been exposed to this.
Right.
I mean, Anna might have exposed him to it, but I doubt it's sunk in or that he could have a conversation about it.
I think New York City is an interesting example, Cenk, that I'm curious for your thoughts on.
Look, he just shakes his head about how wrong Sean is. He's just you're just so wrong. I can't believe you believe the things you believe. How dare you?
So Zohran Mamdani, right? Because what you describe is, listen, I have some disagreements and quibbles with different policies that you might support, but you're broadly describing like liberal capitalism, like a mixed economy, a society that has, a social safety net, but a largely free market economy. I do believe that's what most Americans actually believe in. But someone like Zohran Mamdani, his entire adult life, his entire political career was like tweeting Karl Marx quotes and talking about seizing the means and all these things. And then maybe when he actually ran for mayor, put on a little bit more of a veneer of more like what you're saying, that he just wants reform and just wants more social services. But I think at heart, and some of his appointments and other things have shown that radical tendency. I mean, are these people just democratic capitalists, or are they, some of them are in fact Marxists to the point of verging on communism? No, Cenk?
Yeah, so good news, he's the mayor, so we're going to find out, and we're already finding out. So there was scare tactics used against him. Oh my God, he's going to do this or that. And by the way, he did once say something about seizing the means of production, so I get it. That's fair, right? That's a fair criticism of Mamdani. And I said throughout the campaign, listen, his policies are a little to the left of me. I don't believe in rent control. I don't think that that's helpful. I think it is ironically counterproductive, et cetera. But I want him to try things. And I don't need him to try all my ideas. I would need him to try the ideas the voters of New York are in favor of. And then let's see how they go. But did he say, okay, well, I'm going to come into New York and I'm going to seize all the banks that are in New York and Wall Street? No, he said, I'm going to do free buses and I'm going to do city-run grocery stores, which I think is kind of Muslim unemployment plan, because almost all the bodegas in New York are run by Muslims. So I didn't love any of those particular policies, but I loved the idea of change and not serving the status quo. So I was totally in favor of him. Good news, he's the mayor now, and we could see exactly what he's doing, and he's not doing any of the extreme stuff. He's doing things.
He only has so much authority and power. He can't do everything, just change it all at once. No, but
wait, Brad, you can't say I'm worried he's going to seize all the capital and do all these crazy things and turn New York communist. And then when he doesn't do that and he actually does popular things, say, well, that's because he doesn't have enough power.
I didn't say that I thought he would actually seize the means. I'm saying that's who he is at heart and what he believes in.
But so what matters is what he does as mayor. And so far, the things he's done as mayor are intensely popular and not one bit radical. So the proof's in the pudding.
Well, again, popular and radical are not two different things. I mean, you say, oh, I don't support rent control, but I'm excited to see him try things. Well, he got his rent freeze. Like, congratulations to him. He's doubling down on the same rent stabilization program that has failed in the city of New York since the 1970s. We've had rent control since the 1940s. We can look at New Rochelle, 30 minutes from me, north of New York City. Right now, they cleaned up their zoning code, allowed building. Rents are falling. We can look at Austin, Texas, Minneapolis. So we know it actually works in terms of, fixing affordability. But Mamdani, of course, is not in favor of that. He's in favor of price controls. He announced an effort as the mayor's office to take buildings that are in disrepair. By the way, they're in disrepair because they can't afford the upkeep on the buildings because of rent control and rent stabilization, because he believes in community ownership of these properties. This is what he said that he wanted to do when he was at the Gravel Institute, and he's implementing it right now. So like we could pretend, oh, well, he's trying things and it's popular now. It's like, yeah, rent control sounds good. This is one of the major problems. Let's see how it goes. But we have, you know, 70 plus years of history of this policy in the city of New York absolutely failing, and he's doubling down on it and pretending it's changed. So yeah, he is doing the radical things that he said he was going to do. He is proving to be the socialist that we all knew he was, but we're just going to pretend it away because he smiles and he talks about the Knicks as if it was his accomplishment.
Okay, well, yeah,
just
sorry.
real quick on that.
Real quick,
So
yeah.
look, guys, if more good news, if rent control, by the way, rent control is not communist. There's been rent control in American cities in the 1970s, 80s, 90s, all the way through today, and we never turned communist. But if it turns out that it's a failure, then great. Then your next
why are you saying
candidate
it
will
like
get
it's a
to run it.
mystery? Like, you know, and you've said in
No,
the
no.
past that you
Yeah.
know rent control doesn't
but
work. You're
Sean-
like, if it turns out to not work out, this policy that
No.
before Mamdani, I told my audience repeatedly doesn't work. Like, come on, you know it won't work.
So, Sean, no, that's my theory, and that's what I believe. But I'm not the voters in New York. The vote.
That's just so slimy. So fucking slimy.
Yeah.
So slimy.
Well, it's kind of like, yeah, it's like when you ask, and I mean, Sean's talked about this a lot. He's like, when you ask someone like, well, you know, do you support something? And then they're like, well, I don't support what this person said about this, right? It's like, well, no, I'm asking you, do you support it, right? And they won't answer the question.
Yeah, if Jank doesn't support rent control, he should say,
Right.
I don't support rent control.
And I think
don't
it's a
it
stupid
works."
idea. It is not going to work.
Yeah.
It's going to fuck everything
I think
up.
it's a stupid idea, but he won't do that. He's not going to do that. Mamdani has too much political power right now. Everyone in his audience is like, rah, rah, Mamdani. We're taking over. We're winning. So he can't say, oh yeah, that's a stupid policy and it's going to fuck up New York. He's literally got to hold his tongue. What's going on here? It seems a lot like money in politics is corrupting
Yeah.
old Jank here because he can't say what he wants to say because it's going to hurt his bottom line.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to deflate the coalition's energy and their motivation. They're all hyped up.
Yeah. Anna would say whatever she thinks. Even if it's ridiculous and I completely disagree with it, Anna would
That
say
is
it.
true.
Anna would totally say it. Yeah.
Voters in New York decided they were so sick of the housing prices that they'd want to try it. And if it turns out that it backfires, then you'll get to run a candidate saying, see, Mamdani's idea on that didn't work. And then you accidentally said something really important. You said, well, it could be radical even if it's popular. And because you know that all of his policies today are popular. So now you're calling all the voters radical. And I would say to you that
Oh my God, you've done how could you do such a thing?
Mm-hmm.
You're shitting all over the voters. Oh my God. Debate tactic bro here.
maybe all the voters aren't radical, that maybe
All of those 10% of the voters that actually voted in this primary,
I know.
that the tiny amount of voters who I think we should shit on because most of them are from the DSA, so fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
your beliefs are a little bit radical if you think that the average American or the average voter is radical. And I've never seen the voters be called radical when they vote for corrupt establishment, Democrats or Republicans. They're never, ever called radical then. But the minute they vote for someone who is outside of this current corrupt system, all of a sudden they're radicals. So I want the audience and the viewers to notice that because of who gets smeared and who doesn't.
This is like huge bad faith. Hugely bad faith. He somehow put together this chain of reasoning. So saying that abolish all prisons is a psycho policy is shitting on the voters and calling them radical pieces of shit.
I mean, if they're okay with that policy, then yes.
Yeah, they should be shit on and are radical pieces of shit, right?
Right.
Chances are, look, it was close in the craziest person's election. It was close. It was like 50-50. She won by 4% or 2,000 votes. So
Yeah.
obviously there was half of the people, even though it was a small turnout, like I said, it was 10% of what they're thinking is going to vote in the actual election.
Mm-hmm.
That it's still, that makes it even tinier. That makes the point. Even though a few people showed up, 50% of them were like, this shit's fucking insane.
Yep.
Okay,
And
I think that
you should notice that they are radical. Yes, New York is a more left-wing place than other places in the country. I live here. I am the New York City voters. I have to deal with this nonsense. I have to deal with rental increases going up in market rate apartments because unlike Mamdani, I wasn't lucky enough to get into a rent-stabilized place while I'm the children of multimillionaires and was in the state assembly. Like, we actually have to deal with the consequences of this. And yeah, it's a stupid policy. It is a radical policy. And again, this is something that we've been doing since the 70s. It hasn't worked. 44% of New York City apartments are already in rent stabilization. They've been capped at increases at 1.5% a year since 1974. This does not work. This is a failed policy. In Los Angeles, you got 60% of your apartments in rent stabilization. Is your city more affordable? Is it that much more affordable than New York City? In San Francisco, you have around
God, I cringe at hearing that. 60%. This is why nobody wants to be a landlord in Los Angeles anymore. So many people who deal in real estate are like, I'm selling. I'll put my money in the stock market. Fuck this.
thirds of the apartments in rent stabilization. Is San Francisco more affordable than New York and Los Angeles because they do more rent stabilization? No, it's a ridiculous policy. They are radical because it's something that has been done away with in large swaths of the country. So most of America has moved on from this, and Mamdani is doubling down on it. And it's not going to work out because, again, economic flat earthers, their theories don't work.
Okay, I guess we will see how it goes. I share your skepticism, but who knows? We are a little bit over time here. I really appreciate.
I swear I came up with that economic flat earthers thing. I mean, we're always saying shit that Sean says, so obviously. I think
obviously he stole it from us.
We say the baby angels, the Aladdins. No, that's totally from Sean. We didn't come up with that.
Oh, I see.
That's in Sean's video.
Right.
But I always call them economic flat earthers.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, we've been saying that on the show for a long time. He might have come up with it independently, but unlikely since he's in the chat. Yeah, obviously. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, 100%.
But it's good. It totally makes a point.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you're as dumb as a flat earther, obviously. I thought we moved past flat earthism. But Cenk is like, no, that's an interesting policy. That's an interesting way to look at the world.
We never moved past it.
Both of you coming together for an honest dialogue and conversation. Cenk, you
look now. Brad's lying through his teeth here, trying to say that it was an honest conversation. That was. Would you describe that as an honest conversation?
I mean, it was a cordial conversation.
That says it all,
right?
Yeah, but he said cordial and honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of. Listen, I'm impressed. Cenk didn't. I mean, I was kind of disappointed. Cenk didn't start screaming. Right? I always like to see.
He did. He did. Oh my God! I want to go back to the part where he's doing the impersonation of the Israeli person.
He got madder at
us. You owe us this.
And dead shot. Like he definitely was coached to chill out. I think from Anna. I think Anna was like,
all their ideas that
Sean.
I should have written down a bookmark.
Don't worry about
that. That little rant was like, ugh. Oh my God.
Come on, he took pretendicide. He took Israel first. He took a lot of them. I thought he was gonna explode.
Cenk, it's impossible for Cenk to separate from the Democratic Party because of money in politics. It's funny, the thing that he rants about all the time, money in politics, money in politics. What comes out of his mouth is dictated by money in politics. It really is. Because he has to cater to a left-wing audience. He can't, he's completely under their thumb. He's influenced by them. He can't maneuver out of certain, and look, Anna makes it even, Anna being in a position where she's like, I'm going to say and do whatever I want, gives him even less leverage to say or do whatever he wants, right? Because obviously he's like, well, I got to keep the ship afloat. So, yeah, it is fat. Maybe this is why he thinks money in politics is so important, because he realizes how much of money influences his operation, right? How much money in politics kind of influences his
Sure.
his wheelings and dealings. So it's like, oh my God, if I could just have a show on some network that we were completely subsidized, oh my God, it'd be heaven. I could just say whatever I think is right. But he's like, no. All right. Anything else on this, or are you good?
Well, give me a second. I got food in
We
my
gotta
mouth.
read some super chats before your internet goes. Oh, what's the update on the internet?
Oh, I'll tell you in a second. But so I think that even if Cenk was in a magical place where he didn't have to worry about money or audience, I think his positions that he said in this conversation would be exactly the same. Because I think it's really dictated primarily by Israel first and not money.
I completely disagree. I
Okay.
completely disagree because I do think that Cenk is a capitalist. I do think he enjoys playing the game of capitalism where, he's tried to build a business, has a lot of pride for building a business, a successful business, a business that employs people and has made him enough money to have a family and own a home and all that good stuff. So I think he would be super vocal about these anti-capitalist policies. Like he might even be more vocal about the open border policies because he's an immigrant. And every immigrant I know who went through the legal process is like, fuck these border jumpers. Like they're like, I spent a huge part of my life going through the legal route. Right. And Cenk's one of those people. So I think his
it just seems like
opinions
they're so fixated on Israel that I think he'd be willing to take almost anything essentially to get the Democrats to be against Israel. This is why, I mean, they're supporting Tucker Carlson for fuck's sakes now. They'll support Marjorie Taylor Greene. They'll support all these people that they hated for years just because they're against Israel.
So he's holding his tongue on those other things?
Yeah. I think it's all just the Israel first stuff.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but J-Mac, thanks so much. Our surrogate father, J-Mac, for the $50 in the he said $250. That's right. It's the 250th anniversary, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, to answer your question.
250 years, baby. No, thanks, J-Mac. That's super nice of you for coming by. And happy America's birthday. Independence Day.
Birthday, yes.
250 years, a quarter of a millennium. Look at that. We're stacking it up.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we got another 10 millenniums in us.
There was an interesting development in the Sitch's eternal quest for internet. Okay.
Oh, yeah, the internet saga.
So, I call a bunch of people at the internet company and I had like, they just want to send out some like random person. I'm like, no, you have to send out like some top tier person, blah, 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 blah. Cause they're not going to solve the problem. And the problem is beyond the normal person. Right. So they tell me they're going to send some like, they're going to send some like expert, some higher level guy, right? That's going to come out. This is after I get in touch. They keep sending me along the chain to like supervisors. I'm supposedly talking to supervisors and stuff up the chain of command. And I keep, they put you on hold and they keep transferring you to like other people that are like supposedly people's bosses. And so they say they're going to send out this like upper level guy. So the guy comes out. He's not an upper level guy. He's the same level, like low level technician that they always send out. Well, he was very nice, by the way, though. So I don't really want to, diss him, but he didn't know anything about the situation either. So I kind of explained the whole situation that this has been going on for months and that it's some infrastructure problem. You can't, if you replace my modem or test my equipment, it doesn't matter. You're just wasting your time because I know it's an infrastructure thing. And he doesn't have any way of like finding out that, but fortunately, I happen to have like the number or the name of like one of the regional guy bosses in the area. And he calls this guy and I'm standing there, right, when he's calling this guy. So I'm kind of overhearing the conversation on the phone. I don't know if I'm supposed to be overhearing this conversation. Okay.
Probably not.
Probably not. But I'm standing there and I'm hearing this conversation.
Is it on speakerphone or are you just hearing half the conversation?
it wasn't on speakerphone, but it's loud enough that I can still hear pretty clearly what's being
Oh,
said.
okay, nice.
And we're in the we're like in that server, not the server, what is it called? Like the utility closet
Right, yeah.
area anyway in
The
the
wire
apartment. So
room, the rat's
yeah, so
nest.
it's like a small location anyway, right? You're kind of, it's not like, you're packed in. So basically what the boss says, this is kind of crazy. I don't know if I'm supposed to know this. He says, well, essentially what's going on is that the infrastructure where I live for the internet by this internet company gets overloaded at this time period, right? At night, which is obvious because that's what everyone thinks when you explain the problem, right? And normally the internet company would have some kind of fix that they would just implement and fix the situation. But they've decided, the company's decided not to fix it intentionally because they were planning to upgrade the infrastructure anyway at some point this summer. So they didn't want to spend the money on the fix when they were just going to upgrade anyway. Now, they don't have an answer of exactly what is the exact date that they're going to upgrade the infrastructure, right? But they just tell me to like be patient because at some time in the summer, this is supposed to be fixed, right? So I'm sitting here and like thinking, this is crazy. Basically, what they're saying is that for 6 months, they've known they've had this problem. They haven't told their customers. They haven't told me. They haven't told fucking anyone. I'm pretty sure this is like illegal or something, or at least a very shady business practice, right? The company knows that they're having service outage problems and they've decided not to fix it because 6 months later, right, they're going to eventually get around to upgrading the system, and they can't tell me exactly when this upgrade is supposed to come, into effect.
Pretty shady, yeah. But
Yeah,
look, people, if enough people quit, then they won't have the bandwidth problems because at those times people won't be there. They won't be customers anymore. So
of course.
they're looking at it as a problem that will solve itself if people quit.
So my response to this to the guy is like, well, you need to find out like when is this actually going to occur? Because if this is going to occur next week, right, then okay, I'll stick around, right?
No,
You
we can't. No, this has
well,
to end like
no. But this
week.
was last week, right? I'm saying like, if you tell me like this is going to be resolved in some sort of soon timeline, because I don't know if I switch the internet, it could be the same fucking problem, right? I don't know what the situation is.
If they're using the same infrastructure, you
yeah,
got to kind of
who the
ask
fuck
them.
knows, right? They're not going to tell you, right, when you're signing up. And so I'm like, if you can tell me like if this is going to be sometime actually soon, okay. But if it's going to be a month from now, right? It's going to be a long time from now. I'm not fucking sticking around for this. And so the guy who seemed very nice and he seemed very sympathetic, he told me that he was like, oh, well, I'm going to try to find out and I'll call you on Friday. Now, unfortunately, I forgot. Friday was July 3rd and everyone was off work on July.
Oh, yeah,
no one was
of
fucking doing
course.
shit July 3rd,
Yeah.
right? So obviously I didn't get a phone call July 3rd. Also, the guy on the phone, the supervisor I supposedly talked to, was also supposed to call me on Friday to make sure my problem was resolved, which obviously didn't happen. So
That wouldn't happen, yeah.
right. So, Monday I'm going to try to get in contact with these people to get to the bottom of this. Because I do feel like I do have a good complaint against the company, either to the Better Business Bureau or to whoever regulates this in Florida, because I can't imagine it's legal for a company to knowingly have a service outage and to not inform their customers, not give their customers any sort of rebate or anything, and just, sit on it for 6 fucking months.
Well, I mean, they can give you 6 months of free internet, but it's not worth going to. I mean, what are you paying? $30 a month for internet?
It would be nice if I get that back, right?
Sure, but I mean, you can't really. I mean, you're not going to go sue for.
Sure.
For.
Yeah, but if I make a big stink about it,
$30 a month for 6 months.
It wouldn't just be me that they owe that money to, right? If it comes out, if it becomes
put
public
together
knowledge.
a class action lawsuit with everyone in your building. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we got some money rolling in.
I'm just saying. I'm like, listen, maybe. Right,
what are the other internet options? Could you switch tomorrow?
I think I have. Well, Nathan Margolis had suggested something which may work.
Yeah.
Which I could try. There's one other internet provider that I think is available for where I live.
Mm-hmm.
So I could theoretically switch to them, but again, as I said, I don't know if they'll have the exact same problem.
Right.
So that's my only concern.
My parents were having shoddy internet at their house, and I went through a few internet providers just trying to work it out. So
Yes.
I just got in there and I was like, I'm going to fix this fucking shit.
You physically fix the wire? Like, what do you mean? You fix
No,
the
no, no.
wiring?
I was like, I'm going to find a company that can
Oh, right.
get
Yeah.
me solid internet here.
Yeah.
I'm not taking no for an answer. So there's like Starlink. There were other companies. So, but I tried a few other companies.
As I said, I would do Starlink. Starlink's not an option to me because I don't have a like Sky access
Mhm.
for Starlink to work. So
Yeah, I don't know how it works. So
Yeah.
for all I know, you point a little antenna out your window and you're good.
yeah, but like the
I'm
the
assuming
windows
you
I
can see.
have are kind of like they're like facing kind of like a courtyard. It's not like
Mhm.
it's not like a window that's facing like outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you have 90 degrees of sky access at all times. Like I
Yeah.
feel like out my window you maybe have like 20 degrees of sky access, which I don't think is enough
Oh yeah, I don't know.
for Starlink.
It's a
So
good question.
I
Well, at
do.
least
I
you're
live in a
looking into
tunnel.
it.
Yes, I live in a tunnel. That's right.
Do you live in a pineapple under the sea?
I do actually. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Yeah. I don't think the building would like if I put like if I sneak an antenna on the top of the roof of the building, and I have like a multi-story long cable that like runs down. It like goes into my window. I feel like someone would find out about that. So
All right, we got some super chats to read. I want to ask you because you brought up this super dumb thing that you constantly bring up, and I'm hoping maybe if we talk about it just a little bit more, I can break through to you. I think I broke. I never hear you talk about the inside outside metaphor anymore. I think I broke you of that one.
No, I don't talk about it because it annoys you. I don't want like a 2-hour
Well, look,
conversation about it anymore.
you annoy me on this one too because it makes absolutely no sense to me. So you obviously we're going to talk about objective morality for a minute here. So you obviously know how I define morality, right? So if you accept that morality is a set of rules that binds individuals into teams to compete against other organisms and teams for resources, right? You're setting up a objective way that you can kind of evaluate morality, right? But it's a scientific way, so therefore it is universally objective. So when you're making this separation between universally objective and locally objective, you're not really saying anything, right? How is the distinction even relevant?
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not. It's completely irrelevant. That's why when you say it, you're basically saying, okay, but inside your moral system, right? Inside this definition of morality that you have, there are different moral sets that are competing, right? But those are obviously subjective because the people come up with them all. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, no fucking shit.
No, but like, so under your definition of morality, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is basically, would you make the argument that the best morality, the objective best morality would be the morality that produces what, like the strongest society or the most cooperative group that could exist? Like, what would be the best?
That wins the game, that thrives against other competing groups. Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, look, you realize in the context of evolution, there is survival and reproduction. There's like a system here that thriving into the future is sort of winning the game in the context of that evolutionary system.
Mm-hmm.
The losers we could categorize as the species that go extinct, right?
Right. So what if hypothetically you could deduce that the best moral system under your definition of best was like some kind of like horrible authoritarian system, right? That was better than capitalism or freedom or whatever.
You would still be in the context of objective and universally objective.
No. Okay, that's fine. Listen,
You would
hold on,
still
hold
be
on,
in that.
hold on.
So that's why the distinction between local and universal is moot.
So would you propose that we follow that moral system just because it's more like effective?
First of all, it would be difficult for me to imagine that it would be more.
I know it's a
effective
hypothetical though.
because of the rules
I know.
because of the context, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. Part of making the group thrive is that you're not going to have people objecting to a morally repugnant system for them because they're going to opt out of the system, right? Or the systems end up. So I would argue, first of all, just to answer the hypothetical, yes, I would say that is the winning moral system, even though it's repugnant.
No, not that it's winning. Should we follow it?
Should we follow it? No, obviously. I do not think that we should follow it, obviously, because it's morally repugnant.
Right.
And it would, this is the ultimate irony to the universe, right? The winning moral system is completely horrifying to most people, right?
Right.
So that would almost be like a crime against reality, right?
Right.
But I would argue that reality does not exist, that reality really can't exist, because in those situations where it's some sort of morally repugnant moral system, that would not actually bind individuals into a cooperative team, and the team would be disillusioned and they would go extinct, competing against other organisms that were actually in a system that they liked. That's the way that I would argue it. But it's still just so I can focus on the locally, yes. So you never bring it up again. How does locally objective, universally objective, like, why is this even a thing that is coming up when we're talking about this?
Well, notice you said that the system would be morally repugnant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why would it be morally, under your definition, it shouldn't be morally repugnant?
I don't understand what you're saying. Like,
if you're gonna
under my system, and under, like, me as an individual is different than me as, I would be. There are things in nature that I can evaluate descriptively, right, that I find morally repugnant, but it doesn't change the objective state of nature.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So.
I like your definition of morality.
It's still universally objective.
I like your definition of morality. I think it has a lot of utility, but I'm just saying that we all seem to have an innate sense of what morality is that's somewhat separate from your definition. And I think the fact that you said that it could be the most effective, but still morally repugnant, shows that you had that intuition, right?
So, when you bring up locally objective, you're saying inside the framework, the objective framework that I've set up, there are different competing moral sets, and those are the locally objective sets.
Correct.
How are they objective?
So inside the framework that you set up, there should be a theoretical best system that would create the best outcome under whatever the stated goal of the system is, right?
Right, but that is at the universal level.
No, that's at the local level. So, for example, maybe like to compare it.
Well, if it's winning the game, it's in the universals. It's
no,
already
because
in the universal.
Okay. The reason I bring it up, and I think it's important, especially in the context when you're talking to Ryan, right? Because Ryan's kind of talking about natural law, and
we could never have this conversation with Ryan.
Well, no, but Ryan would agree probably with me, because Ryan has this position about natural law, which he agrees with me, because I agree 100% with him, is that it's very difficult, I think, for people to make natural law arguments or objective moral claims without God. I think it's very, very difficult to make those claims.
He's defining objective, though, completely differently than I'm defining
I know
objective.
He is. But that's why I'm saying when I'm talking about local versus universal morality, I'm talking more about the way that Ryan, and I think most people, think of the term morality, which maybe doesn't really apply to you, because I think of morality in a way, or you define morality in a way that most people probably don't.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I mean, it'd be interesting. And look, if we have Ryan on to talk about this again, obviously we'd have to ask how he's defining morality. But it's interesting to me. Most people don't even really think they need to define morality. They're like, oh, morality, it's just right and wrong. I
Yeah.
mean, it's the internal intuitive sense you have of right and wrong.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's like, if you like the just standard definition says morality are the principles and values that distinguish right from wrong.
Yeah.
It's like a classic behavior. And so when I say local versus universal, I mean that, like, all I mean when I say local is that there is an acknowledgement by whoever's creating the moral system or agreeing the moral system that they are choosing, and maybe you could say arbitrarily, or maybe you could say something else. They're choosing what the criteria is that they're aiming for. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're choosing human flourishing, right? That is a criteria that you've chosen. You as an individual, Adam or Sam Harris or whoever, right, is having this moral conversation. They're choosing this criteria of human flourishing.
Well, this is why this triggers me, because it's completely inverts it. Like, the locally is hierarchically above the universal part, which just seems like ridiculous.
I don't know
right?
what you mean by that.
Because embedded in my definition of morality, which sets up the whole system, is a universal objective. I'm taking that human thriving is part of it. You can't say that the rules of the game are to thrive into the future without just acknowledging the evolutionary framework.
No, but the idea would be, but so what? Why is the evolutionary framework the framework that you decided is the important framework?
I mean, if we were arguing this, I would argue because you are kind of conscripted into reality from the day that you're born into the evolutionary framework. It's just it can't be avoided.
Sure, I think you could make an argument, a compelling argument, and say, well, it's the natural or the more natural.
That is natural law. Yeah, literally.
Like, in terms of like the natural law, but it's still, if you believe in free will, it's still your choice to follow the biological imperative. You don't have to do that. A lot of people don't follow biological imperative, right? A lot of people don't, go down that pathway. They choose to be self-destructive. They choose not to have kids. They choose to commit suicide. They choose to do a million things, right? That are not necessarily like the biological, they choose to jump on the grenade, right?
Yeah, but in the framework that I set up, it's completely immaterial because they are an individual, and the unit of measure is society or a group of people, right? I mean, you're not doing morality at the individual level. You know this obviously because we've talked about it a million times. So
I guess.
So it has no bearing on the universal or local or anything. Yeah.
To answer your question, the utility of even conceptualizing local versus universal is that, and again, maybe this doesn't apply to you, and I think it is interesting that you're like have this framework that would be more appealing of a natural law framework to atheists, right? Because you're kind of embedding it in evolution, which I appreciate as a big fan of evolution. That usually when you have these conversations about like objective morality or natural law, almost always the person you're talking about is embedding it in God or something to that effect, right? And
well, I think they're embedding it in thriving. I think that's where they're kind of smuggling in a premise.
Well, I think they're assuming, kind of like how you're assuming that, like a what we would consider a good moral framework would also be the most effective one, right? They're assuming that because God is just, that God would be then pushing a just moral framework, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah,
yeah. But the reason I think the utility of the universal is that if God exists and God created the foundational rules of the universe with some sort of conscious purpose, right? And that means that God dictates the rules of the game that we're all playing. And so that means that whatever those rules are a universal rule that is woven into the fabric of the universe that kind of, you can argue we should be following if we want to have the proper outcome. Because, right?
So, but you're talking about the rules for behavior inside the moral set.
Yes.
Okay.
like if God creates the universe and then God says you can't eat pork or you'll go to hell, then it is an objective fact that it would be good not to eat pork, right?
Yes.
So,
Like inside, obviously.
right, in a universal sense, though, like there's no, I'm not choosing any target of how to aim on anything. God is choosing the target, right? I have no control over any like goal or orientation or anything about the moral system. God has has designed humans so that you feel pleasure, that you feel pain, that you feel certain things, that you want to experience certain things. And then through that design, God has laid out a bunch of rules that says if you follow these rules, you will, have a pleasurable outcome according to the way in which I've designed you as a human, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, but that's what I mean when I say it's universal, is that it's completely outside of our control. We have like really no control of how to aim the moral system. It's just universally true no matter what. Where the local one, as I said, is a person is still aiming the target about what to aim for. And the reason I think that that's important is because, years ago when we had all these conversations about objective morality, it would seem like people would constantly get hung up on these two concepts where one person would be kind of arguing it from the God sense and the other person would just be kind of arguing it from the like, well, I'm choosing the direction to how to aim it, but there's got to be an objective way to get there. And so I think that's why I said, well, let me just, because most arguments about definitions, let's just split the concept and have two different definitions so we could clearly articulate exactly what's, being spoken about.
Yeah, I don't think it's a useful split though, because it splits it along that God axis, which I'm not really keen to split it on.
Why not?
I want to have the conversation on the, like if I'm having a conversation about the pork thing and you want to say it's objectively better, like a community that adopts the rule not to eat pork is going to thrive, and a community that doesn't adopt that rule is likely to go extinct. You're making an objective claim about the universe that you have to somehow tie back to whether or not the community thrives or goes extinct. In order for it to be truly, truly objective, right?
Right.
Yeah.
No, but like there's like eco terrorists who think that humans should be eradicated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't agree with that. I think those people are insane. But they are objectively correct to some extent that a lot of other animals would probably thrive better if humans didn't exist, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so you could make the argument, especially in this sort of situation, that, well, you're still making the choice to say, well, human thriving, you're putting that at like the top of the hierarchy, which means that you'll therefore sacrifice the thriving and success of other animals to get to the human thriving, right?
It's all of that is, I mean, I see what you're doing. You keep going back to the choices that are made, but all of those choices are made I've already made all of those choices in just how I'm defining morality. So you don't get to make that choice. If you're opting into the system that I'm putting forward, then you don't get to make that decision.
Okay.
It's
I mean,
already been
but I'm
made.
not 100% opting into your system.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
But the splitting the system between universal and local is not, it's not a helpful split for the system that I'm talking about.
I feel like when I say universal versus local, you feel like calling something local morality is like diminishing it versus universal. Like universal is more important or more like good or something. And I don't mean it in that sense.
It's not helpful descriptively. It's irrelevant, like I said.
Okay. I think it is. I think there's a concept there that I feel like you understand, and I feel like people who've listened to us always understand there is a concept distinction there. And I'm just trying to create two different mouth sounds to describe the two different concepts so that we don't like forever get stuck in not understanding and, not being able to communicate the ideas effectively.
The objective part is the important part of it, right? I don't know. How are you defining objective? Is like objective is a product of the natural world, right? You're defining it that way.
Yeah,
Sometimes
2 + 2 = 4 is objective.
yeah, okay. A product of the universe. So how is, I mean, that means locally objective is an oxymoron. How can it be a product of the universe locally?
Well, first of all, it's not a theory of relativity, but putting that aside for a second, because I know what you mean, right?
Yeah, it's insane.
No, it's not. It's because, as I said, the local part refers only to the fact that humans have subjectively chosen what is the guiding principle to go after.
And again, not in the objective moral system that I've laid out. It's in the definition. You are conscripted, like it or not, into a evolutionary framework where you are going to have to compete as an individual. You don't. You don't. But that will place you, whether you do or don't, will place you in a category of being a part of a society that thrives or being a part of a society that goes extinct. Or you're just not going to be a part of society at all because you're going to blow your brains out and kill yourself, right? So you're not even competing in the game. So
I think maybe if the widespread definition of morality was your definition of morality, then yeah, maybe it wouldn't matter, but it's not. So maybe
of course it's not. But every time I'm trying to like move the ball forward on this and get people thinking in this kind of terms, you're bringing up this thing that's completely like irrelevant. I
see. I mean, it's not my intention to like cut you off with the knees or anything in terms of your conversation with Ryan.
I mean, wonder, look, if he comes back and we're going to debate objective morality, coming in here with a oxymoronic term like locally objective.
It's not oxymoronic.
It is. Objective means a property of the entire universe.
I understand.
Look, where's local gravity figure into your objective framework? What is the local gravity? How's that work?
No. It would be like saying, who is objectively the best athlete of all time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're kind of like, well, is there even an answer to that question, right? What does that even mean? Because there's so many ways to define what being an athlete is.
Yeah, so but you could set up some sort of framework. I mean, it would be more like emergent than a property of the universe.
But I'm saying but you could say something like, well, who's the best baseball player of all time, right? Or what is the best tactic? Sure. What is the best tactic a basketball team could employ, right? And so I would say that like who has the best, what is the best way a basketball team can win a game? There's some objective way, maybe it's too complicated for us to figure out right now, but there's some objective way that'd be the best way to play basketball, right? Mm-hmm. And I would say sort of like, well, that's objective. And I'd say the local part is that in a framework of you're talking about the best athlete of all time, you're really only talking about basketball. You've chosen to choose the goal is to be the best basketball player, right? In the grand question of the best athletes of all time. Because obviously how you play basketball versus how you play baseball or football is going to be different.
Right. There's some wiggle room there.
Well, it depends on what you're choosing. Now, I understand that your argument is, well, you're making the argument you're not really choosing because evolution has sort of chosen for us. And I understand the argument you're saying. And I mean, I don't 100% agree with the framing of the way that you're doing it, but I won't bring it up. I was just bringing it up to kind of like be funny. I didn't really.
How can it be like I know. Issue. Look, and I don't care. It's just you continually bring it up in context where it's in a like, who cares this? We're just having a like, but I don't want you to bring it up in the future because it's like it does become. Then all of a sudden I'm arguing against this fucking term that is like completely derailing the point that I'm trying to make. That and look, when you're arguing with most of these people,
mm-hmm.
you really do fall into Sitch's law in that you're arguing definitions, and they've got like this really kind of shaky definition of objective, right? So it's important that term is important, and then splitting it into universally and locally, it's like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to pin them down on how do you make something universally objective. Like if we were having the conversation about basketball, right? How we want to determine the best basketball player in the world, which people want to do, right? Obviously people love basketball. So they form all of these leagues and all these contests and whatnot. People argue over it, but as soon as you start putting objective frameworks in place, right? The Academy Awards, who's won the most Academy Awards, we're kind of trying to nail in some sort of objective metric to figure those things out because they are important to people.
Okay.
So we're bringing in terms that are making things more and more objective as we go. The ultimate goal of this endeavor is to remove subjectivity. And most of it is so that we can point at other people and say, no, this is the way it is. And you have to accept that.
Well, I guess the question, but this is just where we differ. I don't think objective morality can exist without God. I don't think it's possible. So that's just where we have the disagreement, I guess.
Well,
I don't think you can create one.
It's an interesting, I could see, how morality can't be a property of the natural universe in my system without God. It can, obviously. My system strips God out of it completely.
So we don't get definitions confusion. When I say objective morality, usually when we have this conversation of objective morality, people mean like there's one true correct morality. Like obviously you could have different moral systems. Descriptively different moral systems exist without God, right?
Sure.
So, but when we talk about objective morality, usually they mean like there's the one true moral system. And I'm saying that the one true moral system, I don't think can exist without God.
Right.
And so the only reason I brought it up was because when Ryan was talking about natural law existing with God, and he's talking about the difficulties of natural law existing without God, to me, that plays exactly into the exact concept of universal versus local objective morality. Because I think you could say, God is universal objective morality, that concept, and non-God concepts of objective morality would be some form of local objective morality. But I don't really care enough to argue with Ryan about it, so I won't bring it up if you guys want to have your conversation about your moral questions, which I thought was interesting.
I guess it's doing a lot of the local versus universal is doing a lot of lifting for you in your conceptualization of this.
I think it just subverts a lot of pointless arguments.
The arguments really are, the argument most people want to make is they want to say, because I have free will, I can make a choice. I don't have to follow any moral framework at all. That somehow means is like you're able to opt out of anything being objective. But my whole point is to put some objective parameters down. But when I'm usually arguing with people, the people who want to argue in favor of objective morality, ironically, do not want to put any sort of objective parameters down, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, you say argue in favor or against?
They're arguing that the moral system is objective. It is a property of the natural world. But as soon as you come in there and say, oh, it has to do with human thriving, they're like, oh my God, how could you say something like that? Well, I'm trying to make it actually objective. I'm trying to give some sort of exterior criteria that we can judge it against, right? So it is actually objective. So it's difficult because they want to argue that morality is some sort of property of the natural universe, but they don't want to talk about the particulars on that.
When you say like human thriving, isn't it somewhat subjective how a person would define thriving anyway?
That's why I lay it out in the definition.
Mm-hmm.
The opposite of thriving is going extinct, right? You have a failure point.
Yeah, but I mean, if we
I mean,
want to go through the
the
hypothetical
whole
stuff,
the
like,
whole idea of GDP is to measure human thriving.
no. Like, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, if we're going to go in the extreme hypotheticals, just sort of like the play this out, like a lot of people, and I don't know how you feel about this, like you have like the Wally future, right? Where everyone's the fat person in the chair that's got like the VR headset and like the dick suck machine, right? So you can get, whatever you want at all times. And humans could thrive forever safely, right? Like, you know, is that the most moral system because everyone's thriving and is the safest thriving way possible?
If it outcompetes all other systems in the framework that I've set up, yes.
Okay.
And this is why people always want to bring up repugnant moral systems, or moral systems most people will think are repugnant.
Right.
So that they can argue, okay, well then that's just not morality. But all they're doing is they're only measuring against their own personal interior feelings. I understand. And how are we having a conversation about objective if you're just measuring against your feelings? You're not having a conversation about anything objective.
So but I guess I would say under the framework that you've laid out, because you are within the framework that you're laying out. You are laying out the goal already, right? So that is from the inside of your framework. It is just an objective. There's some objective factor,
right?
But looking outside of your framework, for people that don't agree with your framework, they wouldn't classify your framework as a whole as like objective.
Then how are they getting to objective?
Well, this is where I say that God has to come in.
How is it explain to me where God comes in and that suddenly makes it objective?
Because if somebody, it's kind of like saying there are objective rules to basketball because someone or multiple people sat down and they wrote the rules of basketball. So it is objective. That's just like, those are the rules of basketball, right? There's nothing else.
Right. Yeah.
So it'd be the same thing with the universe. If God sat down and wrote the rules of the universe, well, then you just kind of have to accept it.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, in situations like that, I think you're setting up like some sort of emergent property of the universe.
No, I mean, I speak the opposite, right? It would be, well, I mean, you can make an argument that God has created some emergent property, but
if you're setting up like
it complicates it, right?
The rules of a dynamic system that yields some result, the result that it's yielding would be considered objective, right? It's a property of whatever system you set up, but it would be some kind of emergent property.
The result,
if you change the rules, a different result would emerge.
Right.
But obviously we can't communicate with God. So how you get to its objective or knowing what the rules are. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that necessarily makes it objective.
You believe that we can't communicate with God, but obviously a lot of people think they can, right?
Of course.
So that's where they're getting their, objective morality from.
Which it always comes down to really a disagreement on the word objective. What is I'm pretty sure if we looked up the word objective, it would say something about you have to be able to measure against reality in some way, shape, or form through evidence. And
well, the AI says it says it's fact-based and impartial.
There you go. Yeah. Just like just like God's rules.
Well, the interesting thing is, here's an argument you can make. You could say, well, God's perspective would still be subjective to God, so is it really objective? And I'd say, okay, maybe, touche, maybe you got me there.
That's that's a common atheist argument. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I'd still say it's based within the facts of the universe because that's all that exists, at least that we can experience knowingly. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, this was helpful and interesting.
Was it? I don't know if it's helpful. I hope it's helpful. I'm not sure.
Well, it is helpful in that I don't, how you get to object, how God is essential in getting to objective, I just think is a disagreement over what objective even means,
It could be.
right?
I think when people think of objective immorality, they think it's something that's just true 100% of the time, all the time. That's how I could be wrong, but I think that's what people mean when they talk
Yeah.
about objective morality.
I agree. Yeah.
So, okay.
They mean it is a feature of the natural world.
Yes. Well, not that, I don't even know if they mean that, because I mean, don't a lot of Christians think that like the natural world is like mired in sin, right? Maybe life is a test. So maybe some element of the natural world is working against objective, this, what is the moral framework, right? And
Is it a test to form
it.
teams and compete against other organisms for resources?
No, they use a different
test?
definition. No, their definition of morality is following God's will so you go to heaven, right?
No, it's interesting that in my definition, yes, life is very much a test. It is also a test.
Well, that's true. That's a good point. I think that's a good point. I didn't think about that, but yeah, you're right.
Ultimately, it is a test.
Yes.
And as soon as you put down some parameters on that test, some real, parameters with teeth, then you can start digging in on the objective part.
Okay.
Most people don't do that though, obviously.
Right.
It's too, the gut is too powerful. It's too powerful. Like as soon as you come up with the example of the morally repugnant system, like you win the debate. You completely win the debate. Yeah.
That's true. Well, I saw I think I talked about this. I forget the guy's name. There's a YouTuber who does these kind of like interesting science fiction stories. And he had this science fiction story about some aliens are like fighting this like horrifying alien menace that's like trying to wipe them out. And they basically find out that all the aliens have been trying to wipe them out are just like they're just robots, they're just drones, and that humans essentially created AI. They put themselves in the pods forever, where they live out a VR fantasy where they can be immortal forever, essentially, ultimate thriving. And they put the AI in charge of like protecting the Earth and protecting them while they're in the VR system. And the AI made the determination that if it ever finds sentient life, it's safer to just wipe it out, because that would make it 0% chance that they would ever attack the Earth and destroy the humans that they're willing to protect, right?
Wow.
And so it's kind of interesting because it makes me think, is that moral, right? How does that all fit into the moral frameworks of the conversation?
It ultimately is moral. Yeah. Obviously because you're competing against other.
Right. Against the aliens.
Yeah.
So, no. Pod Voyski for $20. Thanks so much. Says morality is 100% relative, but it is scalable. Individuals have their own moral preferences. They can come together and create a society. Societies will clash with other societies in a grand game of moral trial and error.
Yeah. Yeah. That was great. Excellent super chat.
Well, thank you, Sean. Actor Just Warrior Sean for $10 says, sending my love for you covering my piano recital. I'll watch back later to find out you agree with Jank. Also, Reckless Ben accepted the give, send, go I set up so his subreddit can stop lying about me. Well, first of all, I didn't know his subreddit was lying about you, but that's
They
great.
thought you were probably taking the money. That's the way they always go. They're like, oh my God, someone on the internet's popular. I got to knock him down a peg. You're a grifter. Right. You're a liar. You're a thief. You're trying to steal all the money.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Hopefully things are going well. I saw a video where they were talking about, I guess, Bricks and Minifigs is just going to pay Ben not to, for the time they made him take his videos down and didn't make videos. Maybe they're negotiating some deal where they're just not gonna. They're like, let's just pay him not to put him back up again, and problem solved.
Because I saw the Legal Mindset video where he talked. Well, I saw the thumbnail and the title. I didn't actually watch it yet, so I don't know.
I watched the video that Legal Mindset is grifting off of to make that video.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
I mean, he did add his own legal commentary, but I was like, I could just listen to the original video. So
Well, but they're not. Are they dropping the case against Ben or no?
no, they're in some sort of negotiation.
Okay.
I think they're going to get the gag order taken off him.
Mhm.
If they get the gag order taken off him, he can make his videos public again, right? But I think they're maybe negotiating paying him to keep them not public.
Okay. Interesting.
So, but
Hmm.
he might.
Would he accept that? I don't know. I feel like he wouldn't accept that.
The negotiation is obviously they owe him some money for the time that they weren't public, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's the beginning of the negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they might be paying him for that time already. We'll see. I mean, if those things pop up public, you're right. He's going to be like, fuck you, give me the money, and I'm setting them back to public.
Because he would lose a lot of credibility if he basically agreed to a settlement where he's like, well, they paid me and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Like, that'd be pretty bad.
Well, he wouldn't say that. He'd come out and say, oh my God, I'm going to go to jail if I talk about it.
I guess you're right. He would
As
say,
he's counting the money.
He would say, he would say he's going to give the money to the family right first.
Of course.
You could spin it in a good way. That's true.
Yeah. We achieved our goal. They got paid off and I made $10 million.
Right.
I don't know. That's funny.
Valve Go for $5 says Ryan is familiar enough with philosophy that you boys can use your gay terms. He'll eventually figure out what concepts you're pointing at. Well, there you go. Thank you, Val.
I mean, I know. I mean, I disagree with Ryan on philosophy, economics. Like, I do not agree with Ryan. I think there's like maybe 10% of worldview overlap between me and Ryan.
Interesting. So, okay.
Yeah. I mean, the conversation you had today was interesting because obviously you're digging into a specific legal detail. So, but he completely lost me when he was like, oh yeah, both sides just cherry pick. I'm like, what? So it's all just a farce. It's all just a fraud. And can you really make that argument?
I guess the problem is with some legal stuff is like, it's usually sometimes, not always, but sometimes it's like kind of, there's enough wiggle room and it's not a clear answer and both sides can kind of point to things. It's like, is there really an objective answer to the question?
Yeah.
And, maybe there isn't. I mean, I do agree to some extent. I think that Thomas brings up some good arguments about the whole domicile thing. I think it's interesting in terms of our conversation with Ryan. I think Ryan understands that the domicile argument has a lot of problems, and I'm glad that he said what the big problem, which I wasn't even aware of, the big problem that he pointed out in Scalia's Thomas's argument, which Thomas didn't really bring up, which is that, well, how can a constitutional amendment be relying on domicile if the government can just willy-nilly change what the fuck that means? It doesn't really make sense. And so that's why he's kind of fixated on the sort of like the temporary thing. But I don't know. I wish it was clear. I wish that position was very clear in the law, because I think the law would
October
be better
7th,
if it was obvious that temporary sojourners or travelers or even people domiciled here had to be domiciled here for to be citizens. I wish it was clear. I don't see it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying though, just like conceptually, if you're going to say, oh yeah, both sides just completely cherry pick and are obviously dishonest in their own favor.
It's hard to call balls and strikes at that point, right?
How can you even have a conversation about this shit then? Okay.
Yeah.
Like you made, like, your argument was basically, okay, I went in and I meticulously looked up the context of all of these things that Justice, who was the justice you were fact checking? Thomas. That Justice Thomas was making, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I found the context was completely opposite in several cases. And to say, oh yeah, well, that's with every justice. That's if you do, he's basically making the argument that if you do that with every single justice, you will find that they're all doing that. I'm like, okay, well then burn it all to the ground.
Right.
Burn it all to the fucking ground. Okay.
Right.
Because there's no point. There's absolutely no point to any of this. Like I'm if that's the world we live in, I'm a nihilist. Okay.
Well, that's the problem, because I mean, as it's so easy. The human brain wants the answer first, right? And then it's going to look for facts to justify the answer post hoc.
Of course.
And we hope that if you make it to the Supreme Court, I mean, I guess this is very naive, but you would hope that people that make it to the Supreme Court are aware of that, and they're aware that they need to have some kind of framework that sort of checks that bias.
Yeah. Well, I don't in games, in sports, right? There's the concept of the foul play, right? In this, how do you even have the concept of the foul play if that's just the context of legal discourse, right? Everyone's just fucking lying. Well, I thought that was out of bounds, but I guess no, that's not. There are no rules to this game.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, and unfortunately, because I did check some of the majority, which was Roberts. I did check some of I did check a lot of Roberts' opinion. I read most of the Wong King arc, conversation, or the ruling. Now I didn't check the sources of that. It's going to take me like months, right? I have to check everyone's sources. That everything's built upon. It just takes months and months and months and months of time because it's so strenuous.
I suspect that's what's actually going on. That Ryan is trying to hedge here. He's trying to say, "Oh yeah, like you might have dug in and on my side lying, but look, if you dig into every side, they're all going to be lying." And that's too much work for you to actually do, so you'll never do it. You'll just be like, "Oh, you win by default." I think that's the real game.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I saw even in the stuff. I mean, we had like a 20-minute conversation about how to interpret, a sentence in commas, right? So I think it gets to the point where it's just there's always going to be enough ambiguity in the impreciseness of human language that either side can kind of point at that and try to make an argument one way or the other, right?
Not in the argument you laid out, though. You laid it out. Look.
Yeah, but I'm in this weird position because I don't agree. I want the law to be changed. So I should be biased in favor of the law being changed. But I'm also biased in favor of.
You should be biased in favor of cheating, is what you mean.
Well, no, I'm saying, but I'm more biased in favor of systems being followed properly than I am of the bias of wanting the law to be changed. And so that is affecting me more on an emotional level to make sure that I think something is actually following a proper, a procedure that I think is important. Because if we start getting willy-nilly about amendments, it's like, well, then you can just get rid of the First Amendment, Second Amendment, everything, right? Kind of falls apart at that point, which I'm more concerned about.
Whether or not the party's domicile in the United States being relevant to the case is just, I mean, that's pretty cut and dry. There's not a lot of language wiggle room there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then you get the problem, which is like that the term domicile doesn't ever, at least if we're going to point to the Senate conversations, which some people say is you shouldn't even bother doing. But if you point to the Senate conversation or they discuss the language, like they don't even bring up the concept of domicile in that context ever. And so this is kind of where Thomas has such a problem, because Thomas's argument was basically, well, they didn't bring it up because it's just so implicit in the conversation that no one needed to, which I don't believe that's the case. I don't find that to be the case. And I think the fact that Wong Kim, the court did bring up the fact that he was domiciled kind of shows that that's not necessarily true, that it's just so inherent in the case that the people, 20, 30, 40 years earlier, when they're writing the law, would never bring up the concept of domiciled in the conversation.
He cited a case to make he cited a case where the domicile issue is completely irrelevant to make the argument that the domicile situation was relevant.
Mm-hmm.
That's It's like completely ass backwards.
Yes.
Yeah. And you pointed it out. And I'm just saying there's no wiggle room in the language there.
I agree. That's why I came. That's why I came to my opinion. So, but
I mean, people will always try to have wiggle room in the language because they don't
Right.
want to admit the obvious. So,
right. And I mean,
But-
and to be fair, you do get in the problem. And I said this is the problem with like originalist interpretations is that, you know, it's very reading that the Senate arguments. I wish there was some way. I think there is some way, but you know, to kind of like put it on audio, so I don't have to fucking read it. I can just listen to it because it's like it's literally thousands of pages. Okay,
I mean,
super fucking long.
I set
right?
my computer up to read me 1,000 pages and I just start drawing, Sitch. I don't know why you can't.
No,
do
because it's like it's like a PDF that's like a picture of like text that's like kind of shitty, right? It's not even like it's not just like text that you can
Yeah.
just put into the machine and you know it's already in the you know what I'm saying? Like it's not just like typed out text.
Yeah, no, I put that PDF into Gemini and I say, turn
okay.
this shitty fucking PDF into text for me. And it's like, yes, sir.
Okay, well I'll try. Maybe I could put the. I mean, we're talking about like 6,000 pages, but maybe I can put the 6,000 pages. I mean, you could break it up. It's broken up into parts, but it's interesting because the more I read it, like the more complicated context arises from the conversation. That you know, when you reread all people put all the little pieces of it that they think makes their argument, they put on social media. You know, I'm guilty of that too. Because you read it, and you think, oh, it means one thing, and then you read like, well, actually, a month ago they said this, and it kind of creates additional context. But also, the more you read it, you realize so many of these senators like don't fucking agree with each other. And when they come up with this language and they vote on it, it's basically like a lot of senators, and this is why I think a lot of legal scholars don't even like necessarily pointing to Senate debates, is that a lot of senators, even if they all vote on some language, they don't necessarily, at the time of voting on it, even agree on what the fuck the language means. They just kind of accept it at the end of the day because they kind of think it maybe means enough of what they want it to mean, right?
No, I know. Yeah. This is how the Constitution got passed. There was enough wiggle room in there.
Exactly.
Vagaries that they're like, oh yeah, we'll vote for it. It's vague enough.
Right. But that's so true. And so then you kind of get in this problem because then the courts are like basically sent this and then they're supposed to somehow figure out
Interpret the vagaries.
Right. Like in a very like cut and dry fact-based way, like what the fuck this language means or how exactly we should interpret it, you know, and then that's why they all have, you know, well, you have to go back. That's why it's like kind of silly, but it's like, okay, well, we have to go back to common law from the fucking Middle Ages to determine what the fuck anyone's talking about.
When the only reason they threw in under the jurisdiction of is to like have some vagaries so that they could pass the thing.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, there was 3 or 4 different versions of the same amendment that had slightly different language that you could slightly interpret to mean slightly different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people were arguing about it back and forth and what it, you know, means and what it doesn't mean. So
in the Constitution, they had different wordings there.
Well, no, when they were arguing different wording for that amendment to the Constitution before they voted on it.
Oh, okay. This was an amendment.
This is the 14th
Yeah,
Amendment
that's right.
that we were talking about.
Yeah.
They were,
Yeah.
because it wasn't always subject to the jurisdiction thereof. It used to be like, I'm trying to remember. It was like doesn't have sovereignty to any other nation. You know,
this was the amendment was to deal with freed slaves, right?
It was to deal with free slaves, but it also very distinctly was to grant citizenship to at least some class of foreigners' children that were living in America at the time.
This was the beginning of the Democratic Party.
Well, it was reversed. So it was actually the Republicans. The Republicans were the one that were really big in favor at the time.
Oh,
remember, the Democrats were still the South at this point in time, so they were probably less inclined to agree with.
They were against the immigration, yeah.
They were more against it, yeah. Well, and also the thing that's so interesting too is because a lot of people talk about, and I thought this was true. A lot of people talk about, well, when the 14th Amendment was passed, they weren't really afraid of mass migration and all these other issues. And the guy who's complaining about this, he literally says, like, well, in the past they didn't have to worry about mass immigration, but now that we have like the age of iron and steel where boats can come, you know, hither and forto, like you got all these millions of Chinese people showing up in California, they're going to take over. I'm like, oh, see, the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's like the same conversation.
Oh, that's so funny.
And it's really funny. He goes on and on because he's the senator of Pennsylvania. He talks about, I didn't even realize this was an issue. He talks about like, oh, there's all these roving bands of gypsies in Pennsylvania that are causing all these problems, and he doesn't want to give their children citizenship.
How's the midterms going to go down here? What do you think's going to happen? Is it a full commie takeover?
I fucking hope not.
Things are
I don't
getting
know.
super interesting.
It is.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was rereading End Times, Peter Turchin, where he talks about cleodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically a scientific framework for generations theory. So I think I think a lot of your objections to generations theory is that it's too kind of intuitive. It's kind of almost like astrology-ish. But cleodynamics is very like by the book scientific. Yeah.
I mean, to be
Dealing
fair with
with
generations,
spread.
I haven't spent really the time to have an informed opinion one way or the other about how
No.
accurate the cycle is.
It's a lot easier to reject generations theory because it's not bound up in some quantifiable scientific framework. It's a lot harder to dismiss cleodynamics because they are bounding it up in kind of a scientific framework. But like we've talked about it before, cleodynamics is the elite overproduction and popular immiseration lead to these trying situations where we're at right now. Obviously, we have elite overproduction going on, and it's really the elites that start these mass movements and get everyone fighting against one another because there's no place for them in the aristocracy because there's not enough positions for these elites. And look, that's what we're looking at right here, right? Especially in this midterm election. So, but that in cleodynamics, he lays out this happens again and again. Elite overproduction happens, and then society has two ways of dealing with this. They narrow the scope of the elites, less elites, or they open up more positions for the elites. But the elites are going to constantly be making waves until they're dealt with. So you've got this kind of ebb and flow of cycles. And they lay out the cycles in the book End Times, but they kind of map perfectly onto the cycles that are in the Fourth Turning, the Generations Theory book, where they never in the Generations Theory book talk about the elite overproduction, though, or any of those terms. But they do talk about there being sort of periods of unrest, upheaval, that kind of thing. I think the cleodynamics gets to why those periods of upheaval exist because of the elite overproduction.
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. That makes perfect sense. I think the only thing that like the generation stuff, well, I think there's two things. One, Zero Fox said, which I agree with, what you said. A lot of the Generations 3 stuff feels kind of like, well, he didn't say this, but he's kind of alluding to it, like astrology. Like there's kind of like general things. You kind of
I said astrology-ish.
Right, you said, It's kind of like so general, maybe you can kind of, force the pattern to work to some extent.
He does put dates down, though, on like the generation. So he does make some quantifiable terms.
Right. But then the second thing is like, kind of like the way you were saying with cleodynamics, like it makes sense to me to say, okay, something can happen that can create a mass psychological reaction to something, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to say sociological because that has other connotations, unfortunately. But
especially these days.
Yeah, right. Has a mass psychological reaction to something. I think that's 100% true, and I think you can look at that and you can predict that and you can point to that. It's just, I would say where I hesitate is to saying like, well, it's going to necessarily like the cycle is going to go in one way or the other. Because as you said, like there could be a way in which maybe there's two outcomes, right? You produce more roles for the elites, or you shrink what is considered an elite, right? So it's not necessarily like there's going to be a one-way track once we go down that pathway.
The the ideology, though, of the elites that win the engagement is going to be the prominent ideology because they're going to be the elites that are left. I mean, the elites could completely abandon their ideology just to maintain their place in the hierarchy.
Yeah, I agree. There's always going to be like conflict, and then some system or some idea is going to emerge that's going to be victorious, right, for some time period.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean that's always going to happen. Sure.
I mean, this kind of happens with socialism, right? Obviously, the elites are just using socialism as an enticement so that they can gain political power. But as soon as they get political power, it becomes unfeasible. So
Right.
they always abandon the socialist ideology once they have what they really want, power.
Yeah, it's true. Jason Morgan for $10 says, I don't think Ryan wants to debate morality. He wants to come up with a framework that he could use to get atheists in America on board with the Declaration, which is built on natural law and rights. Interesting. Well, maybe if that's the case, then maybe he would be very interested in your framework of morality because you're kind of going in the same pathway. So, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I'm not a typical atheist. Like atheists generally hate people that believe in God. Just the word God makes them cringe. Which I'm not in that camp. I should just call myself agnostic, but I feel it's slightly dishonest because I'm not really agnostic.
Harrison Dilfer 2 says, is Ayn Rand's objectivism objective morality? I'm not learned enough or knowledgeable enough on objectivism to, I think, give a good answer on like even understanding why it's called objectivism to answer that question.
I think they would pitch it as objective morality.
Well, I know she does, right?
I don't think it is.
I know that the objectivists do. That's why it's called objectivist. I don't know whether I would consider that. I do know that from what I know of her moral system or what she deemed moral, I don't think it's objectively moral. I think it's very outside the bounds of things that I would consider moral, quite often. And I do personally think a lot of her positions were based on her personal life and what happened to her father when she was a child, and them, basically getting all their shit taken by the communists, affected her psychologically and sort of how she conceptualized the world, which makes sense because I think that's how most people conceptualize the world. So I would be I'd be skeptical to imagine that her moral framework is some kind of objective moral system.
We have talked to objectivists in the past, and they completely object to my moral framework because they want to argue that like groupishness or working together as a team is immoral. It's not even part of morality. So they fundamentally object to the definition that morality is a set of rules binding people together. They're like, no, it's a set of rules that keep people apart.
That's true. Yeah.
Which I'm just like, okay.
Well, because it's hyper individualistic, right? So they don't like
it is
the groupness of what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, if you take 100 guys like who've worked together in something called an army, and you take 100 individualists, and they're gonna fight, that the two groups are gonna fight one another. It's pretty obvious who's gonna win, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah. So it's just objectivists deny that reality.
Trolling Duckies for 34 months. Thanks so much. Says, as an 18 member here, seeing Sitch propose made me a temporary S class. First one to get a kid as main host to be sure to sign the kid up for a Trump account. Well, thank you.
Well, you bet you're going to be S class then, obviously, because Sitch is going to win that.
There you go.
Hopefully.
Though you did beat me to the proposal. So.
Oh, yeah. I'm too old to have kids at this point.
No.
That ship has sailed.
Pig Venus for $10 says some of the recent episodes are bleeding together for me. Was Ryan the guy who loves Epstein or the guy who stole all of Sitch's Legos? Neither. Michael Tracy was the Epstein guy. And what was the guy's name? The Bricks and Minifig guy? I forgot the guy's name. The Bricks and Minifig guy who was crying to the police.
We had someone on, but we didn't
from like the police videos that we watched.
Yeah.
Riri Magor for 41 months. Thank you so much. Says sometime you should have Ryan back on to talk about where morality comes from and related philosophical topics. Sure. Well, I mean,
we could do that.
I guess the question is, I mean, Adam's going to say evolution and Ryan's going to say God, right?
Yeah, of course. And it's just going to be us arguing definitions for 2 hours. But I could try to pin him down on his definition of objective.
Well, I guess it wouldn't, I mean, it doesn't have to be a debate. It just be, both sides explaining their positions, right? Or does the story need, the narrative needs conflict, right?
It could be that.
Okay.
I just, you're just taking, you're like, okay, the list, God's list is objective because God wrote it down. And look, in a context where there was God, we had proof of God, and God, we did see God write the list. We could say, okay, there's God. Here's the list. This list is obviously objective. This is what he wants us to do.
Right.
It's kind of like the rules of basketball are objective, right? Because we all agree. Whatever body came up with these rules is the one in charge of coming up with the rules, right?
Right.
But then how would you, let's say we didn't quite believe God, or we thought God might be lying to us, or how
you say you don't believe whoever's saying that they've talked to God anyway, right?
Yeah. So how would what measurement will we test those rules to prove? Because you can't really say it's objective unless you have some means to test. So what is the means to test?
That's the problem. Yeah. How do you objectively know, unless you're talking to God, how do you objectively know what God wants, right?
Well, I know how to test. I know exactly how I have the test.
Mm-hmm.
Life is a test. I have the test.
Okay.
Ryan needs to come up with the test. We have to know the test. Anyway.
Messy Tenant for $5 says, who would have guessed that the United States would be destroyed by the simple concept of citizenship? This is not complicated at all. Well, I don't think the United States will be destroyed. I think we'll persevere.
I think so too. They should do that law though. And they should crack down on the birth tourism thing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I think they should, since the baby is born, they should just take the baby, put the baby up for adoption to a nice American couple, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then incarcerate the mom and dad for, 50 years and then deport them. What do you think? It's a win-win.
Maybe not 50 years, but I think there should be very strenuous penalties. Yeah.
It's a win-win. We've got a new, bright, shiny Republican, obviously, because they're the only ones that adopt kids. And we've deported the usurpers, the Democrats. What do you think?
They would deport the Robert Baratheons, the usurpers. Yeah, sure. Bring back the Targaryen rule.
You're not watching House of the Dragon? I can't believe you're not watching House of the Dragon.
No.
You should watch it just to see Philosophy Tube get completely annihilated.
Okay, I will watch. I'll watch it on my own. I watched with Sammy. Oh my God, she was very mad at me. I made her watch the first episode of Avatar season 2. She was very upset.
Why?
Because it's like really bad.
Is it the live action version?
It's the live action version. Yeah.
I've seen that. That's come up.
That's really, really bad.
I don't understand why people love Avatar. It's just, I mean, it just does nothing for me, but knock yourself out. I don't mind.
Because most of us saw it when we were like kids.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like, totally listen, sense. Avatar has problems. Don't get me wrong. But it's a kid's show. And when I was a kid, I thought this is great.
Yeah.
No, and it's a good kid show. It's a solid kid show, 100% solid kid show. And then I would even argue that in season 2 and season 3, I think it just a solid show, in general. But
No, that's
not for
great.
everybody.
I think I watched a cartoon for a bit and I was like, what?
Yeah, that's fair. It would be hard, I think, to watch an American cartoon as a kid and be like, this is, I mean, as an adult, and just be like, yes, this is solid. That's fair. That's fair enough. Dr. Jill for 51 months. Thanks so much. Says enough. I grow tired of this prattle. To make it simple, this law will be if I like you, you're a citizen. Otherwise, pack your bags, punk. There you go.
Oh,
True.
yeah. That's a good. I like that.
Adam defunded for $10 says to Ryan, my concern isn't today, it's the precedent. If birthright citizenship changes, what stops future regimes from denying citizenship of children of legal visas or green card holders? I mean, I guess it would do well, nothing really, because I guess it's you can always get a court that can theoretically rule anything, right? At some point. So, but
Well, I mean, I think that they don't want green card holders to be citizens. They want you to be a full-fledged American citizen to be able to have a kid that's a citizen,
Sure.
right?
But the problem the problem with Thomas's argument is that green card holders would 100% under Thomas's own argument, green card holders would 100% children would have birthright citizenship.
Oh, they would?
Because they'd be domiciled. You're 100% domiciled. If you're in America with a green card, you're domiciled here.
We got to know.
So
that can't be the case.
That's why I thought it was so funny that all the people on the right were all like throwing Thomas accolades. And I'm like, well, they didn't really understand what the fuck he was arguing. Because I guess the thing that surprised me the most in the conversation with Ryan was that he said that illegal aliens having children was like the sideshow issue. That was like the minor issue. I'm like, what? I think most people think that's the biggest issue in this case. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's the main event.
That's the main event.
I rolled my eyes at that.
And you didn't have a single Supreme Court justice even really have a fucking conversation about that at all. Which is kind of crazy. Sam Josh, thanks so much for the 19 months. Says, big fan of both of you and Ryan. Keep up the great work, guys. Thanks for the informative debate. I feel like I learned something. Well, thank you, Sam.
Yeah, it was great.
Metalworks for $5 says, if Republicans couldn't get Democrats to remove BRC, but can compromise on a change or some sort of replacement, birthright citizenship. But can compromise on a change or some sort of replacement, what should they do? Well, if they can't get them to remove it, but can compromise on a change? I mean, I just birthright citizenship, and I agree with Ryan on this. The whole idea that a person could, get on a plane while they're pregnant, have a baby in America, then fly back to a different country, and then the kid's an American citizen is kind of insane. It doesn't
insane.
Really make sense logically, really, for that to be the law. And we should 100% change that.
We should incarcerate these people who do it.
Well,
and behead them. That's what we should do.
Yeah, there you go. I think in a perfect world, okay, I think you could get the Democrats to agree to change the amendment, at least to get rid of that, right? The person who drops the baby and doesn't even want to live here. I think in a perfect world, you could get them to do that. The problem with them doing it now is no one politically, and this is what I said, in politics, everyone's afraid of being labeled a cuck. Nobody wants to compromise on anything because they think it gets them labeled as a cuck, which it kind of does in the news and in the pundit space. And so, like, if the Democrats compromised on just that one element, they'd be getting attacked by all the lefties as like, oh, this is just the Republicans just using this to try to like push the goalpost further, push the Overton window. They're going to use it for some nefarious purpose, blah, 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 blah. Like, so they would just never want to give Trump a win or the Republicans a win to even compromise with that in the first place.
Yeah.
But theoretically, they should at least, on the very least, compromise on that one. Because I think 99% of Americans, including Democrats, would agree that's a kind of a crazy idea that a person who has no intention to live in America, doesn't want to live in America, that their child should automatically be an American citizen.
Yeah. Do you know that 9% of all the children born each year in America are to foreign nationals?
I saw that statistic. I didn't fact check it, but that's pretty. But I did see it. Yeah,
That's kind of insane.
that's a lot.
The surrogate, the women, and I saw a video where they had one of these women who's, I think she's done it 3 times. She's had babies for Chinese people and shipped the babies back to China.
Like that person should be in jail.
Yeah, that person they should incarcerate. They should definitely incarcerate. That should be illegal. That person should.
Well, they could pass a law without changing the Constitution to make that illegal.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course they could. Yeah. The fact that that can go on. Oh my God. It's like you're just creating Chinese spies. How are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
I know. That's crazy.
These are like high level Chinese people in the China, and you can't be high level in Japan or in China if you're not in the Chinese Communist Party. So
that would be interesting. I would say politically, I think that would be a good thing for the Republicans to push in Congress, and for Trump to push in Congress, to really just make the Democrats look bad if they don't support it. Because that's like indefensible, right? To most Americans.
yeah.
Like you're going to be like, oh yeah, we're going to allow people, Chinese people, or really anyone to have surrogate mothers in America just so they get the citizenship and then they take the kid back. Like that's fucking insane.
That kid can run for president.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
The ultimate carpetbagger.
Yes. Yeah, it says, okay, yeah, it's from the Pew Research Center. It says 9% of babies born in 2023 were from either unauthorized immigrants, so illegal immigrants, or legal temporary status in the U.S. So that's a lot. That 9% is a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The Ben Cisco for $5 says, LFG can't listen live, but gonna inject this into my veins at work all day tomorrow. Well, there you go. Thanks.
Cool. Glad we could get you through a day of work.
Roberto Calamari for $5 says it's insane that people are thinking about Israel while voting for local elections. Just imagine the level of delusion that person is under. Craziness. It's sad. It is sad.
Well, they don't have a lot of problems going on in their lives, right? Obviously. If they can think about that, they're like, their personal needs are definitely taken care of at home.
Mm-hmm. Michael Doberman for 48 months says A-Team reigns supreme.
Thank you for noticing. Thank you so much.
Jay the
That's
Slime
great.
for 14 months.
Every time we stream, we get A-Team reigns supreme. Once every
it's been at
6
least
months.
6 months since we had an A-Team reigns supreme, I think. Jay the Slime says being a one-issue voter is stupid. That issue being Israel is retarded. True.
Very much so, yeah. Look, he got an actual retarded in there. That's good job.
Yeah, you just had to do some capitalization.
Is that how he did it?
Maybe.
Baller.
Cameraman for $2 says Ro Khanna's kids own a golf course. Seems honest. Interesting.
Yeah, I saw all kinds of shit about Ro Khanna's kids. I
don't know anything about Ro Khanna really at all.
I could not believe the $250 million thing. I was like, holy fucking shit.
Really interesting. Salty Trisket for $10 says the DSA sweep teaches the same lesson as Trump's victories in 2016. People prefer an actual vision for the country over actually, did you see the problematic thing this person said years ago?
So true. Yep.
I don't know if I agree with that. Is the DSA really providing a vision for the country?
Yeah, definitely. It's a horrible vision. It's a vision that is morally repugnant to me and you. But to a lot of people, they believe that the government can control every aspect of healthcare or renting units to people or running a grocery store. It's so insane to think about. They're like, oh, socialism is just democracy in the workplace, right? They think every single product in the grocery store can be developed in some sort of socialist framework where the company's basically taken over by the workers.
I guess I should, yeah. No, you're 100% right. I guess I should think of, or I guess what I should say is more like, and Jenk actually said this in the conversation. Sometimes people get in this mindset where if they think they're stuck in the mud, they think if they're stuck somewhere, they're like, I don't care what you try, I just want you to try something, right?
Of course.
And so, yeah, and I guess that does play into what, Salty Trisco was saying, I think, is that when people feel that they're stuck in a space, they just want you to do anything. I think that was definitely true with Trump as well. People are just like, I want someone to try something new because where we are isn't working. And maybe that is some of the motivation behind people, throwing out all the incumbents and just putting in the DSA people.
I can empathize with the people. If you're in a situation where you're working your ass off and you think I'm never going to be able to afford a house, like you're putting a budget together, you're trying to save money to get ahead, and you're looking at how much money you're making and your prospects for promotion and how unaffordable housing is, you're like something has to give, right?
Right.
Sure. The idea that socialism is going to solve that, I think, is ridiculous. But it is a narrative. It's like somebody's laying out that is a plausible solution to some people.
Yeah, I guess. Right. The only thing is where I wonder. That's definitely some people's motivations, 100%. But it seems like, especially when you look at the polling and all this stuff, who are the people that are primarily supporting this? It's like young people in college, right?
But look, they just like we talked about of the elite overproduction, right? It's the elites that don't see their place in this hierarchy. I mean, they're kind of in the same situation. They're like completely credentialed to the hilt, and they're seeing themselves, they're going to be working at Starbucks, right? They're not going to be able to afford a house either. The only way they can afford a house is if they borrow money from mommy and daddy, which is like fucking pissing them off, right?
Right.
So they're going to rally the people who do have economic strife, right? They're not going to be able to afford a house. Their mom and dad doesn't have a house. They don't have the money to give them a house. So they're rallying those people around the ideas of socialism, right?
No, I understand.
But they're still selling them a narrative.
Sure. No, I understand exactly what you're saying, but it seems like
it's Trump is bad.
Yes, that's true. It seems that as of now, it's more the energy of the people behind this. It seems like are more people that are upper middle class anyway. I think it is the overproduction, at least that you're saying.
Well, I think they're more over upper middle class. It seems like all these people who are running and rallying the people, like Hassan, obviously rich, from rich parents.
Right, but I'm also talking about like the voting base.
Right.
Like the blue collar people are not, coming out in droves to support the socialist candidates. At least not yet. And so it definitely seems to me like that the big motivating people, it's not that they themselves maybe have economic issues in their lives. Right. Yeah, precarity, right. I think because I think a lot of the elite overproduction stuff is more about status than it is their actual money situations. I mean, it's the same thing with Karl Marx himself. Karl Marx himself was a person who like lived off of other people's, his parents and other people's dime his whole life. Didn't really have like a real job. Like he's literally like, it shouldn't be a coincidence to anyone that the quintessential lifetime academic, stuck in academia college guy creates a philosophy that appeals to people in the exact same situation as him, right?
Of course. Yeah. No. Makes perfect sense. I think obviously just there is a cohesive narrative here.
Yes.
And I think the gist of the super chat is really the Democrats are sitting around doing the Trump is bad, instead of coming up with a cohesive narrative like the DSA is coming up with. And they'd be better off to come up, the moderate Democrats would be better off to come up with a cohesive
That's a great point.
narrative. But look, maybe they don't, because they're like, we can't make promises we can't deliver, so we want to keep it vague, right?
Well, I didn't really think about this. So what you're saying, I think it's a very important idea. Is that I think a big part of like Trump's success was people were unhappy and they felt like their party wasn't necessarily doing what they wanted to, right? And Trump comes in and he's like, I have a different vision for the future. And the problem is, we have a lot of these corrupt institutions and you have a lot of illegal immigrants, right? He's pointing to like two things that are the problem, and that the Republicans as a party, how they fucked up in like allowing these things to be mismanaged, right? So he's kind of acknowledging people's feelings that there was some problem even inherent in their own party. And
yes,
the Democrats, I think, would have to do the same thing in 2028. And the problem is I don't know what they would point to. And maybe this is the danger of where the DSA can become more popular. The DSA can point to all sorts of problems, right, in the Democratic Party. They could point to supporting Israel. They could support to the fact that they're too capitalist or whatever, right? And if the Democrats as a party don't have a narrative that they can point to where the fuck up was and what the goal is looking forward, then yeah, I guess that's a good point. It'd be very easy for them to be subsumed by the DSA, which does have a narrative that they're actually pushing.
Well, Trump also had a narrative as well, right? He's saying you can't afford a house. Well, we deport all these people and housing prices will go down, right?
Right.
We're going to reshore manufacturing because manufacturing jobs pay a lot. So I'm going to do a bunch of tariffs and we're going to get you a better job, right? Whether or not you buy into those policy prescriptions, they're logically understandable, right?
Right.
So he's got a narrative. What is a Democrat narrative for how? I mean, I hear him talk about universal health care, but it's almost like, oh, we just, we wish it into existence without really coming up with a. Yeah, exactly.
They don't have a narrative. Yeah.
Well,
it's interesting because, and this is why, and maybe we'll listen to at some point, Ezra Klein's conversation with Chris Rufo is so fascinating.
Oh yeah, that was great.
I think Ezra became the closest to providing a new narrative to the Democrats with his book.
And they fucking shit all over him.
Yeah, what was the name of his book again?
Abundance,
right. And that's why I think you did see a lot of Democrats try to sort of adopt it because they understood that. And then you had all the socialists destroyed it. And I wonder now if on some intuitive level, maybe they don't consciously realize this, but subconsciously or unconsciously, they realize the threat that the abundance narrative really poses to their movement by creating a narrative or a counter narrative that Democrats could go down without having to give into the socialist narrative.
It does really seem like the energy of the elites and the counter elites in the Cliodynamic type framework is in the Democratic Party, though.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Which goes kind of into the narrative that the Democratic Party is the party of the elites now, and that the Republican Party is the party of the working class. Well, especially if business elites are really just like working class people who've worked harder, and that's how they've managed to see. They're not really elites.
Well, maybe some of them. I don't think that's the majority of elites in business.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I think part of the reason that Trump was able to get Trump was listening to a Republican base that was willing to turn on businesses is because when businesses went woke, I think a lot of Republican voters felt betrayed because for 40 years, Republicans were the people kind of defending big business.
Yeah, and obviously they code as leftists if all of a sudden they're going woke, right?
Yeah, 100%. And then, also they got taken over by DI initiatives. A lot of businesses got taken over by like HR. They all got taken over by sort of like left left-wing institutions.
Yeah, what businesses are left in the Republican coalition? Like, even big banks are like progressive as can be and Democratic Party supporters.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane.
It's interesting. But I think even Ezra Klein said that in his conversation with Christopher Rufo. He said like that the Democrats were too, I don't know if he said elites or institutions, like the Democrats are too beholden to elites and institutions, and the Republicans have no elites or institutions or something. He said something to that effect.
The problem I have with Ezra Klein is just, I mean, I agree with Rufo that he's very smart, and he did kind of woo Christopher Rufo a bit, because I listened to Christopher Rufo's podcast after he did it, and he had glowing things to say about Ezra, but I was like, Ezra's such a fucking snake, because he is immediately going to go back to all the rhetoric about Republicans are just greedy racists. Like he thinks that's the case. He completely believes that. He thinks most of the Republican Party is just a bunch of greedy racists.
Yeah, listening to that part of the conversation that's frustrating is that Ezra is clearly someone who's intelligent, but is completely ideologically captured.
Yep.
By the left, and not like leftism, like socialism, but just by like liberal leftism in America. And like the thing that annoyed me in the conversation is that he keeps saying, well, like, oh, I acknowledge that the left was like really over censorious in the woke era and the left did all these bad things, right? He keeps saying that he acknowledges all these like kind of things that the woke left did that was bad. And I'm like, okay, but you didn't say shit at the time, did you, Ezra? Like, it's totally fine now in 2026 when that stuff's all like kind of more on the outskirts of things for you to sit here and say that, it was, there were some problems, right? He kind of downplays it, but there were some problems.
Of course, yeah.
But during that time period, you didn't fucking say shit about it. You didn't say fucking shit about it. And not only that, but you actually downplayed it, you promoted it, you defended a lot of this shit when it was going on. And so you think that would, once you kind of fucked up that badly, you should have some level of humility, I think, in the conversation to be like, okay, maybe I'm wrong about this, instead of to be so like assured in a lot of the positions he's kind of leaning forward. Because the real thing that he was trying to levy at Christopher Rufo was like,
you're a racist. Yeah.
Well, not that he's a racist, but that basically it's your fault that the alt-right is, prominent at the moment, which it should be more like, and I think Chris Rufo, even though I liked what a lot of what he said in the conversation, I think where he failed in the conversation is not throwing that back in Ezra and saying, it's your fault. It's literally just the left's. Actually, never mind. I take it back. He did say it, but he said it in a nice way, right? He did say it in a very nice way. That it's really the left's fault that the alt-right is even prominent, because essentially they racialized everything, and so you shouldn't be surprised that racism becomes the go-to weapon. If one side's going to use it, then the other side's going to use it.
And Ezra had no response to any of that.
I think he like kind of like tacitly agreed, and then they moved on. It's like, okay, but like you can't just like hand wave that away. That's like an important point.
I don't think he has any acceptance of it. I think he would run right back to it too.
Maybe I don't remember exact the language he used, but
like, I don't know. I don't know if he really even is accepting it. He might accept it in the context of a conversation with Christopher Rufo just so they can move on. But
right, would he in a different context? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
The thing that's crazy, and I wish Christopher Rufo would have brought up, is like, Ezra, you were victimized by these people with your book. You spent all this time making this book, and these people all attack you and shit all over you. And then it was only a few weeks ago, you're out here fucking running defense for Hassan Piker. Now I'm curious if his position has changed now that Hassan Piker is running around trying to primary all these fucking Democrats, right? As he changes positions now that maybe he's not so useful to the fucking coalition. But like, how cucked can you be that Hassan and his ilk are trying to like destroy your work, and you're still going to sit here and support them just because because Trump bad?
Yeah. Oh my God. I saw this in the chat. Ezra is extremely smart and dog walked Rufo. What does
I
dog
agree.
walked mean?
It means like controlled, kind of the flow and the course of the conversation.
Hmm.
Like you're walking the dog, you're kind of controlling where it's going.
Yeah.
I think that I think that's like a little extreme, but I somewhat agree with that. I think he was very good at sort of like being the one who was more pointed in his questions, more aggressive in his questionings, and Christopher Rufo was very clearly trying to be more affable or amenable or friendly to Ezra Klein's sort of like trying. He was more. It seemed like Christopher Rufo was more on the lines of like trying to be buddy buddy with Ezra, and Ezra's more kind of trying to be like, "This is your fault, Christopher Rufo."
Yeah, no, I do. I think, look, Ezra Klein famously tried to accuse Sam Harris of being a racist just because he had Charles Murray on his podcast.
That's true. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very true.
So Ezra Klein is willing to get in it with these racist struggle sessions. So, and I do think Ezra in a different context, Ezra Klein would have turned this into a "you're racist, Christopher Rufo. You and your Asian kids are racist." So I have no patience for that kind of, it's so divisive, and they want to act like, oh, it's the right that's tearing the country apart when they're the ones creating this fucking shit.
And that
They're
would
the
have been
ones
an interesting
making
thing.
every young white man in America racialized. They used to this never was the situation until this fucking attack on young white men.
No. And it's so annoying because they'll never believe it or accept it.
He won't acknowledge that the attack is even a motivating factor in the public discourse.
And it's just, it's
fucking
so crazy. It's so crazy.
That's why I just think he's a fucking snake. He's a total fucking snake. He's never going to be able to acknowledge. Which, look, Sam Harris, you can't find someone that has more TDS than Sam Harris, but at least Sam Harris is willing to acknowledge that, oh yeah, this is where the Democrats have gone wrong.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Sam Harris has always been anti-woke from the beginning. So he's never,
of course,
he's always been right about that.
Of course, but he's no friend of the Republicans.
No. It would be interesting to ask Ezra that question. Does he regret now, how he handled that conversation with Sam Harris, to see how he would answer that question?
Well, look, it's implicit in the discussion. Like, he wants to pin it on Christopher Rufo. It's Christopher Rufo's fault that we have all these racist young white men. And I'm just like, that's not my read of the fucking situation at all.
Right.
At all. It's like the left wanted to start a race war. What do you think that's going to do?
I mean, and I would have liked for him to bring up, I watched like, I think 70% of it. So I don't know if it comes up at the end, but Chris Rufo, obviously very big in terms of like getting CRT like exposed. And, is Ezra going to acknowledge that CRT actually should have been exposed and was actually super fucked up and was trying to be smuggled into these institutions?
No.
Is he going to acknowledge that like hands up, don't shoot, and the BLM narrative about George Floyd and all these other things were all like built on a series of misinformation and lies that, you could say woke is gone or woke is dead or we're in woke 2.0, right? But yet he's the same, like the average person on the left is not going to admit CRT is, black nationalism, right? Socialist black nationalism. They're not going to accept probably that George Floyd and the BLM narrative was based on a bunch of lies, right? They're still not going to accept that. And I don't know how you could try to point the fingers and blame at people if you're still not going to accept these objective truths of reality.
Accepting them would go a long ways in rectifying the situation.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
we need people on the left that are going to push back against these narratives, or they're never going to change.
No,
I think that's never going to end. Like, as soon as they take power, oh my God, all the stuff Trump has done against DEI and all that stuff reversed.
Yeah, I think the problem is like the Democrats are kind of operating on this idea where they want to believe that like they can just quietly let this stuff go away and die. And I think what you're seeing with the DSA shows that it won't die on its own. You have to like
It's not
actively
gonna
push
die.
back against it and fight it and destroy it.
Right. And you have all these counter elites that are using it to gain political power to completely oust them. The
Yeah,
fucking feckless people that are never going to fight against it.
it's true.
We're in such a fucked up position right now.
Hmm.
Oh my God. Elections matter more than ever now. Turnout is usually low in elections, but it's getting higher and higher and higher. And I think it's because people sense there's a lot at stake here. There was a time when it was like the Republican and Democrat were not that, not really substantively different, right? They disagreed on various policies that were probably never going to be enacted anyway. So they're stylistically different, but policy-wise, pretty much the same. Now I just feel like, oh, it's night and day. The policy prescriptions of each side is just, there's a chasm between them.
Hmm.
We should bust out these super chats before. Your internet's actually behaving quite a bit tonight. So
I know, right? The internet company heard me like exposing their secrets. So
what would happen if you said, look, I want a business line where I guarantee, I'm going to pay $100 a month and I'm going to be guaranteed this. They got to have some product that they'd pull out for you. Some sort of booster product. They hook 2 lines up that are dedicated to your place, so you've got extra bandwidth. They put some device on there that meters your bandwidth.
Right.
Yeah. So everyone else is getting choked off, but you're not getting choked off.
That's true. Thanks so much, Jam. I can't believe I missed this. Shame on me and shame on Adam, really, for not pointing this out. I only read JMX $50. I didn't see it. It was actually a $250 super chat.
I thought you saw it.
I didn't. It was $250 for the 250 years, baby. Happy USA Day. So thank you so much. Look at that.
Yep.
The Collins effect for $5 says we send $65 million a week to the Taliban. Terrible.
Yeah, that was ridiculous what Shank was saying about, oh yeah, no, it's only Israel we're sending money to.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we got like 65 bases, military bases all over the Middle East. Those are probably not cheap.
Jason Morgan for $5 says this is why we need to limit suffrage. There you go. It's all the women's fault, right?
Yeah.
The Oceanist for $10 says Mamdani is not a lefty. He's a global centrist. Everyone knows there is no left in the U.S. The Democrats are clearly center right based on what a bunch of totally non-retarded lefties tell me anyway. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
I hate it when they say that. They're like,
Yes.
oh my God.
Yes.
It's 2 parties. The double party. What do they say?
The mono party?
The mono party.
Yeah. The Ocean's for $2 says, why is Jank so shiny? He's sweaty. It's all the lights. Okay. He's energized. Memes Spread for $5 says, Avin doesn't like Avatar. I revoke my previous super chat. S class is the best class.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Look, how dare you, Adam? Besmirch Avatar, the last airbender, you fool.
Well, I know a lot of people like it, and I'm not one to chastise you for liking something that I don't like, so knock yourself out.
Look at that. Audience captured already. Albert Jackstein.
True. Yeah.
For 41 months outside the simulation. Look at that. Top
Just says,
tier.
Retarded.
Says retarded. Well, there you go. Look, he got it in.
Maybe we're making progress. Yeah. It seemed like that was a naughty word at one time.
That was a naughty word at some time. Maybe we're making progress here. Because AKA Batosa for $90 says, I can super chat retarded.
Is that a change? Have any of you tried to super chat the N word? No, don't do that.
Yeah, you'll be on a list if you do that. Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says unrelated, but Ezra had Rufo on his podcast. Oh, well, there you go. Not unrelated. For a conversation you might find interesting, they discussed institutionalization, activism, and propaganda, conspiratorialism, Haitians and Somali fraud, etc. Yeah, we might watch at some point. I do think it's a very interesting and enlightening conversation.
The part about the Haitians, oh my God, just got me so fucking triggered because I'm like, Ezra, you have this stereotype of all Republicans being greedy racists. Like you're so fixated on promoting that stereotype at every single turn. And I'm supposed to give two fucking shits about some meme that went around the internet for a week that's going to completely destroy the reputation and create this negative stereotype about the Haitian community. Fuck you. Fuck you. I do not give a fucking shit about that stuff. Look, this goes back to the whole like war on Republicans, war on white people. Like we can have that conversation about negative stereotypes of Haitians, okay? After they stop trying to destroy the reputations of like white men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like fair is fair. Just to have that whole conversation about stereotype threat in the current social context. Fuck you. Fuck you. Do you disagree? I mean, I know we had this conversation when it was happening and you were like, oh, we should worry about the Haitian stereotype. And obviously we have plenty of Black people who listen to our show. We have a diverse audience, right? I don't want them to have to deal with any kind of negative stereotypes. If you're Haitian and you listen to our show, I feel for you, right? This is like, there's a context here.
Yeah, no, I think it's, I mean, I understand what you're saying and I understand the sentiment that you're saying. I think the feeling that you're talking about is very prominent. And I'm not like a two wrongs make a right situations kind of guy.
Oh, I'm not either. I'm totally not either.
Right.
But if one party hasn't even acknowledged the wrong, that's where I'm drawing the line.
And
here.
I think the answer that I would give in that situation is to say like, yeah, I don't agree, with the whole Haitians thing, that sucks. I would hope, or not say I'd hope, but I agree that I think it all sucks, but I think that you and the left are like way more fucked because you can make the argument that the left is trying to police the right in terms of like the racism and all this other stuff. And I think the culture and society to some extent still is policing a lot of this, like the racism on the right and stuff, and trying to prevent it from entering the mainstream. Where I don't think the guardrails for the racism on the left has really
exist.
Guardrails. Yeah, to that extent.
They're non-existent, completely non-existent. Yeah.
And and how could you sit here and you're going to talk about the Haitian stuff and all this other stuff? And I mean, he did give some sort of mealy mouth. Ezra gave some mealy mouth, oh, I thought it was bad when people were associating things to whiteness or whatever, right? But just he has a way of talking about it that's just so dismissive, like as if it's not a big deal.
Totally.
When it's
that's
like,
what triggered the shit out of me.
It's like it's a huge deal. It's a huge deal and it's very prominent.
You're the one creating this atmosphere and you won't even acknowledge it. Like you're like, oh yeah, it's not really our fault. It is your fault, fucker.
The George Floyd stuff was based on this idea of assuming racism in white people. Kyle Rittenhouse was all just racist against him because he was white, 100% in the situation.
Of course, that's a good example.
All the smuggling of the CRT stuff, which has never really been addressed or accepted, I think, by the mainstream left.
All this Carmelo Anthony stuff that's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, all the Carmelo Anthony stuff was totally fucking crazy. Even though like a lot of people on the left were a lot more hesitant, I think, to go into that. Though I did see, it's funny because I was curious at the time I didn't see the View talk about it, but then after I said that, then the View talked about it. I don't know if you probably saw people were covering it. They had some crazy fucking take on the Carmelo
Of
Anthony
course they
situation.
did. Yeah, of course they did. Yeah, it's because it's the evil white racist. That's what
Yeah.
it is. Always
Yeah.
responsible. The stereotype does the work for them.
Right.
I mean, look, I agree. I agree with the left on stereotypes and stereotype threats. I mean, I don't want to see black people have to deal with negative stereotypes. I don't want to see white people have to deal with negative stereotypes. But when all of the stereotypes are going in one direction, and you've got, you said it perfectly, mealy mouth Ezra Klein just kind of hand waving it away. Oh, it's not a problem. You know, all the negative stereotypes of white people, not a problem, right? It's really this one Haitian thing that happened like last election cycle that we really have to focus on. It's like, dude, I think if we could deal with the negative white stereotype issue, I think society would be in a lot better place. I think that's probably more important than the Haitian thing.
I think it's like when the person who was saying that like Rufo got dog walked, some of it is, and I felt the same way too. And a lot of times in the conversation that we've had, with people on the left, which is why I'm just sick of the conversation. I don't have these conversations anymore. Is that they go, oh, here, you have to agree to all the horrible things that Donald Trump has done. And I'll say like, yeah, I agree that Donald Trump did all these bad things. And then, they kind of hit you with that whip, right? For like, the entire conversation. And now again, it's never good enough, right? So they're always going to hit you more and more. But you'll grant some amount of like acceptance to their position. But then when you kind of ask for an acceptance of your position of the fuck up to the left, a lot of these people, it's either like, there's silence or complete dismissal, or it's not, well, you can't even talk about it because it's so much more minor than Donald Trump or something, right? It's like one of the favorite things. And so like, that's kind of what's going on in that conversation. Ezra is clearly in that camp where he's like, he's so hyper fixated on Donald Trump that he just can't like progress beyond that. There can't be a conversation about that because in his mind, Donald Trump is like almost Hitler, and all this woke stuff is like annoying kids on college campuses, right? He just can't in his mind grasp it because he's just too debate locked, or he's just too chat locked on Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I conceptualize it like the left is kind of driving the right into more racist beliefs. And it's hard for me to tell how much of it is just the stereotype doing the work for Ezra, where Ezra just believes that inherent in conservatism is like a racist mentality, right? Mm-hmm. So he can say, oh, we're not responsible for this, but because we racialized everything and totally made this system where black people can be as racist as they want and white people can't be racist at all without suffering some sort of job loss or cancellation or something like that. We've tilted the field against him completely. He won't acknowledge that because he thinks, well, they would be racist anyway because that's just inherent in their ideology. I don't know with Ezra.
I think racism is inherent in both conservative and progressive ideology. In the terms of not in racism, but in xenophobia. I think conservatism is going to be more inherently xenophobic, and progressivism is going to be more inherently xenophilic. And both those are biases, and both of those are technically racism, you could look at it through a racist lens. And the only issue is that the xenophobia, probably because of our nation's history, the xenophobia is looked at as the only bad thing, where the xenophilia is not looked at as also a bad thing.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. But there was a time when we realized we were going to fight against that. But it's the way it's sort of played out is we're only fighting against it in one
in one
population.
direction, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the problem, is
White
because
men.
right. Well, and also in terms of, we're only fighting in the direction of xenophobia, when in reality, I mean, you do need, societies, cultures need a level of xenophobia to protect and maintain its own culture.
Right.
And we've kind of lost that. At least, I mean, the left has definitely lost that. So,
Well, I don't think it in the way people normally think of xenophobia. I think you can be patriotic and have a love of your own nation without being without hating others or have some sort of distaste for others in sort of a xenophobic way.
I like, if you just conceptualize it as like a spectrum. On one end, you have, the most
no,
extreme.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, xenophobia.
People
on the
will
other
object
hand,
to you
right.
saying we need xenophobia to some extent. People are going to like lose their minds.
I know, that's why I'm trying to like.
They're going to be like, oh my God, Sitch is saying we need racism. We need a certain level of racism.
Well, it's not
Just
racism.
enough, just a pinch.
It's xenophobia. You do, but you do.
But
do need
it
some
doesn't
level
have
of
to be
xenophobia.
dependent on race at all, though.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So
not at all.
yeah.
Well, that's why
But people will think of xenophobia as specifically
I know, but that's
tied to race.
And that's why I've talked about this in the past. It's so silly. After the Chinese Exclusion Act, all the most stringent immigration laws in American history were all aimed at reducing the number of white Europeans coming to the country.
Right. Yeah.
For xenophobic reasons. It wasn't a race thing. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I just Did you watch Shu's video on I think it was on the Carmelo Anthony stuff.
I did. It was very depressing.
Where her intro was just perfect. What? You don't want to be in a race war? Well, too bad.
Yeah.
You're like enlisted.
Right.
I think that perfectly captures a lot of people's feelings about this stuff. They're like, look, I don't want anything to do with this, but I'm surrounded by fucking racists.
Right.
And the like Ezra's never going to come out and say, oh yeah, we got a racist problem on the left. And you can't fight a problem that you don't actually think exists. And worse than that, he's trying to pin that problem on the people who are just reacting to hit the problem on his side.
Right.
I do not think that any racist organizations on the right would have near the power that they have now if it wasn't for. Look, this whole Carmelo Anthony thing is just a bonanza for them. I'm certain of it, right? Their numbers have to be climbing into the stratosphere.
No, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, and I said this, I said this 8 years ago, 10 years ago. I said, this is all just going to make the racism, all the left racism is going to make the racism on the right more prominent. So, I mean, everyone who had eyes saw it coming. It was very obvious. It was very obvious.
Yeah.
Except Ezra, I guess. So.
Well, if you want to stop it, I think people like Ezra are going to have to wake the fuck up.
There needs to be a mea culpa on the left. And there hasn't been yet.
Part of waking up is not bringing up the Haitian memes.
Yes.
Like that's going in the opposite direction. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Or to use it as kind of like a whataboutism, or as a, shame. This is a right-wing problem, right?
Yeah. You've got people who've been like passed up over and over and over again for firefighter positions because they're hiring all the women and minorities at the fire station for the last 15 years. Okay. Yeah. They've got a completely different lived experience. And when Ezra brings up the Haitian memes that they might have been spreading on Twitter, it's like laughable to them.
There was that article we covered. I don't remember if it was like Bloomberg or some other business publication, they had some article where they're like, 80, it was like something, I forget the numbers exactly, but something like 80% of, people hired by Fortune 500 companies were like minorities, right?
80%.
It was some like astronomical number. And this was like trumpeted as like a good thing. Now we found out later that that statistic was completely wrong. They completely fucked up like how they calculated it, and it was actually not like that. It was actually, if you did the statistic correct, it actually was a pretty accurate racial, background or racial breakdown of things. But the fact that that was reported by a big publication and it was trumpeted as a good thing, and it didn't like merit a government investigation, right, into
Yeah.
the situation or become a
Huge
talking
sign.
point, is a huge sign. Because like if it said the opposite, and this was like in peak woke years. If in peak woke years, it's like 80% of SP 500 companies are just hiring just white people. Oh, they'd be like an uproar. Everyone would be fucking crazy about it.
Even if the population in the area was 80%, there'd still be an uproar about
Of
it.
course, yeah. Dr. Dealer for $3 says, fuck it, while we're tossing out audacious legal theories, I think Candace Owens killed Charlie Kirk. She knew she'd farm content and convinced Tyler Robinson to take the fall because she is also a trans woman. Change my mind.
That's right. She planted the exploding microphone. We all know it.
I think Candace Owens might be the most objectively, morally demonic, evil person in the pundit space at the moment.
You're going demonic. Wow.
I'm going full demonic. And I use that term in full extreme amount. Like she said, this clip is insane. I saw this clip. She claims that one of Charlie Kirk's friends, who by the way said this never fucking happened, called her and told her that it was supposed to be Candace that was taken out by Israel.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I was like, this person has no shame. She has no fucking shame whatsoever. She is just a psychopathically evil person.
Yeah. Yes, she is.
Terrible. Death by Sloth by $2 says the literacy rate for the younger generation is absolutely abysmal. Their knowledge of history and civics is provably awful, yet progressives want to tout their moral solutions as paramount and wise. I hate it here. Yeah, it is. I saw a whole video that was really disturbing where they're kind of doing the breakdown about how it's so fucking crazy. Like all these like weird left shit gets tied into everything, and how this like weird lefty view of like reading that was different than just normal phonics like became prominent, and it's like completely destroying the ability for children to read well, going forward in schools.
Yeah, they've abandoned the sound it out mentality. What the fuck happened? I can't even imagine reading without the sounded out framework, which obviously I was taught when I was a fucking baby.
Right. Yeah, it was was it sight words or something? I forgot what it was called, or like you were supposed to like guess what the word was or something. Essentially, it was really fucked up.
I saw a thing on it and I was just mortified.
Really that was really bad.
John McWhorter was talking about phonics because he wrote that book against wokeness and how wokeness is actually hurting the African American community. And he had a list in the end of the book of how to actually help the African American community, and phonics was one of them. So he's obviously in the know. I was like, phonics, really? Is that a problem? People aren't doing phonics now?
Well, people pushing, I'm assuming he was talking about people pushing African American vernacular. Or
no. He's talking about teaching reading with phonics, literally. Like they're not doing it anymore. Right, I was like, what?
It's so bad.
But look, I could see some leftists coming in and saying, oh, well, African Americans, they learn completely differently. And how are we to say that the way they learn is incorrect? Why are we forcing our Western hegemonic phonics on them, right?
Right.
Why should we force a thing that has actually worked?
Yep.
For generations? Why should we force that on them? Let's try this thing out that may work and may not work. May fuck them up for a generation, but wouldn't it be interesting to know if it works? God, it's evil.
Terrible.
I know.
Fondue for $6 says Sean crushed this debate with his blue suit alone. That's true.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, Sitch, I don't want to alarm you, but I think your fiance may be eating your Ethernet cables. Check for tiny bite marks. That's a great question. I need to check. I could 100% believe that. Okay.
That's
She is a
pretty
biter.
funny.
So I could believe that she's chewing on the
really?
cables. Yeah.
I mean, that could be good or bad. I don't know how to take that.
You gotta, it's like, you have to keep chewing on something because if you don't,
Mhm.
like the teeth go out of control. So, okay. I have a question that I have to ask you, Adam, in the
Me?
chat. I am curious about the chat
Okay.
about this. Okay. I got into a disagreement with Sammy about some issues. All right.
Oh no. Never ask chat. Look, this is a bad idea.
Am I-
warning. I want to be on the record saying that
Okay.
this is a bad idea. So
I was given permission to ask this question.
feel free to ask, but
I was
don't-
given permission to ask this question. And Sam can run in. She's listening. So she can run in here and slap me if she wants me to stop talking. Okay.
if he stops talking, we're gonna know Sam is giving him the stink eye.
Right. Would you,
Uh-huh.
if you for any reason had to take a cup and put it in the toilet, okay,
Mm-hmm.
would you
First
away-
of all, why are you using a cup? What are
It
you
doesn't
scooping
matter.
out of the toilet that you
It
need
doesn't
a cup
matter.
for?
It doesn't matter. Okay, well, I'll give you a hypothetical.
It does.
No. Like, let's say that the toilet is clogged and you need to like scoop water out. Not like shit, but you have to scoop water out of the toilet, right?
Look, if you're scooping your tooth, let it go. Let the toothbrush go. Okay, you don't.
No.
need that.
Yeah. No, but just say you have to put the cup. It contains toilet water. You have to put it in the toilet. So it has got toilet water. It doesn't have shit or piss in it, but it has
Okay.
toilet water in it. Okay. Do you A, throw the cup away, or B, do you put it in the dishwasher, wash it, and then use it again
Mhm.
to drink from?
The obvious answer is you throw that cup away.
Okay.
not
I'm
only
curious.
do you throw it away, you break it in the garbage can. To make
I'm
sure
curious as to
nobody
however
else
everyone
ever
feels
uses
about it.
that
Okay.
cup.
We'll see. So far, so you said throw it away.
Mhm.
Everyone in the chat so far is saying to throw the cup away.
Unless, of course, you're having tea with Ezra Klein the next day.
Right.
Then you save the cup, okay?
Okay. Okay. It looks like everyone is on the side of throwing the cup away. Okay. All right.
Well,
Fondue for $10.
Hold on. Who's drinking out of the cup right now?
I'm not gonna say who is on what side.
What?
Okay. I'm not gonna say.
What?
I don't want to say who's on what side. That will bias the answers here.
How is this? Look, you bring this up, okay? I tell you not to bring it up. I answer clearly and unequivocally, okay? And you are going to say, look, no comment.
Everyone can interpret it however they want. Okay.
I think we all know Sitch is drinking out of the cup right now. I hope your dishwasher didn't break. I hope you got a good wash cycle out of that.
Okay, well, actually, I am seeing some pushback in the chat. Surprisingly, so we have Dr. Diddler says that they will sanitize it and reuse it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Though he said he would use 3 layers of Lysol, but he does say he's on the
3
sanitizer,
layers of Lysol. Interesting.
which I think
I
that would
was
kill
thinking
you if you
maybe
drank all the
soaking it
Lysol.
in a bucket of bleach, but you'd spend so much on bleach. Why would you even just
Right.
get a different cup? Cups are not expensive.
How's your father? Says Sogan, rubbing alcohol. David Puff said, I've worked with way too much shit to be afraid of toilet water. Okay, so there is pushback. I am seeing people that are on team keep the cup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, was this a gift from your in-laws or something?
It's
what's
just
this,
a
very
generic
special cup.
It's a generic cup.
I think just to be safe, get rid of the cup.
Right.
Sammy is team toilet cup. Oh, you're so bad. Cat, don't say that.
Uh-huh.
I guess, look, Sammy can weigh in, obviously. Sammy's in the
Okay.
chat all the time, so.
Right.
But it's kind of more interesting if it's a mystery.
It is a miss. Who knows?
I'm going to say,
Who knows?
I'm going to say that Sitch is in favor of keeping the cup. Just not answering seems to give it away. Sitch, if you were to keep the cup, what sanitation process would you use? Just one wash in the dishwasher?
I think I would use fire.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you're okay. You put it in the fireplace for a good 20 minutes? You might melt
Sure.
the cup. Is this a plastic cup or a ceramic cup?
I hope it's plastic. I hope it melts.
Oh, this is funny.
No one knows what my position is on this. You can't
Okay.
tell. You can't. Okay. Well, I'm glad. I feel like more people were on the on my side of the issue. So. Oops. Anyway,
Sammy's weighed in.
I know.
She says Sitch is a baby. It's all coming into crystal clear focus now.
It's all becoming clear. Yeah.
She says, Sammy says soap exists. So now we have a clear disagreement. Sitch is throw that cup away.
Yes.
And Sammy's like, put it in the dishwasher. Now we know. Now we know. Sammy, you've contaminated all of your dishes now. How could you do this? Now they're all toilet dishes. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm facepalming so hard right now.
As Sammy has said, and it's true, she used to work in a vet clinic and a farm as part of her like vet training. So like, you know, she had to like stick her hand up a cow's ass. She had to do all sorts of like gross shit.
Oh my God. That's the hand you're going to put your wedding ring on.
She's wearing a glove. It's okay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
She said, well, actually, she said
better.
that she would say that like in order to, because a lot of girls, you know, they all want to be vets, right? And so in order to like dissuade them from being vets, they make them like put a glove on and stick their hand up a cow's ass, essentially, to try to get them to drop out of the program, right? Now I said, wait a minute, do they use the same cow for all the girls? And she said yes, and I'm like, that poor cow. This one cow is subjected to like 20 different
all
women
day long,
getting fisted, constantly, right? It's terrible. Okay, so no, but I mean, she's seen all this like gross shit, so she's a lot less grossed out by things than I am. So
all the way up to my shoulder. Holy shit, Sammy!
Yes.
Sammy's in the chat. She says deep in the cow,
all the way up in the shoulder. Yeah, that's right. In the warm cow, you know, all the way up.
Who knew?
But
who knew? That's a. Oh my God! Please no.
But no, I'm very much on team throw the cup away.
Okay,
burn it with fire. So,
but you didn't want more conflict in the household. That's understandable. Well, look, if you wouldn't have brought
we didn't
this
actually
up,
do it. It was just a conversation that happened.
Oh, so you kept the cup? Oh my!
No,
God.
there was no cup actually went into the toilet.
Oh, okay. This is just a hypothetical.
Well, I was able to fix the toilet without using a cup. Okay.
Okay.
But I'm just saying it was a suggestion that created a conversation. Okay.
I get it. I totally. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad no cup was damaged in the.
No cup was actually ever touching a toilet at any point.
Oh, terrible. All right. Are we good? Did we get all the
for
super
$10?
Oh, no. We're still going.
Says Adam, Sitch's definitions are in service of making communication on the topic easier. Obviously, Adam doesn't agree with that.
They're not, though.
Yes.
If they were, that would be good, but.
Fondue for $6 also says, great job, guys. I have you clocked into only a half an hour on the morality segue. We're getting better, right?
Yeah, well, we've had the conversation many times. A lot. I guess regulars will be able to decipher that. I think a lot of people might just be like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Sammy says, Sitch doesn't believe in the 4-second rule. He is weak. How do you
Oh,
feel about
man.
the 5-second rule, Adam?
I do not like the 5-second rule. Especially since I have a bunch of friends that are nurses and they want to like stretch it out to like 2 minutes at the hospital. You're going, what? You
Wait,
guys are fucking
what?
crazy.
The nurses want to do that?
Yeah. I think it's because nurses obviously deal with a lot of gross shit all the time.
Oh, so yeah, they're
so they
desensitized
kind
to
of
it.
they pride themselves on it. They're like, oh, that cookie only hit the floor for 7 minutes. What are you doing?
Right.
Well, there's blood on that floor. Ah, it's just a little blood.
Yeah.
You're like, stop, okay?
Right. I think it depends on the surface and it depends on the object.
Yeah.
So like if it's on like a counter and it's a dry object, okay, like a dry cookie falls on the counter and the counter is like relatively clean, then like that's fine, right? Now if it falls on the floor, not so much. I think I'm off. But if it's a wet product and it's on the counter, like it's a wet piece of like meat, like a wet deli meat, and it's on the counter, I think I'm done. I don't care if it's like 5 seconds.
I agree with all those. I'm a little bit more. Sometimes our counters, I mean, relatively clean would be generous. So I'm like, yeah, I usually play it on the safe side. If stuff hits something it's not supposed to hit, most time it's going in the garbage.
Okay.
Plus, I have this rule. I don't want to eat stuff that I'm like iffy on or not 100%. I make sure I eat all the freshest foods, all that kind of stuff. I'm not a big leftovers person. Because I
don't like left.
I want to enjoy it. I really want to enjoy it. So
I have no problem with leftovers. For the record, I like leftovers. The Oceanist for $2 says they see racism as inherently right wing. Yes,
they do. Yeah, and that's why we got to just fucking slap the shit out of these people.
Right.
These people should be laughed out of polite society. Especially since they, right now, part of their coalition are the most racist people on the fucking planet. Oh, the irony just destroys me. But that's not racism, Sitch. Have you seen this video on P plus P equals R? Oh my God, it'll make your blood boil.
Right.
You probably haven't seen the video. So.
I've never seen it, no.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Rich Jammer for 51 months, being a free will seeker, says, I got a stomach ulcer from the H. pylori infection, so I'm definitely in the throw the cup away camp. S-Class is a and A-Team reigns supreme.
Woo! Thanks, Rich.
Isn't it so? It's so crazy that for so many years they thought stomach ulcers were like because you were stressed out, and they're like, "Whoops! It actually was a bacteria the whole time. It had nothing to do with stress whatsoever."
Well, I think the stress weakens your immune system in fighting.
Well, it's true of everything, right?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably some correlation.
Right. I'm just reading Sammy's
our fight back.
Their comments in the chat. Anyway.
Well, this was great. This was a lot of fun. Thanks, Ryan, for coming on.
And the internet didn't cut out at all. Look at that.
This is how they get you.
I know.
Roll you into a false sense of security.
It is.
Now, because there was no mistake here by the internet company, Sitch is going to be like,
it's fixed.
Yeah, I get to take the week off.
Right.
They must have upgraded.
They must have upgraded it, right? It must be fixed. Yeah, sure.
It's so fucking annoying, though. You got to get it fixed.
Right.
You got to get it fixed.
I know.
Hell or high water.
That's true. Hell or high toilet water.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get a backup plan.
You have to have a cup ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. An internet toilet cup.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You're the true anime isekai protagonists that would use magic rather than cups to clean the toilet water. I thank you so much, Ryan, for coming on. I thought it was an interesting conversation. And good job, Sean, for explaining jank in the conversation. And great job, Brad. Brad's been having some awesome debates set up, so good on him for doing that. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye.
There you go. I don't have I need the toilet knife. That's true.